Chapter 1. Sadie. The day my father died started off like any other day. No inkling of what was to come. Metallic grating sounds of a new knife, Dad's weapon of choice, being sharpened reached my ears as I walked into the kitchen with my briefcase in hand. Being a corporate lawyer was fast-paced, high-stress, and extremely intense. But perhaps not when compared to my father's line of work. He was a bounty hunter, feared by all. He ate bad guys for breakfast. All I did was send them emails. I grinned at him as I set the briefcase down. "Morning, Dad." "Mornin', Sadie." He glanced up at me, his gaze running over my work attire, and sighed. "All that talent with a knife, and you'd rather go to court and work for the corporate shills, huh? Wouldn't you rather use your natural skills to catch the bad guys?" I rolled my eyes. My father had never been one to hold back on telling his truth. He'd always hated my job, but this morning the hatred seemed to come with an unusual amount of gusto. My suit jacket was hanging over the back of one of the dining chairs. I reached for it and pulled it on. Then I picked up my briefcase again. "I'm good at my job, Dad. And I like it. You know that." The clanging slide of the large knife being sharpened echoed around the room. Slice. 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 "Yeah, but you're even better at my job," he said with a grin. I decided to ignore that jibe and glanced at my watch. I grimaced. Damn, I'm late. I strode over to where he sat at our kitchen counter, sharpening a beautiful new Bowie. I couldn't help but stop and admire it before I kissed him goodbye. "Oh, that's nice." He held the weapon up and turned it from side to side so I could see it at its best advantage. The silver blade glistened in the light of the bright kitchen, making me ache to reach out and touch it. "It's new," he said, as if aware of the effect of the knife on my senses. I shook my head, mentally pulling on my professional hat and tamping down my natural inclination to curve my fingers around the knife handle and feel its weight in my palm. I am a lawyer. A good one. And my weapon of choice is the law. I kissed the only man in my life on top of his bald head. "Love you, Dad." "Love you too, sweetie. See you tonight?" "Yeah. I have a pretty intense day, but if things go better in court than I expect, I'll swing by your workshop later and take you out for dinner." His eyebrows flicked up. "Any particular occasion?" I shook my head. I never needed a reason to spend time with my dad. He was the funniest, most hardworking, most kick-ass and awesome person I knew. The fact that he happened to know how to kill a person in 1,000 different ways just made him even cooler. "Nope. But there's a new Italian place I want to try that just opened up." He frowned. "Is that the one on Main Street?" "It's owned by vampires." I shrugged as I grabbed my coffee off the counter, checking the lid was tight and sealed. I glanced at the large, modern silver clock on the wall. Now I'm really late. I slid my keys into my pants pocket and headed to the door. "The vampires own everything, Dad. If you wanted to eat at a place that wasn't owned by vamps, then you'd never eat. Not out at a restaurant, and not food from a supermarket. You wouldn't work either." Even my corporate law firm was owned by vampires. They were immortal, super intelligent, and had mastered the art of daywalking decades ago. "Not my shop, they don't," Dad threw back at me, pride evident in his tone. Unlike practically everyone else we knew, Dad outright owned everything he had. His business and this apartment we lived in. I opened the door, smiling back at him. "I'll call if I'm going to be late, but otherwise, see you for dinner." "Okay, sweetie." He waved, and I couldn't stop myself from taking one final look at my dad before I left. He was quite an unusual man to behold. His bald head shone beneath the fluorescent lights. He had a graying beard, and today he was wearing a tight leather vest and his muscles flexed with each movement. His shoulders and arms were covered in full-sleeve tattoos, and he looked like a man you wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley at night. And in truth, he wasn't. Not if you were a bad guy. But if you were a good guy or a good girl, this was a man you could trust and rely on. And I was the luckiest girl in the world to have him as my father. Bye. I waved back and rushed off, really late now. Time to use the brain I'd inherited from both my parents, and use my powers for good instead of evil. After securing a multi-billion-dollar deal for my bosses much quicker than I'd expected to, there was no question what I was doing tonight. I was taking Dad out for dinner and indulging in a massive carb overload. You going home already, Sarah? Nikki asked from her seat at her desk, just outside my office as I packed up my briefcase. Yeah, why not? I asked. The people at work knew me by my real name, Sarah. It was only usually Dad who ever called me Sadie. I'd barely had lunch and I never ate breakfast beyond coffee. And with all the extra work I'd put in to pull this deal off, I'd earned myself a huge serving of lasagna, garlic bread, and a glass of red wine. Because you never leave early, she said, throwing her hands up like I was an idiot for not already knowing that would be her answer. I laughed. I'd graduated from law school a few years ago, and worked my ass off pretty much ever since. Going home early was not my normal. She was right there. I'm starving and I told my dad I'd take him out for dinner. Nikki shivered, though I knew she didn't mean to show it. I giggled to myself as I locked my briefcase and walked over to her desk, cell phone in hand. Nikki was half human, half wolf shifter, just like my dad. They had an unusual connection, like most of their breed. I knew she was attracted to him. I barely had to mention him, and she was instantly a shivery, hormonal mess. But he was my dad and twice her age, and her constant blushes and defensive behavior indicated that she didn't want to be so affected by him. It was hilarious. What's wrong, Nick? Wanna come? I grinned at her. You hungry too? For more than dinner, I'm sure. She turned back to her computer, her cheeks coloring with a blush. You know I can't help it. Yeah, because my dad's so hot, I teased. Nikki flipped me the bird, her long manicured fingernail capturing my attention. I'd always wanted pretty nails like that, but the way I trained with my dad 5 days a week, long nails were beyond impractical. They were impossible. I waved at my gorgeous friend and headed out the door. Most women with any wolf shifter blood lusted after my father, and he could have pretty much anyone he wanted. They apparently found all that strength in him hot. I mean, to me he was just Dad, but I guess he was still a man. Since Mom died, he hadn't dated anyone. Not openly, anyway. Which I was grateful for. If he was sleeping with someone, I didn't want to know about it. What daughter did? I stepped through the double doors of my office building and walked along the sidewalk. It wasn't dark yet, as the sun was only now dropping out of the sky. I glanced down the street and assessed my choices. Cab or walk? I glanced at my watch. Dad would probably still be doing paperwork. I had time to get some fresh air. His workshop was only 6 blocks away from my office, and I rarely had a moment to relax like this, where I wasn't jumping from my office to a meeting, to court, and back to the office. Why not take advantage and simply stroll for once? As I walked, I enjoyed the loud noises of bustling traffic and the people around me. I love this city, even with its lack of pretty parks and overly clogged, smoky air. It was home. Always had been. Always would be. I strolled all the way to Dad's workshop, which was what he called it. Like it was some tiny garage where he tinkered with toys. In reality, it was a huge business, housed in an impressive building, with over 50 employees and raking in millions of dollars a month. I glanced up at the sign over the doorway. Hunters. A shorter version of the full business name, Bounty Hunters. My dad trained killers. Thrill seekers. Perfectly legal, of course. They hunted bad guys. Bad guys who had very expensive price tags on them. In this city and in many others. He trained his guys, he booked their jobs, and basically he ran the whole show. He was a one-man juggernaut. I glanced up at the building, admiring the beauty of the heritage-listed architecture. So much more attractive than the brand-new office building in which I worked. I put my hand on the glass door, noticing the closed sign had already been put up and pushed. I inhaled sharply, my wolf shifter senses delighting in the change of scents from outside to inside the building. Outside there was smog and gas and a strange artificial sort of smell. Inside Dad's workshop there was a feast for the senses. The smell of the hardwood floors, the heady mix of cologne, sweat, and leather punching bags that had recently been oiled. The scent of my youth. After all, I'd grown up in this place. Unfortunately, once I turned 16, I hadn't spent much time here. I'd been too obsessed with going out with my friends, meeting boys, and trying to exert my independence by doing the opposite of everything my dad wanted me to do. But I'd missed this place. I should come by more often. I headed up the stairs to my dad's office, a nostalgic smile on my face. All the other staff had gone home from the looks of it. The lights were mostly off and all was quiet. "Dad? You up here?" I called into the silence. Usually, when he was closing up for the day, he played some old classic songs that floated around the hallway. The silence was unusual, and for some reason the hairs rose up on the back of my neck. "Dad?" I called out again as I hit the landing and kept walking past his receptionist's empty desk and pushed open the door to his large office. He wasn't there. Huh. Weird. I checked my cell phone. No message. No missed call. He knew I was coming to pick him up for dinner. He wouldn't leave me hanging like this without a good reason. But then again, the front door had been open, not locked. So he had to be here. Was he doing inventory or something in the gym? "Dad?" There was a sudden noise downstairs. A squeak, then a heavy thud. I turned, a shiver coursing down my spine. What the hell was that? It sounded like something heavy had been dropped. A punching bag, maybe? "Dad? Is that you?" The sound of a door swinging open followed, the metallic creak a bit freaky in the otherwise silent building. That's the back door. I started forward, then thought better of it. Instead, I stepped around my dad's desk, opened the top drawer where I knew I'd find some kind of weapon, and pulled out his new Bowie knife. It was cold and heavy in my hand, and I gripped it hard enough my knuckles turned white. I'd grown up throwing knives, and could use one like this with deadly efficiency if necessary. If someone had broken into my dad's business, they'd regret it. A grim smile quirked my lips. I didn't think there'd be a person in the city stupid enough to do that. No human, shifter, or vamp. My father had a reputation, and it wasn't one that made him sound soft and fluffy. I crept down the stairs, listening for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I made my way through the massive training hall for the bounty hunters, and headed for the back door. It was the only metal door in the whole building, and that metallic squeak had been a dead giveaway. A smell began to permeate my nostrils, and I stopped dead in my tracks as my stomach dropped through the floor. Blood. "Dad?" Adrenaline pumped into my legs, and I raced forward, almost tripping as I reached the prone figure on the wooden floor. I knelt, dropping the knife beside me as I identified my dad. He was face down and not moving. No. 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 I tried to roll him over, pushing on his heavy shoulders. "Dad? Wake up. Please." Tears began to stream down my face, hot and persistent. This couldn't be happening. I pushed and pushed, but he was too heavy. I had no chance of moving him. He weighed almost 300 pounds, and he was a dead weight. I put my fingers to his neck, feeling for a pulse. There was nothing but slippery wetness. I brought my hand away so I could stare at my trembling fingers. Dark red blood. My stomach lurched. Oh God, it must have been a vampire. The front door swung open then, the characteristic thunk making me jump to grab the knife. "Jimmy. You still here?" A man called out from the front of the building. Someone was looking for my dad. Probably one of his employees. Cold relief washed over me as I began to shake. "Please," I shouted. "Come quickly. We're near the back door. Dad's hurt." Footsteps pounded through the building, and two huge men burst into the back room, looking around wildly. I hadn't realized I'd picked up the knife again. I was holding it in a defensive grip as the men ground to a halt in front of me, eyeing me suspiciously. I'd never seen either of them before, and they didn't appear to recognize me. Not surprising, given how little time I'd spent here in recent years. "What's happened?" the smaller one asked, dark curls falling over his eyes. "I came to pick Dad up for dinner. He's not breathing. There's no pulse. I can't turn him over." The two men looked at one another, then bent down, grabbing my father's arms and shoulders, and flipped him over while I jumped up and skittered back out of the way. I gasped at the morbid sight of my father's white, pain-filled expression, and turned away so I couldn't see anymore. God, was there any actual blood left in his body? Breathe. Breathe. I had to swallow the urge to scream, tears clogging my throat. "Oh my God." "It was definitely a vamp," one of the guys said from behind me. I shook my arms out over and over as I gulped at the air. I had to calm down, I had to think. Damn. What the hell was I going to do? I turned around to face them. If two virtual strangers could help my father in this moment of need, then I could too. I looked down at my dad's once handsome visage. Bile rose in my throat, but I forced it down. His face was contorted in pain, his eyes open but not seeing. "So he's, is he?" I swallowed, unable to say the word out loud. The taller guy, a large blond man, looked up at me from his crouched position next to my father. He had piercing green eyes. Definitely some sort of shifter. Not wolf though. "Yes. I'm sorry. Jimmy's dead. You're his daughter?" I nodded. I'd known he was dead as soon as I saw him, but it hadn't seemed real. I had to be sure there was no bringing him back. "Is he drained?" There was little to no blood around him, other than the sticky patch on his neck. That alone indicated this was more than a random feeding. A man my father's size had more than enough blood to survive a normal vampire pull. Two of them, even. The dark-haired man stood up. His gaze was sympathetic. "We'll have to wait for the autopsy, but yes, judging by his appearance, I think so." I inhaled sharply. "Okay." The blond one moved to his feet, and I was suddenly dwarfed by the two men. Shifters. Both of them. Beneath all my grief, anger, and shock, an attraction simmered to life. The dark-haired one was a wolf shifter, and the little bit of wolf shifter inherited from my father could feel it. But there was something stronger than that. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Not now. I took a deep breath, a strange calm falling over me. I had to be strong now. I had to do what my father would want and take charge. "We need to call the cops," I said. "Can you stay with him while I grab my phone?" The men nodded at me, and I walked off unsteadily, not feeling my legs as I made my way up to my dad's office where I'd left my bag and phone and called the police. Unfortunately, I knew what they'd find when they arrived to investigate. No evidence of a break-in. No struggle. Just my father's dead body, and 2 puncture wounds from the animal who'd killed him.
Chapter 2. Rogan. "Thank you for your cooperation," the old male cop said, his nose still stuck in the air. "The police in the area hated us bounty hunters. They always had. But I tried to be reasonable. There was no reason to have them as enemies, even if half of them were owned by the vampires. Then again, what wasn't under vamp control in this town? Have you got a card?" I asked him. "If I think of anything else, I'll let you know." The cop handed me his business card and stalked away. I sighed as I stared down at the email and phone number. They weren't going to find the perp. They never did when this type of paranormal was the killer, and it was obvious from the puncture wounds and Jimmy's complete lack of remaining blood in the body that a vampire had drained him. The problem was, there was no physical evidence to be found except for his body. Vampires left no DNA. No identifying trace of who they were. It was impossible to distinguish one vampire bite from another. Even if it was determined that a vamp killed him, there was no way to identify which of the many vampires in this area had done the deed. Fridge ambled up to me. You done? I nodded. Yeah. Not that it's gonna help. Fridge grunted and shoved his hands into his jean pockets. Yeah. I know. It's a bloody shame. I nodded. Understatement of the century. Jimmy's death was worse than a shame. It was a tragedy. Jimmy was like a father to Fridge and to me. He had been our mentor. A great man. A brilliant boss. And a friend. I wasn't sure what we were going to do without him. Pretty brutal, Fridge said, lifting his chin to gesture to Sarah Williams, Jimmy's adult daughter, who was still talking to one of the female cops. Her face was pale and tear-stained. Yeah. Imagine finding your father dead in that way, I said. Fridge shrugged. I can't. Rogan knew Fridge wasn't close to his father. But for Jimmy's daughter to have found him first, there couldn't be a worse way to find out someone you loved was gone. You think we should head home? Or... I let my voice trail off. Fridge and I were friends from school. Roommates for, well, forever. Home was a 2-bedroom apartment, 10 minutes drive out of the city. I think we should hang here a bit longer, Fridge said, gazing over at Jimmy's daughter once more. I nodded, looking at Sarah, then back at Fridge. I'd never seen him look at anyone, especially not a woman, like that before. Like he didn't dare look away in case she disappeared. Even as my brows rose, I realized I didn't blame him. Despite the tragedy of the circumstances, the male part of me, and definitely the wolf part of me, recognized a beautiful female with shifter genes when I saw one. In fact, there was more to it than that. Something deeper. But I couldn't put my finger on it right now, and with my grief over Jimmy rising up like a wave to swallow me, I didn't think I could work it out tonight. Maybe tomorrow, after some sleep. I agree, I said, and grabbed a few chairs for us to collapse into. Let's see if she wants a ride home when she's done with the cops. Yeah. Fridge huffed, still staring at her. The vamp might still be around. And until we find out what happened to Jimmy, she may be a target too. I could see the protector in my huge dragon shifter friend come to the forefront. Dragons were notoriously narcissistic, vain and self-centered. And although Fridge did look in the mirror more than most women I knew, he also had a loyal streak a mile wide. I trusted him with my life. I settled onto my chair and took a good look at Jimmy's daughter. I could see so much of him in her, and yet she was so different. She had long dark hair, dark eyes, and spectacularly red lips. She had an innate strength to her that I recognized as being like Jimmy. The way she stood, the way she held herself, everything about her screamed, "Don't mess with me," a vibe that I was sure put off a lot of guys. But those city clothes didn't suit her. That corporate suit and frilly crap wasn't her. I could already tell. And despite the beautiful face and badass posture, I could sense the softness beneath. Her femininity, but even that didn't detract from her strength. Despite the ugly suit and clothes that covered far too much flesh, her rounded tits and firm ass were obvious. Strong, yet feminine. Kinda perfect.
Chapter 3. Sadie. The police came quickly and interviewed all 3 of us. It was all a complete blur. I just wanted their questions to end, but they kept asking more. My brain hurt and my throat ached from holding in my tears. After what felt like hours and hours, the police finally left, and someone was handing me a hot mug with steam rising off the top. It's a hot chocolate in case you don't drink coffee. I glanced up and wrapped my hands gratefully around the mug being offered to me. It was the wolf shifter. I didn't know his name. I sat in my dad's chair in his office, trying to piece together what was left of my life. I huffed out a strained laugh. I'm a lawyer, so I usually take coffee via IV drip, but you made the right call considering the time of night. I sighed. Not that I'm going to get any sleep tonight. I put the mug to my lips, vaguely remembering that I'd been hungry before I arrived. Dinner. I'd been going to have dinner with Dad. I tamped down the grief that threatened to swamp me. I could manage the hot chocolate. Just But food was the last thing on my mind now. "Thank you," I said belatedly. I drank, registering the intense sweetness but not really caring. He glanced at the door, then at me. Did he want to leave? I waved my hand at him. "Please don't let me keep you. I'm sure you have a life to get back to." Whereas my life as I'd known it was over. My father had been the center of everything for so long. I didn't even know how to contemplate living without him. "Ah, we don't really," he said. "We?" I repeated, just as the big blonde guy walked in. I perked up, addressing them both. "Oh hey. I should thank you both for your help tonight." My brain skittered away from the image of them turning my father over to expose his pale, dead face. "I'm not sure I would have handled everything without you," I added, hoping my voice sounded normal. The coroner had taken my dad's body away to the morgue, and now that the cops had left, these guys probably wanted to get out of here fast. The wolf shifter sat down in one of the chairs opposite the desk. We didn't get to actually introduce ourselves before. "I'm Rogan and this is Fridge. We worked for Jimmy." "Fridge?" I asked, glancing at the blonde. I kind of got the reference. He was bloody built. I hoped it was a nickname though. Amazingly, the blonde guy flushed, his cheeks pinkening. "My real name is Travis. But I hate my given name." I smiled. "Yeah, I get that. I'm Sarah. Sarah Williams. But my dad always called me Sadie." My eyes and nose tingled with tears at the reference, but I wasn't going to stop talking about him just because it made me cry. Not now. Not ever. "So?" Rogan glanced at Fridge and back to me. "Sadie?" I blinked away the tears and attempted a smile. "Yeah, you can call me Sadie. Only my corporate life people called me Sarah, and I'd never really liked it. The name was too proper, too English. It ignored that part of me that my father had cultivated. The part that could gut a man with precision and speed." I glanced at the blonde guy with the nickname Fridge. "What sort of shifter are you? I haven't been able to work it out." Rogan laughed. "You know what I am then?" I nodded. "Yeah. That was easy." I glanced back at Fridge, the man with blonde spiky hair, bright green eyes, and muscles bulging out of every part of his black tank top. He was extremely fit. Exactly the sort of guy my father liked to hire. And that, I usually like to look at. Normally it would be a wow moment. Tonight, I banked the knowledge that these guys were hot, but that was as far as it went. "We don't generally tell people," he began. I nodded in understanding. In the city, the paranormals I knew tried to ignore their genetic makeup. Myself included. We all held tightly to our human sides, and other than enjoying the speed and stamina that came with shifter blood, very few of us actually indulged our animals and let them out to roam. It was too uncomfortable. Too beastly. I still wanted to know what he was. Then an idea occurred to me, and I couldn't stop the smile that spread over my face. "I totally understand," I said, running a hand over the edge of my father's desk. "I'll just look it up in my dad's files. I know he'll have your information around here somewhere." I made a show of checking through the top drawer of Dad's desk, and Rogan laughed. "She's got you there." Fridge grunted. "I guess. I'm a dragon." I slid to the edge of my seat. I knew those emerald eyes of his indicated something strong. A purebred. Pure dragons were as rare as hen's teeth nowadays, with everyone breeding with humans in order to assimilate. I knew a few powerful men with some dragon in them, but it was usually a quarter blood strength or less. Dragons were powerful, but they could also be temperamental and flighty. Fridge froze for a moment, as though considering his options, then nodded. I shivered in sympathy for the emotions and pheromones he was emitting into the room. He was nervous, tense, as if he believed I might use the information against him. I stood so that I wasn't looking up at them quite as much as I was while seated. "I know you guys trusted my dad, and I know that without even asking because he was the best man on the planet. So please trust me when I tell you I will take your secrets to the grave, just as my father would have done. I may look like I gestured down to my plain black pencil skirt and white blouse, stuck-up corporate chick, but I was raised by my father. I promise you can trust me. The atmosphere relaxed immediately, like a balloon deflating. Okay, Fridge replied, and I think he believed me. And if he didn't? Well, I couldn't worry too much about that. If it came down to a fist fight with the guy, I would lose. Most people would lose a fight with a purebred dragon. They were strong and fierce, and super protective of those they loved. Did he have someone special in his life? Someone he would protect with his life? Why did my mind go there? I shook myself. Anyway, thank you both again for sticking around, but you can go home now. Rogan tapped on the desk. Will you be running the show from now on? I stared at him for a minute, trying to understand what he'd just asked. My brain still felt sluggish with shock. What do you mean? The business. Are you going to sell it? Take it on yourself? Or close it down, which I wouldn't recommend. It's a great business. I sat down again in my dad's executive chair and motioned to them to do the same. Sit. Please. They did, then Rogan grimaced. I'm sorry, I should have left that question until another time. You already have so much to process and deal with. I waved my hand at him. No, it's a relevant question, and I don't mind being distracted at a time like this. To be honest, I haven't even considered. I trailed off. I'd never even thought about my father not working. Both men waited, giving me a moment to gather myself. Well, I'd never close it down. Dad loved this business. Built it up from nothing. But finding someone to replace him. I whistled through my teeth and shook my head. How was I ever going to get through this? Fridge chuckled softly, and there was sympathy in the sound rather than mirth. Yeah, we know. That would be impossible. Jimmy was 1 in a million. I managed a smile. That's understating it. In a city of 5 million people, he was far rarer than 1 in a million. I know this is a weird question. Rogan began, and I turned to look at him, my heart kicking out again in recognition of another wolf shifter. And something else underlying that pull that I hadn't worked out yet. I certainly hadn't had this reaction to any other wolf shifters I'd met. I shrugged off the strange thoughts and feelings. Ask away. What weird question? What else was I going to do tonight? Go home to our empty apartment and cry for the next week? I set my jaw, determined not to fall apart. We all always wondered how he was so strong. You know, as a half-human, half-wolf shifter combo. He could beat almost any full shifter in a fight, and technically that should be impossible. He trailed off, and I leaned back in the leather chair, letting a moment of happiness trickle over me. Well, that's a bit of a secret, I said, relaxing back in the chair. The two men's close proximity was making me feel strange, almost like nothing was worrying me or nothing else mattered. Which was odd, given the circumstances. Probably the shock of the evening's events. Maybe I was running out of adrenaline and about to crash and burn. I stared at the men. But I've asked you to trust me, so I suppose I need to do the same in return. They leaned forward. But you can't tell anyone else, I said, making sure both of them nodded in agreement before I began. I really shouldn't have told them this, but what did it matter now? The two people this secret involved, my parents, were both dead. I was officially an orphan. Are you going to tell us that he just trained more than anyone else? Worked harder? Wanted it more? Because that's what he used to tell everyone, Fridge said with a grin. I shook my head. No. A witch gave my dad a gift a long time ago. A spell to increase his shifting powers to that of a full shifter. Then he worked his ass off, of course, to be the best he could be. That was just his way. Add in his intelligence and cunning, and my dad was unbeatable. Well, he had been unbeatable. I swallowed, forcing the image of his body out of my mind. Both men stared at me like I was crazy. But witches are All but extinct. I know, I finished for them. Then I shrugged. It's the truth. But how did he? A shiver of warning and unease moved over my neck, making the hairs stand on end. That was the part of the story I couldn't reveal. Let's just say he was pretty convincing when he was younger. Of course, it all happened before I was born, so I can't give you the full details. I could. I knew the story, but the complete truth endangered my life, and I'd promised never to reveal it to anyone. Ever. Rogan chuckled. I didn't think it was possible, but my respect for Jimmy just went up a notch. Fridge nodded. Yeah, me too. I couldn't help but laugh at the surprise on their faces. I let the happy feeling roll through my grief-stricken body. It felt good for a few seconds to experience enjoyment. I wiped at the tears that had fallen onto my cheeks. Yeah, well, I already knew he was amazing. I stood up, swaying on my feet. I think it's time we all headed home. I squinted at the clock on the wall. It was after midnight. We'll walk you home, Fridge said as both men got to their feet. I gaped at him. Seriously? I'm fine, I said, gathering my belongings. Trust me. Fridge shook his head and Rogan said, either we walk with you or 10 feet behind you. Those are your only two options, I'm afraid, Sadie. A part of me hated the whole caveman routine, especially when I knew how well I could look after myself. But the logical part, my mother's contribution to my DNA, realized that the trauma of losing Dad had probably not quite kicked in fully yet. I was better off not arguing. Okay, I said. But it's not far. Dad had purchased an apartment property and a good commercial building within a short distance of each other. That's fine, Rogan said. I looked at him for a moment, noticing the set of his jaw and the tension in his shoulders. He had been expecting a fight, but he didn't need to worry. I wasn't in the mood for fighting tonight. I'll just lock up and meet you downstairs then, I said. The men nodded, and then clomped down the stairs and out toward the front door. I sighed as the silence settled around me. What was I going to do with the business? With all the men who worked for Dad? I couldn't replace him, could I? Although I could easily run the business side of things, and some of the training, I'd need to hire some specialized staff if I wanted the same, high-quality advantages my father had provided. Was there any reason why not? I could subcontract some of the work out, and do the rest. Couldn't I? If I wanted to. What about my career? The one I'd busted my butt for. I shook myself and started walking around the building, locking doors, turning off lights. My gaze was drawn to the place on the floor by the back door where I'd found my father's body. Why? Why had a vampire killed him? It made no sense. My father was a respected man in this city. A large and intimidating force. Why take him out? Just why? I sighed as I moved to the front of the workshop. I had a key to the main door, and the code to the alarm. I'd always had those. But as I armed the security, then pulled the front door shut and locked it, it somehow felt like the end of an era. I wasn't here, locking up for my dad as I had done on occasion in the past. I wasn't going home to see his bright face, alight with stories of his day. My dad was gone and he wasn't coming back. I still couldn't wrap my head around it. Not properly. Not yet. I feel so numb, I said aloud, leaning my forehead against the door for a moment. Rogan and Fridge were standing on the street, shuffling uncomfortably on their feet as they watched me. I glanced up. Damn. Men. I forgot. Not great with feelings. Shit, sorry. Didn't actually mean to say that aloud. Rogan cleared his throat. It's all good. I just wish there was more we could do for you. I smiled. That was a beautiful thing to say, really. It felt genuine. You've already done more than enough, but thanks. I indicated that we should walk up the street, and together we began to move. Do you guys live together? I asked, though I was pretty sure they did. From the way they moved and spoke, their connection was obvious. And I was pretty sure it wasn't because they were lovers. There was something in the way they both looked at me that gave the impression they were very definitely hetero when it came to loving in the bedroom. Yeah, Fridge answered as they flanked me, one on each side. Isn't that unusual? I asked, glancing up at one, then the other, my heart beating unnaturally fast. Wolves usually stuck with their own, and dragons were solitary creatures. Or so I'd been told. When neither of them answered, I looked pointedly at Rogan, who shrugged, then shoved his hands in his jean pockets. What do you mean? I know no one really shifts anymore, but don't a wolf and a dragon clash? Fridge chuckled on my other side. Yeah, like crazy, but we've been friends since school, and I haven't had a reason to get rid of him yet. Rogan moved behind my back, and from the sounds of flesh thudding and a few grunts, I assumed they were playfully fighting. I kept walking, shaking my head and smiling at their antics. It was only 5 blocks to my apartment, and the night air was clearing my head a little, which was good. The guys jogged to keep up with me, chatting about a case they were currently working on together. I let their chatter settle around me, and it was nice for once not to have to talk. They must be a good team to live and work together. That was often the biggest test of any relationship, romantic or otherwise. Often, the time together had you growing together, and other times it split you apart. We arrived at my building and I glanced up, tension catching in my throat. I was going home to an empty apartment, for the first time ever. Ah, this is it. Thanks for the escort home. We'll walk you up, Fridge said, and I put a hand out to stop him. It's really fine. Neither of them said anything to rebut me, but neither of them moved away either. I waited, but soon realized they weren't going anywhere. Stubborn asses. I rolled my eyes and reached forward to pass the keycard over the entrance door. Fine. But you're both being silly. I stomped into the building, and they quickly followed as I moved to the stairs. We live on the first floor. It's just 1 flight up. Great, Rogan said, waiting patiently for me to go ahead of them. Arg. You guys are being way overprotective. But considering the night I've just had, I guess it's not a terrible thing. Thank you. I marched up the stairs and froze on the landing. The entry door to my highly secure apartment was wide open, and I was 100% certain that my dad wouldn't have left it like that when he headed out this morning. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, causing a shiver of fear to pulse down my spine. What the hell? Chapter 4. Sadie. Is that door supposed to be open? Rogan asked, though from the dark tone in his deep voice he already knew the answer. I shook my head. For the past 20 years, since I was 3 years old and my mom died, my dad and I had lived alone. Dad was currently on his way to the city morgue, and I was standing on the first floor landing feeling stupefied. The 2 men who'd escorted me home moved in front of me with practiced stealth. Fridge leaned down and pulled a concealed weapon from his ankle, a lovely-looking sharp knife. Rogan had a pistol in his hand, though I had no idea where he'd pulled it from. Let's go, Rogan said. They walked in before me, and I was glad they were armed. If there was a bad guy still in there, I bloody hoped Fridge or Rogan got him. I crept in after them and went straight for the kitchen. My dad had knives hidden all over the apartment, but my favorite was under the table. I reached under the large dark wooden tabletop and pulled the weapon out of the box mounted to the underside, the deadly piece finding a comfortable place in my palm. Suddenly, I felt less helpless. I hefted the weapon. It was nicely balanced. Sadie, Rogan called out from the other room, and I followed the sound of his voice. There didn't seem to be much damage done to the apartment. No flipped couches, no pulled out or appended drawers. This was obviously not a normal burglary. Then I stepped into my dad's study, his home office, and the sight that met my eyes there was a completely different story. Dad usually kept this room locked. What the hell? I stared at the mess that was my father's home workspace. The door hung off its hinges, splinters of wood all over the carpet. The filing cabinets had been completely emptied. Every organized drawer and shelf was a mess, the contents all over the ground. Papers and ledgers were strewn everywhere, and his small laptop was missing. Someone had been looking for something, but what were they looking for? Is this why Dad locked his office? Was there something extremely precious inside? Dad was a bit of a Luddite. Hated modern technology. Phones. Computers. But he had accepted that they were an integral part of running a business. So he had his one small laptop at home, but kept paper files of everything as well. What the hell were they looking for? I said aloud, although I suspected the two men who were now standing beside me didn't have an answer. I looked at them and they both shrugged. No idea, Rogan said. I frowned. In over 20 years in the game, he's never had an issue with theft of information. Not that I knew of, anyway. But that was definitely something to check. Rogan moved toward the door. I'm going to secure the apartment entrance. Before I could stop him, he hurried out of the room, leaving me alone with Fridge. A moment later, the front door shut and the locks clicked into place. Good idea, I should have done that. Fridge began to lift furniture back up, righting the room. I put my hand out to stop him. Wait. Should we leave it? Call the police? Fridge shook his head. I don't think they're gonna get any fingerprints or DNA. I cocked my head at him. Interesting assumption. How come? Can't you smell it? I inhaled sharply, but couldn't smell anything out of the ordinary. I was only 1/4 wolf shifter. My senses weren't that strong. No, should I? No. And that's the point. All shifters leave a scent, as do humans. Whoever was here was as sterile as a hospital room. Our gazes met with a clash of intensity. Vampire, we said at the same time. Shit. So, you think the same person who killed Dad came here and tried to find whatever he or she was looking for? I asked as I tried to put together the few pieces we knew. Frid shrugged. Maybe, but it could be multiple people, not just one. Perhaps part of an organization, and they hit both places at once. You never know. The question is, though, what were they looking for? I had a headache. One that had begun hours ago, but was now pounding to the point that seeing straight was becoming a problem. I tugged at my hair, pulling the pins and elastics out of my bun until my dark hair fell in waves down to my shoulders. I sighed with relief and ran my fingers along my scalp, massaging the tender skin. The pain from my rigid hairstyle that was now released made me wish I'd removed the pins earlier. Fridge wasn't moving, and as my gaze swung over to him, I found him staring at me as though he would swallow me whole if he had the chance. I could feel it in my gut, in my veins, between my legs. The connection, the attraction, the what the hell was this thing? I cleared my throat, suddenly uncomfortable, and it wasn't because Fridge's stare repelled me. Quite the opposite, in fact. I had to fight the urge to flick my hair and smile flirtatiously, which was so inappropriate in the circumstances it made my stomach ache. I couldn't understand what was happening to me. Was this urge to get closer to Fridge the result of stress? You okay? I asked him. My wolf's ability to scent, which wasn't that impressive, had suddenly picked up on the mating pheromones he was now emitting into the room. Ah, yeah, sorry. I was just thinking about your dad and who might have done this, he said. I knew it was a lie, but I let it slide. He was so above board. I mean, he had so many opportunities to deal drugs, bribe the cops, work with the worst of society just for financial gain, but he didn't. He had an impeccable reputation in every way. Your dad garnered respect, not enemies. I don't get this at all. He gestured to the room and shook his head. I gaped at him. That was the most he'd spoken in one go, and I was glad they were all positive and focused on my father. But how should I respond? I didn't realize all that, but I appreciate the sentiment. I knew my dad was a good guy, but we'd never really discussed how easy it would have been for him to slide into the dark side of the law. I thought being a bounty hunter walked the line enough anyway. Rogan appeared in the doorway, gun in hand. He glanced between us, and then slid the weapon into a concealed holster on his back. He grinned. "Don't worry. I've got a license to carry." I smiled. Not that I cared at this point, but it was nice to know. "But do you have silver bullets?" I asked, only half joking. It was one of the only things that stopped vampires. Silver didn't kill them, but it slowed them down long enough to be staked. He grinned, his smile as devastating as the scent of Fridge's pheromones. My belly quivered and my pulse sped up. Shit. This is not what I need right now. Rogan nodded. Of course. All my bullets are silver. Expensive, but they take down all manner of paranormal creature. Wouldn't want to come up against a vampire with lead only. He cocked his head at me. You all right, Sadie? Not really. I hadn't dated anyone in forever. I compared every man to my dad, and they were always found lacking. But the last thing I needed was to find two guys I wanted. Especially on the day of my dad's murder. It was just too much. My dad's what? My dad's? Oh my God, I said, my knees giving out from under me. I staggered sideways, and only just managed to get to a chair and collapse into it. It just hit me, I said, staring off into the distance. My eyes blurred as darkness threatened around the edges of my vision. What? What's happened? Rogan rushed over and knelt down so he was eye to eye with me. Fridge hovered nearby. I forced my eyes to focus, to see the face of the wolf shifter before me. It just sunk in. Dad was murdered. That sounded so much worse than if he just died. And the police aren't going to be able to find the killer, are they? I looked straight at Rogan. He swallowed hard. Probably not. Vamps are exceptionally hard to track. They have no blood. No DNA, no fingerprints. No way. I couldn't let this stand. I couldn't. The person or corporation responsible for my father's death had to pay for what they'd done. I got up out of the chair and began to pace the small room, my heart beating harder and my mind racing. I'll take a month of leave from work and investigate this myself. I had to work out what to do with Dad's company anyway, since I had no idea about the bounty hunter business. I was sure I could find someone to help me run it for a month, even if it was one of the men in the room with me. Or both of them. Rogan pushed to his feet. We'll help you. Hell yeah, Fridge said, moving to stand next to Rogan. I stopped pacing and turned to them, feeling guilty for imposing on them. You don't need to do that. Although, I could use some help sorting Dad's business out in the interim. Rogan and Fridge's jaws set in an identical way that indicated matching stubborn streaks. I almost laughed. Fridge narrowed his eyes at me. We're investigating this, no matter what, Sadie. We can either do it together with you, or set up a separate investigation. I opened my mouth to tell him where to go, then shut it again. Wouldn't a couple of bounty hunters, who were used to finding people, be an advantage to me? Sometimes being stubborn wasn't the smartest way to get things accomplished. Okay, I said softly. Thanks, but I'm gonna need assistance with the business side of things as well. Rogan nodded. That's fine. We'll be here for everything you need. I studied him, surprised by the vehemence in his tone. Not that I'm ungrateful, but why are you guys so interested in helping me? My dad was their boss, not blood. Surely they didn't feel any strong loyalty to him. Perhaps it was their jobs they were trying to protect. Jimmy was a great man, Fridge declared in an emotional way that had his voice husky before he cleared it with a rough cough. He's helped me out of more scrapes than I can tell you. He helped us find an apartment when we moved to the city. Made sure we kept our jobs even when there was little or no work, Rogan added. I stared at them. Did my dad really inspire people outside of my family, the way he did me? Rogan shook his head, continuing his speech. He did not deserve to go down like that, and we're gonna catch the assholes who did it and make them pay. Something shifted in the air around us, and I shivered. It was the witch in me that sensed it. The magic, the bond, the promise. Oh no. Please, not that. Not now. It's not the right time. I swallowed hard and focused on the conversation. I told myself it wasn't true what the voices inside my mind were whispering to me. It wasn't. It had to be something else they were talking about. A binding contract between us all, perhaps? Yes. That must be it. I clenched my hands in front of me. So you're saying you'll help me? With the business, finding Dad's killer, and everything? Of course, I'd have to deal with his estate and the funeral, and so many other terrible things. But if I had two allies, then navigating those tumultuous waters would be so much easier. Less daunting. They both nodded, and I shivered again. I wasn't casting a spell, and as shifters, they had no power to do so. But I could feel the promise of something special teetering on the edge of a true casting, and I had to see it to completion. I need to hear you say it, I said. Rogan clenched his hands into fists. Yes, I'll help you. With everything you need. Fridge nodded. Of course. Anything for Jimmy's daughter. And there it was. My eyelids fluttered, and a shiver of magic worked over my skin, through my core and into my heart. The blackness that had begun at the edges of my vision a few minutes earlier was now beginning to consume me. I was going to pass out. Damn it. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't find anything to grip onto. I staggered forward, toward the worried sounds of the men in front of me, and I fell into the darkness.
Chapter 5. Fridge. I dove forward and scooped Sadie into my arms. She weighed even less than I'd anticipated. She was so tiny in comparison to us, but clearly had an underlying toughness. She'd have to if she'd been raised by Jimmy, which made her sudden collapse all the more surprising. I hoisted her up against my chest and held her tightly. What the hell happened to her? I demanded, glancing over at Rogan. Maybe he'd know. I have no idea, Rogan said, his voice angry and frustrated. I wouldn't have thought she'd be the type to faint easily. Neither would I. Where should I put her? I asked, looking around for a safe space. Should I try to find her bedroom? I shuddered. That wouldn't send the right message, and we wanted her to trust us. I don't know. The couch, maybe, Rogan said. Good a place as any. I placed her as gently as possible down on the massive leather couch. Jimmy had been a big guy, and the furniture showed it. I stepped back and stared down at the sleeping beauty before me. But I was no prince, and neither was Rogan. How are we going to wake her up? I have no idea. Rogan sat down on the couch and gently lifted her head and placed it on his thigh. Carefully, I guess. I glared at him and sat down at the opposite end of her, putting a hand on her leg. She wasn't Rogan's, and she certainly wasn't mine, and yet I was feeling extremely possessive toward her. I didn't want Rogan to touch her, but I also had no right to stop him either. But I couldn't withdraw my hand. It felt wrong to be disconnected from her. Rogan stroked the side of her face gently, and a soft sigh fell from Sadie's lips. Was she still unconscious? Or was she playing us? When she didn't stir, I assumed she was indeed asleep. I glanced up at Rogan. So how are we going to catch a vampire killer? You know it's practically impossible. Rogan shrugged. Someone had to order the hit. We can call Shadow. Get him on the case. I raised an eyebrow. You want to call in help? Since when did Rogan want to outsource? Though if he felt he had to, I guess Shadow was a damn good option. Why not? He asked. Anything to find Jimmy's killer. I nodded. True. Then we take them down. Together. Rogan gazed down on the woman between us and sighed, running a hand softly over her dark hair. Yep. Together. Something twanged inside my chest and I clenched my jaw against it. I could feel the call of family. Of a bond I'd avoided for as long as I could remember. But I couldn't work out where it was coming from. From Rogan? From Sadie? From this apartment where the man I loved like a father had lived for so long? I think she's waking up.
Chapter 6. Sadie. I woke up with my head in someone's lap, and the cool leather of the couch beneath my fingertips. I think she's coming around, a voice said. Fridge. The timbre of his voice deep and mellow. Sadie? You okay? That was Rogan, and he was whispering to me for some reason. I blinked a few times, gathering my brain cells back together, then forced myself to open my eyes. A part of me wanted to stay blissfully passed out, being held. Safe and oblivious. When I finally pried my eyelids open, I found that my head was resting in Rogan's lap. Strangely, I wasn't surprised. There had been something about him that suggested a softer side, though I suspected most people would never see that part of him. Though how I could deduce that when the guy was probably 6'2" and 200 pounds of muscle, I wasn't sure. Yeah. I'm okay. I tried to sit up, but my body felt like it was made of jelly. I fell back onto Rogan's lap. Can you help me up? Fridge was standing beside us. He reached down, grabbed my hands, and gently pulled me up into a sitting position. My head still spun, but it was better to be upright. Whoa. I blinked quickly multiple times. Fridge handed me a glass of water he must have gotten from the kitchen while I was passed out. You okay? Need something to eat? I quirked a brow at him. You cook? He choked out a laugh and pulled out his cell phone. I order Uber Eats with the best of them. My stomach growled in response, and despite the fact there was food in the fridge, something greasy and hot sounded perfect. Can you please get me a burger or pizza? Or both? Rogan laughed. You certainly have some shifter in you. I smiled and leaned back against the headrest. I did, of course, have shifter genes. But even so, I didn't usually eat junk food. I couldn't count on my shifter metabolism like a lot of full-bloods, or even half-bloods could. But tonight, I was going to make an exception. Fridge tapped away on his phone, then lifted his head and grinned. It will be here in about 15 minutes. Perfect, I said, smiling, though all my energy had drained away. Rogan was still sitting next to me on the massive sofa, and Fridge took a seat in my dad's recliner opposite us. I opened my mouth to tell him not to sit there, that it was my dad's chair. No one else was allowed to sit there. But I clamped my jaw shut. My dad was gone, and that was the last thing I should be saying to a man who hadn't left my side since the worst trauma of my life had occurred. Especially since I had realized he was my fated mate. I groaned and hung my head. Of all the timing. What's wrong? Rogan asked, running a hand over my arm. I shivered with longing. He retracted his hand, and I couldn't stop the bitter laugh that bubbled up and out. Why did this have to happen now? I'd hoped the little whispers of magic were wrong. They'd been getting stronger all night, telling me these men were important. But I'd hoped it was only the bond of a shared purpose that would connect us. No, it was so much more than that. I'd fainted, and while I'd been passed out, the magic had woven even tighter inside me. Now that I was awake, I knew the truth as clearly as I knew my own name. I didn't have just one fated mate. I had two. And they were both currently sitting in the living room with me. The only question was, should I tell them? Tonight was not the night for lies or omissions of fact, because they were certainly going to find out soon enough. The bond was too strong to deny. Why did you faint, Sadie? Are you unwell? Or is it just because of shock, and everything that happened tonight? Rogan's tone was gentle. I looked from one hot man to the other. Why and how did I have two fated mates? I couldn't conceive of such a thing. No one had told me it was even possible to have more than one. I have so much to tell you guys. I began. Fridge leaned back in my dad's dark leather recliner. Surprisingly, the urge to tell him not to sit there had receded. We've got all night, he said. Hit us with it. Well, should I divulge the long-hidden secret of my witch abilities? How could I tell them about the promise, without revealing who I was, though? Do you believe in fated mates? The men recoiled like I was a snake about to strike. The temperature in the room dropped about 20 degrees. Damn, that was fast. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Freaking men and their fear of commitment. I'll take that as a no. How was I going to explain that they were both my fated mates if they weren't open to the possibility, let alone the concept? Rogan cleared his throat. Well, no. I don't, Fridge said, his voice booming like it was amplified on purpose to make sure I knew exactly how he felt about that topic. I shrugged. Okay. There was a long, drawn-out pause. Okay? That's all you're gonna say? Rogan asked. I turned to him. What do you want me to say? You answered my question. I'm not pushing my thoughts on you. I barely know you. And if you idiots aren't smart enough to realize that there's more to our connection than animal magnetism, then the joke's on you. The doorbell rang and Fridge got up to answer it. I stumbled to my feet and pulled out some glasses and plates from the kitchen, not sure exactly what he'd ordered. When he came back in, I was arranging the plates on the table. He dumped pizza boxes next to the dinner plates, along with a plastic bag. Despite still being frustrated with them, I wasn't going to let it get in the way of my very late dinner. We'd have our whole lives to deal with the ramifications of our fated mate bond. What you get? I asked, peering into the bag. What you asked for. Burgers and pizzas. And Coke, of course. He pulled a couple of bottles of soft drinks out from under his arms, and we all sat down to a high-calorie feast. Thank you, I said. We chowed down on the food, my ravenous body loving the greasy burgers, extra cheesy crust, and sweet bubbles to wash it all down. We barely talked while we ate, but chomped away in companionable silence. When I'd finally gotten my fill, I pushed the plate away and covered my mouth while I burped, and the men snickered. That was so good. I have cash in my bag. Fridge waved his hand. My treat. Can't have you fainting again. I rubbed my bulging belly and sighed. Well, I certainly feel better. Thank you. I cleared away the plates we'd barely used and closed my eyes, swaying on my feet. Damn, I was tired. Beyond tired. I think I need to go to bed. I glanced at the guys, who were still sitting on their chairs staring at me. Didn't they understand that meant it was time to leave? They looked at each other, but didn't say anything. They wanted to stay with me? Seriously? I sighed. We had a massive apartment for 2 people, so if they wanted to, they could certainly sleep over. There's a spare bedroom and the couch is comfy if you guys want to crash, I said, leaning against the doorway. Dad always liked having space for people to drop by. Not that we had a lot of visitors, but Dad's family was huge, so he made sure we had room for them to stay when they did call in. There was a pull-out couch in his study too, but that wasn't habitable at the moment. That would be great, Rogan said, putting the lids back on the 2 pizza boxes that still had slices in them. I'd feel more comfortable staying, in case anyone comes back. Me too, Fridge said, collecting the rubbish. Where do you want this? I crossed into the kitchen and opened the closet where the trash can resided. Here, please. When everything was put away, the guys lingered around me, watching and waiting. I could barely keep my eyes open. I wondered if it was my body's way of coping with the grief. If I was asleep, I wouldn't feel the hollow emptiness every time thoughts of my dad popped into my head. I had better organize where the guys were going to rest before I ended up sleeping where I fell. Okay, who wants the bed? I asked. Fridge said, I'll take the couch. He glanced at the front door, as though he'd rather be closer to the entrance of the cage. Classic dragon. Done. I'll get you some blankets. Rogan, come with me. Rogan followed me down the hall to the end, where I pushed open the door to the rarely used guest room. The bed's comfy, or so I've been told. He walked into the room and glanced around. This is great. Thank you. He stood next to the bed, his intense blue eyes staring at me, his dark locks tumbling over his forehead. My breath caught in my throat and my chest tightened. There was something so forceful about this man. I wasn't sure if it was the fated mate link, his wolf shifter genes, or his personality, but my whole body shivered with need whenever he was nearby. Sadness flowed through me at the notion he'd rejected any such attraction before it had a chance to shine. "Well, good night," I said, unable to think of anything more coherent. "I suppose I'll see you in the morning." He nodded and began to undress, pulling at the buckle on his belt. My body reacted with a twist and jolt, deep inside. I pulled the door shut before I said or did anything stupid. I walked over to the blanket closet and rested my forehead on the door. Why? Why now? I should be bawling my eyes out, an utter mess about my father's death. But instead, I had two fated mates willing to fight by my side, while we made those who were responsible pay. If this was my dad's, or mom's for that matter, idea of a good way of distracting me from the fact my life was irrevocably changed, they were doing a good job of it. Get a move on. I pulled open the door to the closet, grabbed a spare pillow and a couple of blankets, and headed back to the living room. Travis Fridge was different to Rogan. Even though my genetics didn't recognize him the same way they did Rogan, the fated mate link was still there. In fact, the connection was almost stronger, simply because it was so different. Our attraction was so deep I could barely think straight, and I had an intense desire to watch him shift, then tuck myself beneath his wings and never leave him. I shook my head just before I stepped back into the living room. I was usually stubbornly independent, and had never felt this way about a man before. This need to be protected, to feel safe, was the way I had always assumed it would feel with a mate. To want to give him babies, and allow my mate to protect them as well as me. Oh. My. God. Just stop it. When I stepped back into the room, Fridge had disposed of his jeans and tank top, standing about in only a tight pair of black cotton boxer briefs. He was every woman's wet dream, with massive shoulders, ripped abs, and sparkling green eyes and a beautiful, rugged face. I staggered forward, throwing the pillow and blankets that I held in my arms at him. Here. He caught them, and instead of holding them in front of his body in a modest manner, he tossed them onto the couch. "You okay?" he asked, his brow furrowing. I kind of wanted to smack him in the face. Well, not really. Actually, I wanted to screw the shit out of him, but that was hardly the way to start a lifetime relationship, nor deal with the grief that shadowed my heart. "I'm fine." My voice was a little strangled, but what the heck? I'd manage words. "Good night." My frustration was running high, and I didn't want to take it out on Fridge. That wouldn't be fair. I turned away, determined to pull my rarely used vibrator out of its hiding spot in my nightstand as soon as I got back to my bedroom. Desire and lust clawed at my insides like a wild animal, and I wasn't sure how I was going to cope with any of this. Especially if these oblivious men were determined to ignore the bond. If they continued to do that, they'd probably end up driving us all insane. Fridge's hand snaked out and grabbed my arm, turning me back to face him. I glared at him and shook off his arm, my skin tingling and heating at his touch. I wanted him, desired him. Need clawed at me. And yet, he had already rejected me. So I needed to get away, before my body exploded in the most embarrassing way. "What is it?" I said, though I was struggling to breathe with his hot skin and gorgeous face so close. "You look strange." His nostrils flared and his eyes widened. So he could smell my desire, huh? "Welcome to the club, buddy." Then his brilliant green eyes darkened and shifted so that his pupils changed to slit like diamonds. His true dragon eyes were suddenly on show. I shivered as he pulled me close, wrapping his other arm around my waist. I couldn't fight his strength, and I didn't want to. He dragged me in until our thighs pressed together, and I had to crane my neck to look up at him. "What is this?" he hissed in a voice I had to assume was his shifter's tone. Almost snake-like, the sound was as creepy as it was lustful. "It's the fated mate link," I whispered. "Whether you believe in it or not. Will you please kiss me, Fridge?" Recognition flared in his eyes. Then anger and disappointment warred with his natural need to take me. Mate with me. Devour me whole in the best way possible. His eyes flickered from human to dragon and back again. He was clearly struggling for control. His jaw clenched, his arms shook, and he snorted as though he were in a real fight. But finally, the human side of him won, and he stumbled backwards, falling down onto the couch. He shook his head, growling softly, apparently conflicted. I used Fridge's rejection to cool the lust pouring through me. Sleep well, dragon, I said, lifting my chin and storming out of the room. Anger overpowered my frustration and began to build as I made my way to my room, so I slammed the bedroom door just to see if it would make me feel better. It didn't. Why had he rejected me? Again. Was it just because he didn't want to believe that the universe had a plan for us all? That the concept of fated mates was true? Well, he could wait now. My cheeks heated as I leaned back against the door. I couldn't believe I had begged him to kiss me. That should have been the last thing on my mind right now. And yet, I had given in to the urge and let the connection pull me in. Believing in it. Believing in us. Until humiliation had won, over desire and a magical bond. He was going to have to beg on bended knee before I offered myself so blatantly again. Fated mate bond or not.
Chapter 7. Fridge. I felt like I'd been smacked sideways. But in this case, I'd been slapped down onto my ass. I sat on Jimmy's large couch, staring off into space, the room now empty and cold. Devoid of the hot little woman who'd just been my whole world. For a few fleeting seconds, I'd known how amazing it felt to have her in my arms. But it wasn't meant to be. It couldn't be. What she was saying was bullshit. It simply wasn't true. Why did I know that? Because fated mates were a myth. A fallacy. A way of driving people together who simply weren't meant to be together for more than a fleeting minute. Sure, we had some amazing chemistry. And damn, did I want to sleep with her. But that was my shifter calling, running the show. And I wasn't going to allow that. Not tonight. Not ever. I was more than my beast. And I wouldn't allow the rules of the shifter world to determine my future. No matter how much I wanted Sadie in my arms and my bed.
Chapter 8. Sadie. Dreams of wolves, dragons, witches, and knives tormented my night. I woke up too many times to count, sweaty, scared, aroused, and annoyed. When daybreak came, I was so relieved to see the end of the dark, I finally fell into a restful sleep. Why the men didn't wake me, I had no idea, but it was close to lunchtime when I opened my eyes and glanced at the clock. Damn, it's late. Gah. I groaned and stretched, reaching for my cell phone that lay on the bedside table. It was totally dead. Of course. No wonder I slept until noon. No alarm. No frantic calls from work wondering where the hell I was. No police wanting to interview me further in relation to my dad. I rolled out of bed and stumbled straight into the shower. Dad had made sure we each had our own private bathrooms, as well as a powder room for guests. It was one of the best features of this apartment. I scrubbed myself clean of the stench of my fitful night's sleep, sweat and arousal nauseatingly intertwined. I even washed my hair. Today was going to need all my energy just to survive. Better to start the day fresh and clean. When I got out of the steamy, hot bathroom, I felt deflated and tired, but my head was clearer, the cloud of depression lifting enough so that I could see myself getting through the day in one piece. I pulled on a pair of panties and a plain t-shirt bra, scowling as I deliberately chose practical underthings out of spite. Damn men. Then I stood in front of my closet, dismissing all the plain corporate gear I wore every day. I was having a month off work at least. If I went back at all. No need to wear any of that boring crap right now. Through the night, my dad's voice had haunted me. The countless times he'd taunted me about my career not suiting me. How he wished I'd chosen to work alongside him. I'd never really taken him seriously when he mentioned it. Even yesterday morning, he'd said it again. After all, his comments had been made in jest, hadn't they? What man wanted his daughter to become a bounty hunter? Well, whether he'd meant to drag me into his world or not, I was jumping in now. With both feet. My dad had spent over 20 years building his business, and I wasn't about to let it go under. Not to mention the fact that his work, or one of his bounties, had to be the reason that he'd been killed. That was no random killing. No unintentional overbleeding. We'd all seen them on the news. A young vampire arrested for overfeeding. It was always messy and stupid and an accident. Vampires didn't need to drain a person to survive. A weekly meal for most vampires was barely a quart of blood. To drain a man the size of my father. I shivered. That took not only an incredibly ravenous appetite, but precision and deliberation. It also just wouldn't have been possible for a young, ravenous, inexperienced vampire to get the drop on my father. Thanks to his natural predispositions and my mother's magical enhancements, his hearing and protection instincts were exceptional. He'd hunted all manner of beasts, including vampires, with success. The creature that had killed him was a professional. And more than likely, extremely old. The older a vampire got, the stealthier and stronger they became. But they did not necessarily get any hungrier. In fact, quite the opposite. Control over their appetite came with age. So why drain him? For his blood, which was not a rare type at all, or to make sure no one brought him back? I added that question to my long list. I stepped into my walk-in closet, looking for an outfit appropriate for battle. I flicked through my pale sweaters, my skin-tight jeans. What did I have? Aha! My old motorcycle leathers. Perfect. I hadn't worn them since college, but fingers crossed they still fit. I was pretty much the same weight I was 5 years ago. I pulled out the outfit and tossed it on my bed. I grabbed a white tank from the drawer, tugged that on, then set about pouring myself into the leather pants. By the time I'd moaned and groaned my way through getting them up my thighs, they looked great, though I was pretty sure I'd need a new pair. Something comfortable to train in. These were strictly for intimidation purposes. The jacket was too big, it always had been. So I just layered up with a see-through mesh black top over the white tank. I'd usually do my hair and apply makeup. Not today. I was dealing with men who didn't want to see me as anything other than Jimmy's daughter. Plus, the tears would come sooner or later. I'd held them in, and now I felt almost numb when I thought of Dad. I knew that wouldn't last, though. And when the dam finally burst, I did not want to look like some horror oil painting. I threw my hair up into a ponytail and opened my bedroom door. Now for coffee and a plan for the day. In the kitchen, Rogan sat at the counter tapping away on his phone. When he heard me, he turned with a smile on his face. "You're awake." I frowned. "You're still here." His smile fell, and I felt a moment of regret for snapping at him. "Sorry?" I gave him a small apology smile, hoping to soften the mood. It wasn't Rogan's fault that his douchebag friend had rejected me so spectacularly last night. Rogan shrugged. "Looks like you're in the same sort of mood that Fridge was in this morning. Something happened between you two last night?" The question surprised me, and I didn't have time to put my normal neutral lawyer face into place. "Ah?" Rogan lifted a single eyebrow. I walked forward, heading straight to the fridge. "What do you mean? What was he like this morning?" I rummaged around for something to eat. Not that I usually ate breakfast, but I felt like I'd need the sustenance today. I chose yogurt and my favorite juice. When I came back out, I plastered a fake smile on my face, trying to keep my attitude light. Or at least, to give that impression to anyone on the outside, looking in. He was in a shit mood. Grouchy, short-tempered, and couldn't wait to get out of here. I thought it was because he'd slept on the couch and had a sore back, but seeing you. I don't think that was it. I shrugged, opening the yogurt and finding a spoon. We had a disagreement before bed. That's all. I poured my juice and gestured to him. "You want something?" He shook his head. "I'm all good." When you're ready, I'll escort you wherever you want to go. I frowned. Escort me? Yeah. We're not leaving your side until this guy or guys are caught. They could be after you too. I huffed out a laugh. I doubt it. I didn't even work with Dad. I had nothing to do with my father's business, and therefore I knew nothing. Plus, if they wanted to use me as leverage to obtain something, who were they going to threaten? There was no one left. Rogan gestured to my outfit. Are you planning on stepping in to take over Hunters? I glanced down, wondering how he'd figured that out so fast. Smart guy. Yeah, why? Then you definitely need our help. I'm sure Hunters is the reason they went after him. Hunters? You have an idea who it is, and why? I sucked on the spoon and continued eating the yogurt, though my heart was beating uncontrollably. Hopefully, the unsettled feelings would stop, especially if Rogan rejected the bond as well. I needed to get back to feeling normal. Whatever my new normal would look like, without Dad in my life. Rogan set down his phone and gave me his full attention. Hunters, because of the kind of cases we all work on. And why? Because Jimmy was a rare man, even among rare men. He had standards and integrity. He couldn't be bought. And that pissed a lot of people off. I knew he had enemies. Dad had always lived like he had a target on his back. Our apartment was full of hidden weapons and alarms. Strangely, none of them seemed to have been triggered last night, something else to sort out. Yeah. I dipped my head. He often told me of run-ins with cops, and even lawyers who were trying to get their clients off by paying people. They tried to bribe him to stop the hunt, erase the bounty. He would never do that. No, he wouldn't, Rogan said. He always got the bad guy. And he held all of his staff to the same high standards. Really? I asked. I'd always assumed Dad would only hire the best, but hearing it from someone on the inside was so much better. Tell me more. One side of Rogan's mouth quirked up. His interview process was vicious, in both physical combat testing and psychological drills. His contract stated that if you were caught taking bribes or didn't report illegal activity, he'd arrest you himself. I could feel my eyes widen, and my eyebrows rose high on my forehead. Wow. Rogan laughed. Oh yeah, he was one tough mother. But he paid really well and made sure we all got along. Because of that, we were all loyal to him. All of us would have fought beside him. Done whatever he asked. Any day of the week. He sighed, as though he'd had his heart broken too yesterday. I felt a pang of sympathy for Rogan and Fridge and all Dad's staff. They'd definitely be hurting, and even though I'd already decided to step up, I knew it wouldn't be the same. Not with the way they'd all obviously liked and respected my father. The logical part of my brain was already firing with the new information. Okay, well, if he was that tough, do you think it's possible it was a former employee, or someone who didn't make it through the training, who might have wanted him dead? A more personal grudge, maybe? My dad could piss people off like no other. He had a heart of gold, but he was a tough man in a tough world, and he didn't tolerate weakness or stupidity. I suppose that's possible. But I doubt it. How come? Your dad didn't hire vamps. Interesting. I knew he had disdain for the species as a whole, but I had just assumed he'd use their skills to his advantage in some way. That surprises me. I tossed the yogurt container and finished my juice before reaching over and flicking on the coffee machine. Why? Rogan asked. Because vamps have advantages I would have thought Dad would want to utilize. Speed, and a natural affinity for the dark, for example. Rogan shook his head. Nah, he said he didn't trust anything that didn't age and had no official expiration date. I burst out laughing, which felt so good I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that sounds exactly like him. I laughed again, enjoying the sensation of happiness that had managed to break through the steel covering I'd placed over my grief. Rogan tapped his fingers on the top of the kitchen counter. So, since it's a vamp, you can probably wipe out the idea that it's an employee. I'd look at the bounty files first. I made myself a coffee and gestured to a second mug. You want one? He nodded. Yeah, why not? Black, please. 2 sugars. Just the same way as Dad liked it. I made him a mug, my hands shaking a little as I poured. Strange. I pushed the drink over the marble countertop toward Rogan. Here you go. Now tell me more about these bounty files. He took the mug, drank a little, then sighed happily. Thanks heaps. Well, basically, they're client files. We get sent bounties to hunt down. Both public and private ones. The files have all the details on the person, their crime, why they need to be picked up and by when, the price for their collar, and any special talents they have in case they turn violent. Which, to be honest, happens in 99% of cases. Most of them come down to a scrap. We aren't chasing good guys. I bit my lip. Okay. So you think it could be one of the vampires Hunters has arrested and turned in? And what do you mean, private bounties? Is that legal? I'd thought bounty hunting was only to bring in people who skipped bail or were wanted by the police. Rogan grinned. Now that is a gray area. A line that Jimmy liked to walk, where lots of others didn't. I leaned forward. Tell me more about that. If Dad was so strict and straight down the line, then... I trailed off. What if my dad had been doing something dodgy? It didn't fit with the guy the first knew. All legal for sure, Rogan said, smiling almost nostalgically. But only just. When someone in the city is looking for someone who has disappeared, you can put out a private bounty for them. There are more rules, of course. Rules against causing injury, and there has to be a valid reason for wanting to locate them. Fraud or abuse, for example. But we took those private bounties, and they paid well. I cocked my head. So hunters didn't just round up bad guys trying to skip town. What sort of clients put out private bounties? I asked, chewing on my lip in thought. Rogan shook his head. I don't know those details. You'd have to check over the files. I had access to everything at Hunters now, so I could. But at a guess, do you mean lawyers maybe? Husbands looking for runaway wives? He shook his head. No. More like some of the big drug companies or the big corporations if they thought someone had snuck off with their designs or shipments. My mouth dropped open. And Dad worked with them? Oh yeah. When I mean drugs, I mean the legit ones. Big pharma. They have too many employees, too much money, and are majorly paranoid about everything. Now my brain began to tick even faster. And they're owned by vamps, aren't they? As most successful companies were nowadays. A vampire's ability to live forever certainly had its advantages. Yes. He looked at me thoughtfully, as if guessing where my brain had led. I picked up my mug and began to plot my afternoon. I had a lot of research to do. Vampires and big pharma. I think we have somewhere to start, I said. I need to go into the workshop, deal with the current order of business, and then we focus on finding my dad's killer. Chapter 9. Sadie. The city streets were busier at lunchtime than I'd expected, but I still didn't regret my choice to walk. I needed to stretch my legs. Rogan walked beside me. His salty male wolf scent tickled my nose, but I wasn't about to complain even though it was a distraction. If you don't mind, I'll drop you at the workshop, then head home to shower and change, he said. I tried not to ogle as I looked up at him. Yeah, of course. But why? His gaze narrowed, then he lifted his arm up to sniff himself. He grimaced and put his arm down again. I stink. Can't you smell me? I didn't reply. He frowned as though he was confused. You are part wolf shifter, right? Yeah, small part, I said slowly. And yes, I can smell you. But it doesn't bother me. We kept walking, and after another block he asked, What do you mean it doesn't bother you? Because you've got a poor sense of smell, or because? We'd almost reached my dad's workshop building, so I stopped on the street and turned to him. May as well find out if this one is a coward too. No. Because you smell good to me. I met his gaze squarely, putting both hands on my hips and staring up at him. He had a good 4 or 5 inches of height on me, but he wasn't as huge as Fridge, and I didn't feel the least bit intimidated. Oh well, you smell good to me too, he managed, though he didn't smile. I waited, but he didn't continue. I flicked my hair back over my shoulder. You know what that means, I assume? I asked, pressing the issue. You grew up with wolf shifter parents? He nodded. Both my parents are half wolf shifter. So that means you know what I'm saying. I wanted him to say it, to acknowledge the link. I still couldn't believe my bad luck in finally finding my fated mates, and they were both scared of admitting to the sacred bond. Or that's how it seemed to me. Sadie? I don't think. I threw my hands up in the air, my voice exploding from me. Oh my God. Not you too. I twisted around to march off, but he grabbed me and pulled me back. Damn, his hands were strong. I didn't try to remove them, wondering if a similar effect would happen to Rogan, my wolf shifter, while he touched me as it had to Fridge, my dragon. He pulled me in close and stared down at me. His blue eyes shifted, silver irises around a large pupil. And when he spoke, his voice was dark and gravelly. I know you're my mate, Sadie, I won't deny that. But we have a murder to solve, a life to build, and a stupid dragon to deal with. He moved his hands around my body and cupped my ass, drawing me into the cradle of his hips. I gasped when the hard ridge pressed into my softness. Okay. So, he definitely wasn't pretending the connection didn't exist. I grabbed for his strong arms to stabilize myself. He dropped his head and pressed his lips to my ear. My eyes closed as he whispered, I won't kiss you here, not with so many people around. I want our first time to be long and thorough and perfect. Not here. Not now. I inhaled sharply, my belly tightening with need. I can't give you the commitment you need right now, Sadie. But I will promise not to leave your side until this is all said and done, and then you can choose if you still want me. Not because your instincts are telling you that you have no choice, but because you want me as your mate. As the father of your pups. Did he just say, the father of my pups? I felt like I was about to swoon, especially when his tongue extended and he licked the sensitive whorl of my inner ear. I shuddered, as close to climax without going over as I'd ever been. And I was on a city street. I gasped and squeezed my legs together, needing him to touch me more than I wanted to breathe, but desperate to try and retain control of myself. This was most definitely not the right time or place for this. Now I'm going to pull back, he said. Not because I want to. God knows I want to bend you over and sink into your wetness right now. Damn. I can smell how hot you are for me. I bit my lip, stifling the squeal that rose in my throat. If he'd just press a little harder, slide his fingers down. Hold on, girl, we haven't even started yet. He stepped back and away from me, holding on to my arms to prevent me from falling over, which I definitely would have done if he hadn't kept a grip on me. I felt drunk. Like there was more alcohol in my veins than oxygen. I could barely open my eyes, and my knees were as weak as rubber bands. Then a loud, booming voice came barreling down the sidewalk at us. What's happened to her? It was Fridge, and before I could stop him, he grabbed my arms too. Oh no. Oh yes? The combined contact with both my mates at the same time pushed me over the edge. Only the tightening grip of my mates kept me standing, and as Fridge pulled me closer to give me a firm body to lean on, I heard the distinctive growl of his dragon deep in his chest. Let her go, Fridge said to Rogan, his voice booming over us. Rogan's hands disappeared, and I fell fully into Fridge's chest, as waves of ecstasy continued to lap at the shores of my long-starved body. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the feelings because Rogan was right. We had a long way to go before we could be together. And that was if we could convince the dragon to be a part of this fated ménage à trois. Are you okay? What happened? Fridge asked urgently. I managed to open my eyes and look up, and his nostrils flared as he scented my need. That was when his self-preservation instincts kicked in, and he stepped back, holding me at arm's length. You? He swallowed hard. I could see the battle with his shifter. The green eyes that flashed to their alternate diamond shape, and back again. He was a purebred dragon. What was he doing in the middle of a city, unable to shift and fly whenever he needed to? Rogan stepped up and put a hand around my waist. Sadie needs to get inside, meet the guys, and do some research. Are you up for that, or you gonna run away again like this morning? I glanced over to see Rogan and Fridge glaring at each other. Interesting dynamic there. Fridge lifted his chin. Where are you going? I need a shower and a change of clothes. I'll be back in an hour. If I can trust her with you. Of course you can trust her with me. Fridge snorted, all indignation and fire. Who do you think you're talking to? The question must have been rhetorical, because Rogan didn't answer. He simply growled low in his throat like a wolf, and stalked away.
Chapter 10. Rogan. Damn Fridge. I shuddered as the heat in my blood rapidly cooled. She had been so ready to mate with me. I could smell it on her. Everything in me, and all of her wolf shifter genes, were ready to hop straight into the sack and make babies. But until Fridge got his shit together, how was I going to manage this? The stupid dragon had put up with a lot of crap in his life. He'd had a shitty childhood, and a rougher adult life than most could imagine. But here she was. The perfect woman, who had connected with both of us, and he was running like a pussy. If I wasn't careful, he was going to screw it up. Not just for him, but for me too. No woman was going to handle being rejected too often by one of her mates. And I wasn't going to lose her, just because Fridge said he didn't believe in fated mates. To me, it was brilliant. The perfect solution to my life. Fate had literally chosen the woman for me, and I was going to drop down on my knees and say thank you. My nights of loneliness, of picking up random tail, were done. Hallelujah. I just had to convince Fridge to forget about his parents' suffering, and grab onto Sadie with both hands. A grin settled on my face as I remembered how hard she'd come with just our touch. She hadn't wanted to, being on the street near her dad's workshop, but she couldn't stop it, not when we both touched her and set off the chain reaction of the fated mate bond. I could only imagine how much she'd enjoy being with us properly. And how much I'd enjoy being with her. Heart to heart. Soul to soul. Mate to mate.
Chapter 11. Sadie. My head was clearing, and my legs were getting stronger. I stepped away from Fridge, and tried not to be embarrassed by what had just happened. Completely normal. Right? I glanced around, wondering if anyone else had seen, then cleared my throat. Would you mind introducing me to the men inside? I began to walk past him, but he grabbed my arms, stopping me from moving an inch further. I shivered, fissions of pleasure skating over my already sensitized nervous system. What was that, Sadie? He asked, his voice deep and slightly snake-like. I flicked my gaze up so that I was looking right at him. Proof that we're fated mates. I waited a heartbeat for those words to sink in, watching the ripple of unease move over his face. You ready to go? He asked. I tugged my arm out of his grip, and walked the last few steps to my father's business ahead of him. Hunters. Otherwise known as the workshop. I placed both palms on the front door and pushed hard. A cacophony of sound hit me all at once. Men everywhere. Talking, training. Moving furniture about. Fridge was right on my tail. I turned to him, surprised by the amount of activity. I was sure this level of movement wasn't normal. What's going on? He inhaled sharply, puffing out his already large chest. Mostly cleanup and checking the infrastructure. I held a meeting early this morning, caught everyone up on what happened last night, and said we couldn't let this happen again. To anyone. The guys are checking the place for bugs, moving things around, and adding more security measures to every door and window in the place. I was surprised by how organized they already were. Did you tell them about me? He nodded stiffly. I told them you'd be coming in to speak to them, but that I didn't know what the plans were for the business. I crossed my arms over my chest. I didn't know enough about the way my dad ran things to guarantee jobs or terms at this point. The enormity of the task ahead suddenly landed heavily on my shoulders. I glanced around. Can we go somewhere to chat for a minute? He nodded, still tense. Of course. Your dad's office, maybe. As good a place as any. Men were beginning to stop work to stare at me, so I lifted my chin and marched up the stairs, making a beeline for my father's office while my skin itched with uncomfortable fire. I wasn't used to such a testosterone-driven workplace. My corporate office was at least 50% male, but they were all lawyers or administrative staff. Nerds in suits. Not 200-pound fighting machines, which my dad had clearly trained these guys to be. It was unnerving. I made my way into my dad's office, waited for Fridge to enter, then shut the door behind him. I didn't want anyone overhearing our conversation. Take a seat, I said. Fridge dropped into the chair nearest the door, but then I didn't know where to sit. My dad's chair seemed wrong somehow, so I just perched in the second client chair opposite the desk. I needed help, and Fridge was the logical place to start. Okay, how much do you know about how the business side of things runs? He cocked his head. You mean the contracts? The pay? What part do you want to know about? I sighed and tugged my hair out of its too low ponytail, then rearranged it again higher. Fridge watched me the whole time. He licked his lips as though hungry. I didn't ask him if he was okay. I knew he wasn't. He was struggling with my proximity, while I was more comfortable physically than I had been in days. Relaxed even. My emotions were a whole other story, but hopefully I had them tucked down tight. I mean everything, I said. Shit, maybe I should talk to the accountant. Fridge sat up straighter. I can get you that number, but I suppose what all the guys want to know is, do they still have a job? I don't know. That depends on so many factors. How is everyone paid? A daily fee? Only when they bring in a bounty? How does it all work? Fridge ran his hand along the arm of the chair. Most of the guys work as contractors. So, they only get paid when they have a contract and fulfill it. But there's a few of us, Rogan and me included, who work here full-time as salaried staff. We help train the new guys, keep order, help out with whatever Jimmy wanted. Okay. It definitely sounded like I needed to speak to whomever Dad had used for financial matters. I needed to know how the business was doing, and if, without my dad, we could find a way to keep the doors open and employees working. Well, I think we should keep everything going exactly as it always has, at least until the end of this month. That'll give me time to talk to the finance people, get through the financials, and organize Dad's funeral and everything. I had to stop and swallow the bile rising in my throat. Dad's funeral, oh God. I never thought I'd have to deal with that. Part of me had believed he'd live forever. The stupidly naive part. Well, I'm pretty sure his will would be stored with his attorney, but he told me once that there's a vault in this room filled with his personal effects, Fridge said, standing up. He took a painting of a night sky and full moon down from one of the walls and revealed a small wall safe. I huffed out a laugh at the small silver door. Just like in the movies. He nodded. I don't know the combination. He never told anyone. But I have the clue, though I have no idea why he gave it to me. I wondered too, though it was becoming apparent that my father trusted Fridge. Rogan too. A lot. Which said a hell of a lot about their character. What's the clue? I asked, standing up and walking over to examine the combination lock. Had my father thought something like this might happen? Was that why he'd made sure Fridge knew where his will was? He said it's the date of the best and worst day of his life. My chest constricted and my breath caught in my throat. I'd heard that expression once a year for most of my life. So the clue was for me. Somehow Dad knew Fridge would tell me. I set my trembling fingers to the dial, thinking about the first number to put in. I was tempted to try my mother's death date, their wedding day, or other dates that I knew were important to him. But I knew the answer to the riddle. I moved the numbers around and around until I finished the year. Then there was a loud click as the safe cracked open. What was it? Fridge asked, and without even thinking, I told him the answer. My birthday. Chapter 12. Sadie. Fridge stared at me, and didn't ask the obvious question, though I could tell by the way his lips twitched that he wanted to know. I pushed open the door and found a pile of cash, 3 thick leather-bound books and a small black jewelry box. I ignored the cash and grabbed the books. On second thoughts, I took the jewelry box out as well. The velvet slid against my hand, and I shivered. Fridge pushed the safe door shut and spun the dial to close it. I walked back to the desk with my treasure. This time I sat in Dad's chair. I placed the books down and stared at the black velvet box. Was it something of my mother's? Something old? Or a new piece he'd bought for a woman in his life? If it was the latter, I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Why was it the worst day of his life? Fridge's voice came at me through the clouds, fogging up my thinking, and I glanced at him. I waved my hands. Sit. He sat back in one of the chairs, and I sighed. Seems odd, doesn't it? I said, because I'd always thought the same thing. He nodded. I smiled, remembering all the nights my dad had said those exact words. I licked my dry lips and began telling the story, strangely relieved to be able to share the precious memory with someone else. Every year on my birthday, he'd sit on my bed and tell me a bedtime story. I took another slow breath and swallowed the emotional lump that rose in my throat. And at the end of the night he'd say, "Do you know that the day you were born was the best day of my life, but also my worst?" Fridge's eyebrows shot up, and I laughed aloud, recalling the fact that I'd felt the same horror as a child. I continued. And I'd say, "You're worse, Daddy." Why? Was I a bad baby? Fridge smiled, and I fought back tears at the memory. At the deep-seated feelings the story brought up in me. He'd say, "Oh no. You were the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." That was the problem. I knew that my life had changed forever. That I finally had something to live for. And that was a problem. Up until that day, I'd never feared death. I knew that one day, it would be my time and I would be happy to go. And with my work, being fearless came with the job. But on the day you were born, I knew that I'd finally found something I couldn't bear to be apart from. I stopped, the tears rolling down my face. I gulped to stem the flow. He was the best dad ever. But I couldn't say it aloud. My throat had closed up, and I could no longer see for the hot tears blurring my vision. I had been so loved in my life. Even after my mother died, I'd never lacked for anything. I knew what it was like to be truly blessed, and for that I was grateful. So grateful. But the pain now, as I sat at my father's desk, and the realization that he was gone hit me, the intensity of those feelings was incredible. Like someone had taken every nerve in my body and grated them over a hot vent. My heart squeezed tight in my chest as my stomach lurched. Tears flowed down my face. I pushed my hands into my eyes to try and stop them, but it didn't help. Fridge stood up, walked around the desk, and picked me up as though I weighed little more than a child. Before I could react, he sat down again and held me in his lap. I had no chance of pushing back the storm of my grief as it raged overhead. "Shush. It's going to be okay," he hummed, holding me tightly. I put my head on Fridge's chest and let the pain overtake me like a tsunami. I was dragged under the wave, and I wasn't coming up again. Heat scorched my face, burned my throat, and tore at my heart as I continued to sob. I'd lost him. I'd really lost him. The only person to truly love me had left me. And I had a massive gaping hole in my life now. The thoughts and feelings went on, until finally the tears began to dry up. The tide turned and I began to surface. Through the waves and up, toward the open air. My face burned like the sun, my eyes stung like I'd been drenched in seawater, and my chest hurt from all the heaving. But somehow, despite all the pain, I felt better. Numb in some ways, but more like me. I pushed up from Fridge's chest where I'd been clinging, and stared down at the stain of tears I'd left on his clean shirt. Thank God I hadn't worn any makeup today. I'd look like a grotesque panda, and he'd have a black puddle ruining his pale blue shirt instead of a clear one. I put a hand on the wet patch. I'm sorry. I've made a mess of you. He glanced down and shrugged. Shit happens. And just like that, I wanted to cry again. My chin wobbled and my eyes welled up. That's exactly what my dad would have said. I slid off his lap and grabbed for the tissue box on my dad's desk before I could lose control again. I turned away so he didn't have to watch me. I began blowing my dripping and clogged nose and mopping up my face. It was totally disgusting and undignified, but hey, I couldn't get much lower than this moment. Fridge had officially seen me at my worst, so there was only one way to go from here. Up. By the time I dried my face enough to turn around and speak, Fridge had pulled a bottle of water from a small fridge in the corner of the room and was offering it to me. I inhaled sharply, my fragile emotions struggling with the show of thoughtfulness. Get it together. Thanks. I cracked the lid, tipped the bottle back and swallowed, my scratchy dry throat grateful for the kindness. Time to change the subject and get control of myself. I indicated to the books still stacked on the desk and tried to plaster a smile on my face. What are they? Dad's bookkeeping notes or something else? He wouldn't have kept a journal. Surely. Fridge pushed the books across the desk toward me. I don't know. You check it out. He indicated to the jewelry box. Is that for you? I shrugged. No idea what's in it. And part of me was afraid to find out. Ah, okay. He pushed the box at me too, and I was forced to pick it up. I didn't want to look like a coward in front of Fridge, after what I'd just put him through. I was lucky the poor guy was still in the room with me. I steeled myself for what might be beneath the black velvet. An engagement ring? An expensive watch? Something that would clearly tell me that my father had been in love with someone, and I didn't know about it? I took a deep breath and opened it. Worry turned to love as I stared at my mother's small jewelry collection. These are my mother's things. She didn't have much. I pulled out the plain gold wedding band and small engagement ring. With the rings was a thin gold chain and her watch. All together. All kept safe. Why would it be here? I asked aloud. He could have kept this stuff at home. We had a safe there too. Fridge shrugged. No idea. They're nice pieces though. I slid the rings onto my right ring finger and admired them. My dad didn't have a lot of money when my parents had gotten married, and when he started to earn a good living, Mom had refused to upgrade her rings. She'd loved the emotions symbolized in the original ones. The love and devotion. Thanks. I closed the lid and slid the box onto the desk. I wasn't sure why he'd kept such pieces in his work safe. At the moment, it didn't seem important, but I made a mental note to further explore it. Now to the books. I opened the first one, dated back to when he first began the workshop. There were dates, names, and prices. Almost like a running tally of conquests. Looks like an account of every bounty the workshop's ever taken. Fridge pointed to a name halfway down the first page. Wow, that guy was a legend. I looked at where he pointed and shrugged. I didn't recognize any of the names. I glanced at the lists and flicked through the rest of the book. It spanned about a decade or so. Here. I passed the journal over to Fridge and picked up the next book. After a few pages, I shrugged. This is the same. Losing hope, I opened the third one. There were a few blank pages at the back, but the books were all equally plain and boring. Fridge looked at me expectantly. It's the same, I said with a sigh, handing over the third book. This isn't as exciting as I expected it to be. Why would Dad keep a list of all the guys the workshop has ever caught? Isn't that just duplicated work? He'd have contracts, computer files. Fridge shrugged. He was an old-fashioned guy in a lot of ways. There may be something we've missed, hidden in the pages. I'll take a look, if you'd like. He waited for me to answer, but I didn't for a minute, assessing him. If he wasn't my fated mate, would I trust him so much? He was exceptionally tough-looking. And I didn't know him from a bar of soap up until last night. So no, I probably wouldn't be handing all my trust over to a man I didn't know if it were any other day. But he was my fated mate, and I knew that meant he had to be a guy who was loyal, kind, clever, and probably stubborn as hell. Not to mention the fact that by all accounts, my dad had trusted him. Of course I trust you, I said. Please keep them, look through every page. Tell me if you find anything odd. He nodded and scooped the 3 books up off the desk. You want to wear your mom's other jewelry, or put it back in the safe? I glanced at the box, then picked it up. Back in the safe, I think, though I'll keep her rings on. I always kinda wondered what had happened to them. I thought she may have been buried with them. Buried? Fridge repeated as I took the box over to the wall, opened the safe, and slid it safely back inside next to the stacks of money. God, that's a lot of cash. Yeah, why? When I turned back around, Fridge was still looking confused. Was she human? I'd always pictured her as being at least part paranormal, but the only Paris that are buried are the... He trailed off, and I suddenly realized my blunder. All shifters, even half-breeds or less, were cremated. Even the vamps burst into flames when they were staked. Yeah, she was human, I hurried, dropping my gaze to avoid him working out that I was a liar. The only type of paranormals who were buried were the witches. And as far as everyone was concerned, they were extinct. The vampires had a strong obsession with witch blood, and had killed anyone with a drop of witch in them decades ago. So, what do you think I should do next? I asked him, since he was more familiar with this domain than me. He laughed. You were the one who wanted the meeting. I thought back and then chuckled too. Oh well, that was mostly to find out how this place ran. Does Dad still have a mortgage? What sort of finances will we be dealing with if I keep this place going? Fridge shrugged. I honestly don't know. I didn't talk money much with your old man. He paid me and I worked hard. End of story, really? I couldn't help the temptation to tease him. So, you never asked for a raise? I had to assume that the topic of money came up occasionally. It always did. He held my gaze. Never had to. Your dad upped our pay every Christmas without fail. That was generous. And unusual. I didn't know any other employers who did that. Mine certainly didn't. Fridge chuckled. It's sink or swim here. If you work hard, are consistent and loyal, your dad keeps. Kept us on. If not, you're let go. That's harsh. Fridge really laughed this time. That was your old man. Now, can I give you just a little bit of advice? Of course. Whether or not I took the advice was a different story. Wash your face. Get rid of the tears, then walk out there with me and tell all the guys things are going to be okay. He shrugged. At least for the next month. Okay. That is good advice. And Dad had his own bathroom? Fridge nodded. Yeah. Through that door. He pointed behind me. We always have our own bathrooms. Thanks. I won't be long. I left my dragon shifter in the office while I washed the redness, pain, and tears off my face. Despite my underlying grief, it was time to show them what Daddy's girl was made of. Chapter 13. Sadie. I stood at the top of the stairs, near my father's office space, staring down at the men milling around, waiting for me to speak. They were lounging against walls, resting on the stairs, or just standing with their arms crossed over their chest. Rogan had returned from their place, freshly showered and dressed. He stood next to me, at the top of the staircase, while Fridge lingered a step or two away. Thank you all for coming in today. I can imagine it was difficult to stay after you learned what happened last night. I swallowed hard, trying to remain calm and imagining it as a courtroom where I was about to present an opening argument. These men needed to see a strong and united front from me, and the two men who stood beside me. Judging by the numbers, most of the staff members on the books were here today. Seen as a group like this, there were more than I'd expected. All males. All shifters. All rough, rugged guys. They probably had a whole lot of worry about being led by someone they'd see as young, female, and inexperienced. I wanted to reassure you that at least for the next month, the workshop will run as it has in the past. All current bounties will be paid, full-time staff will get their wages, and I will be speaking to the accounting firm and legal team to see how I can keep my father's legacy running for as long as possible. There was a general murmur, though I wasn't sure if the sound was good or not. Rogan cleared his throat and I glanced his way. Did he want to say anything? Or was he reminding me to say something about him and Fridge? I've asked Rogan and Fridge to take over the daily operations until I get on my feet, or until I find someone to take over permanently, if that's a better option for hunters. If you have any questions or concerns, you are welcome to approach me, of course, but otherwise, you can direct everything through them. Whatever works best for you at this interim time. A more positive vibe pulsed through the place now. I would have liked to say something more inspirational, but I was a 25-year-old female in a room full of 20 to 50-year-old men. I wasn't inspiring anyone. Not with words alone, and not as I was today. Nor with who I would be tomorrow. I knew how loyalty and love were earned. It was through years of hard-won battles. Showing up every day to do your job better than others had done before you. Not just being a person who could talk, but being a person of action to back up the words. I cleared my throat, needing to say at least one more thing. I realize I don't know any of you, but please be assured that I am my father's daughter through and through. I'll make sure you guys are looked after, and if I can work out a way to keep this business going, I will. He loved working here. He loved everything about his job, and I won't allow what he built up to go down the drain. I promise you that. This time there were a few small smiles, and some of the men shuffled their feet and leaned more easily against the walls. So for now, carry on as always, and come to me, Rogan or Fridge, if you have any queries. Thank you. I nodded and waved, then walked back to the office, shivering with adrenaline and excessive nerves. I made it back into the office before I let out a ragged sigh. Rogan closed the door and laughed at me. You did well. They're a tough crowd. I know. I began to pace, my arms and legs jittery and anxious. I needed to exercise. Run. Or something. There's a clothing place next door. Go grab some workout gear and get moving. Is there some gym equipment I can use? Fridge crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the door. We don't do treadmills and shit like that. I stopped and stared at him, raising a single eyebrow. Listen, Fridge, I was throwing knives before I could walk. So, if you've got some throwing mats or a boxing ring, I'll train with you. If you think you're up to it, of course. His expression was priceless. His mouth dropped open, and his eyes opened so wide he looked like some sort of cartoon character. You wanna? Huh? What? I turned to Rogan, who was smirking like a madman. I need to change into some training gear. I know there's a place next door I can buy some. Can you clear a space downstairs for us, and I'll be back in 10? Rogan nodded. Definitely. I flicked my hand at Fridge, and he moved out of the way. I opened the door to the office, jogged down the stairs and out the front door. This was going to be fun. Even though I was 100% sure I couldn't win a fight against a dragon. I hadn't trained properly in months, not in hand-to-hand combat. I'd been too busy with work. But what did they say? It was like riding a bike. I strolled into the business next door, a women's clothing shop. Not my sort of stuff, too feminine and bargain basement. But it looked like they had what I needed. Hello, can I help you? A blonde woman asked as she walked forward and ran her eye over me with a skeptical glance. I ignored the look and flashed her a smile. Yes. Hi. I'm Sadie Williams. My dad owned the business next door and I need some workout clothes, if you have any. In less than 10 minutes, I had tanks, leggings, and a great sports bra in my arms. The woman rang it all up. I paid with my card, though an image of the cash in my dad's safe flashed into my mind. Was that how he paid his employees? Or was that simply for a rainy day? Thanks a bunch. I left her shop after promising I would visit again, went straight back to Dad's office and changed in the private bathroom. My heart pumped hard against my ribs, and I couldn't believe the amount of excitement thrumming through my system. It had been too long since I'd had a good fight. Not to mention the fact that my shifter side couldn't wait to wrap my legs around one of my mates, even if it was just to take him down. I almost giggled as I came out of the office. Rogan was waiting for me, leaning against a wall. I smiled at him. Hey. Is everything set up? Yeah. But Sadie, you realize Fridge is a dragon shifter, right? My smile turned a little feral. As if that was something I could forget. Yeah, I do know that. Rogan took a step closer, concern written all over his handsome face. If he lets you win or goes easy on you, you'll be fine. But try not to aggravate him, okay? He's strong and won't know how to pull back if his shifter is triggered. Excitement rippled along my veins. If his shifter was triggered, then I had a chance of hitting the high I got when I trained properly with my dad. God, I miss that feeling. I'm counting on it, I said, heading for the door. Come on, let's go. Show me where he is. I raced out the office door before Rogan could try and talk me out of training with Fridge. I wasn't afraid of a little pain, or a dragon with a temper. I'd fought my dad, and he had never gone easy on me. He'd said, if you're in a real fight, they won't take it easy on you just because you're a girl. So I'm not going to. You need to know how to get out of tough situations. And that training had served me well, if for nothing more than peace of mind when walking the streets alone. I'd never been attacked or even mugged, and I truly believe that was because something about me exuded a confidence that said, I dare you. Which was unlike every other woman I knew, who'd had their purses snatched, their boyfriends beaten up. I'd never even been close to it. As I jogged down the stairs in socks, black compression leggings, and a hot purple tank, I was buzzing. Which way? I asked Rogan as he followed behind me, looking drastically underwhelmed. He pointed to my right. That way, first door, says Jim. I nodded and marched off in that direction. The smell of sweat and testosterone was high in the air, and I could sense my dragon mate was nearby. I walked into the room and stopped dead. There were 20 guys standing around, waiting for the show. Ah, what? Rogan stepped up beside me and shrugged. You seriously thought no one would want to see this? I shivered. Why, I wasn't sure. I had spectators in court all the time, though the pressure to perform here seemed higher than in front of any judge I'd ever faced. The men here would critique me much harsher, and more personally than any lawyer. They'd compare me to my father, and I'd always come up lacking. Although I'd never hold a candle to my dad, this was a chance to prove I was tough and capable, not just a little girl trying to fill her daddy's shoes and finding it impossible. Fridge, what are we doing? I called out to the man mountain across the room. He'd taken off his shoes and changed out of his shirt and cargo pants, and into some black sweats and a tank that barely covered his nipples. God, the man was hot. Enough to make my mouth water, and my fingers itch to caress every inch of him. Damn the men standing around. I didn't want to have to struggle to keep my hands to myself, but it looked like I'd have to, now. Couldn't have them thinking I was some weak, lusty woman, or worse, think badly of Fridge for hooking up with the boss's daughter. It wouldn't reflect well on either of us. I tried to ignore the tension sizzling through the air, and walked forward to where Fridge held up boxing gloves. Want to spar in the ring? He asked. I sized up his height and weight and realized I'd lose a boxing match pretty fast. With someone your size? Not really. When he looked relieved, I grinned. I'd prefer a straight-out sparring match, I said. We can wear gloves if you'd prefer. But street rules, not ring rules. His eyebrows rose high on his forehead. You serious? He handed the boxing gloves to a man whose name I didn't know, and gestured for a different pair. I chuckled. I'm a bit rusty, so give me a minute to ease into it, but I'll be fine. I grabbed the MMA-style gloves he held out and dropped them on the ground. Anything I need to know? A guy behind me called out. Yeah, you're about to get your ass handed to you. Nah, go easy on her, Fridge, another guy said. I pulled my sloppy ponytail out of its elastic, rearranged the strands, and tied it as high as possible on my head, out of my eyes. Yeah, Fridge. I grinned. Go easy on me. I lowered my voice as I picked up the gloves and pulled them on, wrapping the Velcro straps around my wrists. After all, you still don't know what my full bloodlines are. His mouth fell open. You said your mom was human. Which, by his calculation, made me 3/4 human and no match for a shifter like him. I turned on my heel and walked off, throwing the challenge over my shoulder. Maybe I lied. And I had. My mother had been a powerful witch. A pureblood. The last of her kind. She had instilled in me many gifts, including a spell to increase my speed and strength. Just like she had for my father. Only my parents knew that, and my secret had died with them. I reached the edge of the padded mats and turned to face him again. Let's go, dragon, I said, smirking as I beckoned him over. We stood on thick red workout mats, which would make it harder to move and run, but so much softer if Fridge threw me or I had to take a fall. Either was possible, I realized, as Fridge pulled on his gloves and bounced toward me. His eyes gleamed with the challenge, and as I looked closer, his eyes had partially transitioned. Not to fully diamond-shaped pupils, but the iris had changed from green to almost yellow. Despite his promise of taking it easy, I doubted he would. He was excited. You sure about this, Sadie? I've never thrown a fight before, not even in practice. Maybe you should have asked Rogan. He waggled his eyebrows. I chuckled. No. I picked the right guy. Let's go. Travis? There were some laughs around us. He narrowed his eyes as though he were angry, but his mouth kicked up at the corners. Good. We're on. I put my hands up to protect my face and began bouncing on the spot. With a guy this size, I would usually pull out a weapon of some sort, but I didn't know how good he was yet, so I'd wait. But soon all bets would be off. Once we fully engaged, I wasn't backing down.
Chapter 14. Fridge. I couldn't stop the excited thrill that shivered through me, though part of me didn't want to admit to it. I was about to fight a girl. Nothing to be proud of there. And yet, Sadie was no ordinary woman, that was for sure. The very fact that she desired Rogan and me at the same time made her exceptional. If there was nothing else, that would be enough to know that she was someone unique. But she was also Jimmy's daughter, and that tipped the scales. He taught all of us how to fight. I was sure he taught his only child. What good father wouldn't teach his daughter to take care of herself? But how was I going to control my shifter, who practically leapt inside me? My shifter loved a good fight, and he was very quickly falling in lust with the woman before me. If I shifted during the fight, I could hurt her. Badly. I shook myself. No. I wouldn't lose control. I hadn't shifted in a very long time. I could pull my punches in this fight and let her hit me as well. Surely she couldn't injure me that badly.
Chapter 15. Sadie. Fridge wasn't moving. Wasn't bouncing. Wasn't even putting up his hands to guard himself. Fine. You want me to attack first? I bounced forward, ducked down, and punched him in the gut with a triple action punch. 1, 2, 3. I didn't put half my effort into it, as I was still warming up. My muscles were cold, and my technique was sloppy from disuse. But even so, the impact of his rock-hard abs under the padding of my gloves felt great. Fridge staggered back and I ducked and weaved away, bouncing on my toes, trying to get my body to behave properly. The real rush hadn't started yet. Unfortunately, the only way to really engage my skills was to take a few hits. But Fridge wouldn't want to smack me around the way my father had, and he wouldn't know it was what I actually needed to bring out the best in my fighting instincts. That, or threaten one I loved. And there was no one left. The thought had me clenching my teeth against the wave of sadness that buffeted me. I was like my dad now. Before he'd married Mom. Before they'd had me. A lone wolf with no one to look after except myself. Fridge glared at me, like he hadn't expected me to hit him so hard. I gestured. Come on. My dad wouldn't take it so easy on me. His eyebrows flicked up, as though he didn't expect me to say such a thing. Fine. I threw myself forward onto one leg, balanced myself, and kicked him in the gut. Fridge moved so that I only clipped the side of his torso. He threw a punch that I easily blocked, then I rolled to the ground. This wasn't working. I got to my feet and huffed out an angry sound. Okay. Is there anyone else I can work with? I need someone who's going to actually hit me. I looked around the room, hoping one of the other men would want to fight. Properly. But all of them stared down at the ground like a pack of whipped dogs. Damn. Looked like Dad didn't have any enemies here. I was protected, simply because of who he had been. You want me to hit you? Fridge asked, his words colored with surprise. I spun back around. Well, yeah. Put up an actual fight, or don't bother. But I could hurt you. Yes, he could. But only if he was trying to kill me, which I knew he wouldn't. The fated mate's link alone wouldn't allow him to do any proper damage. Fingers crossed. I laughed at him. I've only been knocked out twice, and I was pretty young at the time. I have my dad's genetics, so unless you're gonna hit me hard, I can't fight you. I began to undo my gloves. He walked forward, his jaw set hard. Fine. Let's do it. He hit his gloves together and swung fast. I barely got out of the way, the punch missing my jaw by a hair. Oh, there it is. The tingle in my veins started to pulse as I ducked and moved out of the way. He danced to the side and attempted to punch me again. I jumped out of the way, but actually felt the swing as a brush of air caressed my face. I took the opportunity to step in and swung an uppercut as hard as I could. He darted out of the way and punched me in the kidneys. Oh. That one hurt. I grunted and staggered sideways. A growl of irritation welled up nearby from Rogan. I recognized his tone. Fridge stopped bouncing. Stop moving. Nope, can't have that. I came at him, throwing punches hard and fast. 1, 2, 3 at his face. Then an uppercut to his chin. He blocked every one of my attempted blows with precision and skill. But he was panting now, his body shining with a thin film of sweat. I stepped back and he swung at me. He clipped my jaw and my eyes shifted. I was now seeing in black and white, my wolf shifter senses taking over now that my body had decided I was in a real fight. I growled, a sound I never usually made, but it felt so incredibly natural in this setting. I pounced on him, hitting him in the gut. As he doubled over, I kneed him in the belly. I put both hands together, lifted them over my head and slammed them into his back. He groaned and swung out, grabbing my legs and wrestling me to the floor. I grunted as my back hit the cushioned mats beneath my feet, and I tried to get out from under his weight. I wrapped my legs around his thick waist and bucked at him to try to get him off me. I could have bitten him, of course, but we weren't in a true battle. It felt wrong to fight as though my life depended on it, when it didn't. When he finally pinned me flat on my back with my arms above my head, he asked, "Give up?" I couldn't help it. I laughed. Exhilaration pumped through me. "Yes," I yelled. "But I want some lessons from you now." Blood dripped from his lip as he grinned. My eyes shifted back to human, and I could see him in full color. His eyes were green once again, I realized, and he'd relaxed his grip on me. "Get up then." He bounced to his feet, put a hand out, and pulled me up with one move. The atmosphere in the room was electric. The men around the edges of the training mat were grinning and chuckling. It was obvious they hadn't expected me to win, and part of me was glad I hadn't. They needed to respect Fridge more than me right now. But hopefully they could see from that display that I was no shrinking violet. I hit Fridge in the arm and he staggered sideways, laughing. I grinned at him. You can take a punch. I like that. He laughed. Yeah, whatever. He was rosy-cheeked and glowing like the devil himself. Despite the rejection last night and everything that had gone on, I could feel the connection between us weaving together like piece of rope, blending to become even stronger and tighter. Unified. Rogan was the only one in the room not smiling. He marched across the mats, a storm cloud on his face. His eyes were hard and his mouth was set in a grim line. Shit. I needed to back off with my flirtation with Fridge, at least a bit. How was the jealousy element going to play out with my two mates? Would they be able to share me? Or was this going to be an ongoing problem? You okay? He asked me as the guys in the room began to dissipate. I unwrapped the Velcro from my gloves and pulled them off. Yeah, of course. Why? He glanced around to make sure everyone was leaving, then looked back at me, concern clearly written all over his face. We don't usually get women in here wanting to fight the biggest guy we have. He took it easy on you, but still. He handed me a towel he must have grabbed from somewhere in the gym area. I took it and wiped my sweaty face and palms. I know he went easy on me, and that's fine for now. I'm out of shape. But I want to be able to take him on properly. One day. Maybe even win. Fridge crossed his arms over his chest. The day that happens, retire me. A ripple of unease crossed my heart. Was that how he truly felt? That if I, a woman, bested him, then he was of no use to anyone? I didn't like the sound of that. Was he really that arrogant and vain? Or was it simply some sort of misplaced insecurity? I opened my mouth to ask, but Rogan grabbed my hand. The police called for you about last night. You might want to go take the call. I pulled my brain back into work mode. Fridge and his insecurities could wait. Are they on hold? Yeah. In Jimmy's office. Thanks. I nodded at both men and ran up the stairs, sweat clinging to the hair at the base of my neck. It had been a nice reprieve not to think about my dad's death for a short while, but I was already back down into the black hole. I fell into the executive chair and picked up the phone, pressing the flashing button. Hello. Sarah Williams speaking. Miss Williams, it's Detective O'Connell. We met last night. Had we? Last night was a blur. Which one was he? Hello, Detective. How can I help you? I wanted to let you know that we're looking into possible suspects for last night's attack and are awaiting the coroner's report on cause of death. My mouth dropped open, then I narrowed my gaze. You don't know the cause of death? Seriously? What is this, your first case? There was a long pause. If I could hazard a guess from the sound of the detective's voice, he was at least 50. Definitely not his first case. Miss Williams, we never like to assume in cases like this. Cases like what? Murder? With an ancient vampire being literally the only person able to pull it off? The detective cleared his throat. Now, Miss Williams, we don't like to go jumping to conclusions. Jumping to conclusions. I got to my feet and put my free hand on my hip. Listen here, Detective. I know that the vampires own half the city, and that they are almost impossible to pin down when they commit murders like this. But if you think I'm going to stand by and let you push off my father's murder as some random death, then you don't understand a thing about me. Or my family. The detective sighed. Miss Williams. His tone was insufferable. As though he were bored. I wanted to scream. And tear the guy's hair out. This was a blow-off, I knew it was. And I wasn't having any of it. Listen, Detective. My father was smart, strong, and a powerful shifter. A trained and experienced bounty hunter, of the highest caliber. The only type of paranormal that could get the drop on him was a vampire, and not a young one, but an older, experienced predator. So I suggest you start looking at your list of top vampire assassins and start shaking them down. Or I will. Miss Williams, that would not be wise. Leave this to the professionals. My temper exploded. As I am now in charge of my murdered father's bounty hunting business, I am one of the professionals. So do your damn job and find this guy. I slammed the phone down and groaned in frustration, my hands tightening into fists as I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. Ignorant. Useless. Prick. The door opened and Rogan stuck his head in. Everything okay in here? No. I yelled, and managed to knock over my father's massive chair in my haste to get out from behind the desk. Rogan, instead of running away like any other man who'd seen my temper had done, stepped into the room and shut the door. What's happened? I groaned and paced the area around the desk, an uncontrollable amount of anger pulsing through my veins. They're giving up on Dad's murder already. Who is? The bloody police, that's who. They said it's probably not a vampire. Not a murder. No point jumping to conclusions. You were there last night. Am I jumping to conclusions? Rogan held up his hands. No. You're right. It was murder. And it was a vamp. Then why would they call me, today, and tell me that they're keeping an eye on everything but they really don't know shit? Rogan laughed, rocking back on his heels. Because the police are owned by the vampires. If the guys who pull the strings and pay the purses don't want your dad's murder solved by the cops, it won't be. It'll be put in the too hard basket. Not enough evidence, whatever. I felt like screaming. Tears filled my eyes and coursed down my face. Fridge came bursting into the room like a force of nature, his eyes wide, looking for an attacker. He must have heard my ranting. What's going on? He boomed. Rogan gave him a quick rundown while I wiped away the wetness on my cheeks. As fast as my anger flared, it calmed. Somehow it helped to share the burden with 2 other people. But despite that, the reality of the situation was beginning to settle in. They're going to get away with this. Those assholes, Fridge cussed, growling. I loved that his response echoed mine. I chuckled as I looked up at him. My thoughts exactly. Fridge crossed his big, meaty arms over his chest, and the corners of his lips kicked up into a smirk. Well, Miss Williams, looks like there's only one thing for us to do since the police are going to sit on their fat asses doing nothing. I walked back around the desk, shaking with adrenaline and fatigue. I righted my father's chair and sat back down. Bloody police. Oh yeah? I said. What's that? Fridge leaned forward and planted his hands on the desk, waggling his eyebrows at me. We need to catch the prick ourselves. Chapter 16. Sadie. We need to catch the prick ourselves. Best words I'd ever heard. Because that was exactly my plan. I'd known, of course, that the police had little to no chance of catching the perpetrator, but to hear them so honestly, so condescendingly, give up before they'd even begun was terrible. They were a disgrace to good cops everywhere. I nodded at Fridge. Good. Rogan shrugged and fell into one of the visitor chairs. This is half the reason we get the private contracts in the city. Most of the time, the victim knows who's committed the crime, but the police refuse to do anything about it. Gotcha. My father's business was beginning to make more sense. He got justice for people who couldn't get it through proper channels. But would that make him a target? Probably. Now I was wishing I'd concentrated harder on learning more about the operations of the workshop when I had the chance. I really need to get onto sorting out the business side of things, I said. Do we have time for you to find the contact details for the accountant today, or what's the time? I glanced around the room, looking for a clock. Rogan pulled his phone out of his hip pocket. It's past 5. They'll have gone home already, but I can email them for you. Ask them to call you first thing tomorrow. That'd be great. Thanks. Rogan nodded and headed out of the office, I assumed to find a computer from which to send an email. He left Fridge and me alone. I rested against the back of the chair, though my heart ached to reach over to him. Touch him, kiss him. Feel those rough, capable hands on me. But no. Not after last night. You sure you're all right after I hit you a few times? He asked, sitting in the chair opposite me so we were more eye level. I chuckled. Yeah, definitely. I heal quickly. And I know you didn't hit me half as hard as you could have. You're fast, especially for such a big guy. Even my dad would have had trouble keeping up with you. Fridge grinned. I could tell he was enjoying the compliments, from the light in his eyes. Hardly. Your dad was the only one who could keep up with me. Even last week, he walloped my ass in a training session. My eyebrows rose and I crossed my arms over my chest. I can't imagine that. My dad was good, better than good, but he was or had been almost 55 years old. How had he stood up against a 30-something pure dragon shifter that he'd trained? Fridge nodded. It's true. He wasn't as fast as me, but he made up for it with brute strength. Once he had you in his grip. Fridge chuckled. You were pretty much stuffed. I couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, he was one tough dude. Tougher than even I'd given him credit for, it seemed. Fridge cleared his throat. I've been thinking about what you said about your birthday, and that. He trailed off. Emotional conversations were really not Fridge's thing. You mean about how it made him feel? The fear thing? I guessed. That had to be what he meant. I could easily imagine a man like Fridge having trouble connecting with people for the exact same reason. A fear of getting too close. Of losing them. Or having to leave them. He nodded. Yeah. I wonder how he managed it. I mean, feeling that way, but still showing up every day. Fighting. Hunting. He was your only parent, yeah? I smiled at the level of consideration he'd given what I'd said. Yeah, Mom died when I was 3. Under mysterious circumstances that had never been fully explained. Not to me, anyway. Fridge shook his head and whistled through his teeth. Whoa, then that would have been doubly hard. I wasn't sure exactly what Fridge meant by that. I guess. I never really thought about it. I'd taken the compliment of how much my dad loved me for granted. But thinking about it now, I suppose for a man, a naturally protective man, which a dragon would be, what my dad had done must seem like an insurmountable task. I shrugged. Sorry, I can't really help you with that one. I never asked Dad how he overcame it. To be honest, I always assumed he hadn't. That was why he ran the workshop. Got other guys to go out and hunt instead of him. Fridge laughed. God, no. Is that what he told you? Your dad always took on the big cases personally. People trusted him the most. So, if you thought he was sitting pretty and safe in an office all day. Fridge chuckled again. You really didn't know your dad that well. My gaze dropped to the carpet at Fridge's feet, the words hitting home much harder than he'd probably intended. Dad had worked directly on cases himself? I guess so. It made me feel sick to my stomach, and sad that I hadn't known my father the way I thought I had. Or perhaps Fridge had only known that one side of him. The hard-ass wolf shifter feared by so many. I'd known the sweet, generous, mushy side of my father that no one else had seen. And maybe that was the way it was meant to stay. Fridge cleared his throat, coughing roughly. I didn't mean. I looked up and waved my hand at the panic flitting across his face. Oh, don't worry about it. I think I'm just tired. And I was. May as well use it as an excuse to be emotional. Oh, right, he said. Let me grab a few things and I'll walk you home. That's not necessary, I said. I can deal with most normal guys. Trust me. Especially if I have access to a knife. And speaking of which, I need to find that nice little knife that strapped to my calf so easily. Dad put it away somewhere. I grinned at him and he frowned. Rogan and I aren't leaving you alone until we've located the vamp responsible for your dad's murder. Found out why he did it and made sure you're safe. If you can't cope with that. I waited, wondering how he was going to finish that sentence. Finally, he lifted his chin and stared down at me. Then we're going to have problems. Now he wanted to be all protective. I threw up my hands, annoyed that the dragon who had made it perfectly clear he didn't want me in any permanent sense, still wanted to do the right thing and stick by me. Quite literally. Well, I wasn't sure I could handle that. Not the way things stood between us. I narrowed my eyes at him. Fine. If you want to play bodyguard, I'm not going to stop you, but can't you take turns? It's not like I need both of you. I threw the words at him, hoping they'd stick, make an impression, and screw with his head a little. His rejection still stung. He flinched as though I'd struck him. The way his eyes practically crossed at the idea was kind of comical. You want me to leave you and Rogan alone overnight? I stared at him with my eyes wide and as innocent as possible. Would that be a problem? It shouldn't be. Rogan was his best friend. And he'd told me he didn't believe in fated mates. But as Fridge's eyes flashed from green to yellow and back again, I wondered how much of a fight his shifter was putting up. He obviously didn't want to leave me alone with another man, even Rogan, but could he admit that? I put a hand on my hip and tossed my head back so I could look straight at him. Fridge? Is that a problem? Is Rogan untrustworthy? Is there something I should know about him? I verbally opened the door for him to slam his friend and waited. Surely he'd come up with something. Fridge opened his mouth to speak, then shut it again. I waited some more. But nope, his lips were sealed shut. His loyalty to Rogan, despite his obvious distaste for leaving his friend alone with me, was actually kinda admirable. Even so, I couldn't help poking the wound a little more. I wanted him to see what was obvious. Fated mates were meant to be together. So I'll ask Rogan to come back to my place tonight, and we'll what? Swap tomorrow night? Fridge nodded stiffly, and a strange growl rolled through the room that made me bite my lip hard to avoid laughter. He turned and stomped out of the office. I had to put a hand over my mouth to stop the giggle that bubbled up.
Chapter 17. Fridge. That little witch was pushing my buttons, and she knew it too. Leave her and Rogan alone for 2 minutes? Nope. Not happening. They'd be all over each other. Rogan wanted Sadie. That was obvious. And she wanted him. Also obvious. Who wouldn't, after all? Sadie was hot as hell, and my best friend was a good guy. I should be happy for them. They had found each other, and now they could be happy. Why did I have such a problem with that? I knew I shouldn't. They were both consenting adults. I'd had my chance and said no. But I couldn't meet her terms. I just couldn't. What the hell was I going to do by myself at our apartment tonight? Call someone out of my little black book? Get drunk and hope to pass out? Damn my pride. This is going to be hell.
Chapter 18. Sadie. Damn. Fridge was clearly so jealous he could barely see straight. But was it because he didn't like the idea of me being with anyone else? Or was it because it was Rogan? I suppose I'd have to wait and find out. I glanced around the room, tidied up a little, then grabbed the keys to leave. I didn't know what I was going to do tonight, but I was sure I could distract myself enough. Hopefully. I closed my dad's office door and headed down the stairs. Most of the men had cleared out, and there was a strange eeriness to the nearly empty building now, without the hum of talking and action everywhere. A wave of gratitude for my overprotective shifter men washed over me. The truth was, I would hate to go home to an empty apartment tonight. To have to see my father's things, the memories and pain of his loss ghosting me at every turn. I knew I'd have to deal with his death properly sooner or later, but for the moment, I was doing okay by mostly avoiding thinking about it. Mostly thanks to Rogan and Fridge. They hadn't left me alone since I'd found his body. Not truly alone. I'd been in bed by myself, but they'd been so close by, I could feel their presence. Luckily, There hadn't been a chance for depression to creep up on me. My grief was shared, understood, and empathized. And thanks to the same men, I wouldn't be alone tonight either. Not in my apartment, and perhaps not in my bed if Rogan had his way. We would have to see. My wolf shifter genes thought Rogan was attractive, and a perfect mate. He was a wolf, and it felt natural. But there was also something about Fridge. His strength, his wildness, made my most basic instincts sit up and take notice. No matter that he was a dragon. My genes thought he was just as perfect a mate for me as Rogan. Footsteps approached from my right, and the two men I had just been thinking about stepped into the foyer. Ready to go? I asked, though neither of them looked happy. Fridge's arms were crossed over his chest, and Rogan's frown could sink battleships. What's wrong with you two? Rogan's gaze flicked to Fridge and back again to me. We've had a disagreement about the sleeping arrangements. I pressed my lips together in an attempt not to smile. From the scowl the dragon gave me, I don't think I succeeded in hiding my humor at the situation. What do you mean? Isn't Rogan going to come back and sleep in the spare bedroom again? I'd kind of assumed that was the plan. Well, what would be openly admitted to anyway? Fridge and Rogan exchanged glances, but neither spoke. I gestured for them to step outside. Well, I've got to lock up. So you guys sort it out while I check the doors, and I'll see you out front in a moment. Without a word, they stepped out onto the sidewalk. I shook my head as I walked around the building, turning off lights, locking the doors, and activating alarms. I'd barely had a proper boyfriend since high school. A few nights here and there, a few men who'd wanted to date, only to find that I had my own mind, could take care of myself, and that my father was, well, my father. He'd scared off anyone I thought had potential so quickly, it had been disappointing to see how little spine they'd actually had. A wave of sadness passed over me for what Dad was now missing. I'd found my fated mates. The ones I'd been told existed somewhere since I was young. But if I were honest, I'd never really thought I would find them, and my dad wasn't here to enjoy that fact with me. Would he have tried to scare these two off, knowing them as he did? Would he have approved of me dating another bounty hunter? Or two? I chuckled. Two men. Me. Who would have thought it? When I finally made it to the front door, I checked I had everything I needed, locked up, set the final alarm, and stepped outside. The guys were standing there, scowling at one another. So much for sorting it out. I turned to Fridge. So, should I say goodnight? Or are you coming back to the apartment as well? Could he bear to leave me alone with Rogan? I couldn't wait to find out what he'd do. Rogan stepped up next to me, his hand sliding possessively around my waist. He's heading home. There's no need for both of us to guard you. Well, maybe I should take first watch, Fridge said, lifting his chin and jutting it out in a flagrant display of alpha arrogance. I am the stronger one, after all. I chuckled and waved my hand at Fridge. It's all good. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for all your help today in the workout. I grinned and turned to leave with Rogan. You ready? Rogan nodded, and we strode away from the dragon I could feel glowering behind us. What's his problem? I asked Rogan, gesturing over my shoulder with my thumb. As if I didn't know. Why do I need Rogan to say it out loud? Rogan shrugged, thrusting both hands into his pockets and continuing to walk beside me. He won't admit to it, but he's jealous. He wants you all to himself. I frowned. I knew Fridge was jealous, but I assumed it was because he couldn't decide what he wanted, and wanted to keep his options open. Not that he actually did want me. I snorted. He could have fooled me. Rogan glanced sideways at me and asked gently, "What happened between you two last night?" I sighed. He didn't tell you? That's disappointing. I'd hoped Fridge would open up to Rogan, so that I could at least get a straight answer from someone. No. He won't say a thing. We crossed the street and kept walking. The night was clear, and the roads were almost empty. It was amazingly peaceful for a time just after most businesses had closed. Rogan gave me another sideways glance. You gonna tell me? Well, simply. How could I explain it? I reached up and rubbed the ache behind my temple. Ah shit. Well, his dragon wanted to kiss me and mate with me. I think. He didn't actually say anything, of course, but he went all shifter-like. His eyes, the growl. Everything. But the moment I mentioned the fated mate bond, he totally recoiled. I don't know why he hated me saying that. I shrugged. I didn't want it to appear like I was still smarting from Fridge's rejection. But it had hurt, more than it should have, probably. And after today, the training and the cuddles when I needed them the most, I'd seen more sides to the big dragon, and that had made me want him even more.
Chapter 19. Rogan. I clenched my jaw to stop the expletives that sat on the end of my tongue. Why did Fridge have to make everything so goddamn hard? He wanted Sadie, and she wanted him, and I was happy to make us one big family. So why did the dragon shifter have to fight us every step of the way? I knew why, of course. His past. His parents. And as I walked next to the woman I wanted as my mate, I wondered how much I should tell her. How much I should share about Fridge. It was his story at the end of the day, but if it helped her understand Fridge better, then maybe it was worth it to tell her. It had taken me decades to pry the information from Fridge's insane grip. Sadie squeezed my hand and smiled up at me, and my mind was made up. I was going to tell her everything, because she was going to need every bit of ammunition to make the big man submit to the call of fate.
Chapter 20. Sadie. Rogan frowned at me, his mouth tilting down on both sides. So, you're saying you wanted to mate with Fridge? But he rejected you? My mouth fell open. I didn't say exactly that, did I? I shook my head. No. I didn't say any such thing. You're both my fated mates. I've been honest and open about that from the beginning. But that isn't a choice. Rogan grimaced. Yeah, being a fated mate isn't a choice. He kicked at a raised concrete slab and continued walking. That's Fridge's problem, I think. We stopped outside my building, and I used my access card to get in. What do you mean? Did Fridge seriously have a problem with the lack of choice having a fated mate gave him? Why was that a bad thing? It prevented confusion and unnecessary pain. Divorce. Heartbreak. Fate literally served up your perfect person, or two, on a silver platter. We walked into the foyer, and Rogan indicated to the stairs. Let's get inside, set up some dinner, and I'll tell you about the dragon and his history. I studied him and then nodded. I had a friend in this man, and I loved that. Wolf shifters were notoriously pack men, in both hunting traits and the way they formed tight-knit family units. My dad had been the same. Loyal to a fault, and often too honest for his own good. We walked up the stairs, and for a moment there was a flutter of panic in my chest, far too close to my heart. Was this going to be like last night, when we'd come back to find my home had been ransacked? But this time, when I reached the foyer outside my apartment, the door was still locked. And it looked like no one had been here since we'd left this morning. I put the key in the door. Why is it oddly comforting to come home to a door that's actually locked? Rogan frowned. Because those bastards were here last night. But thank God you weren't. I opened the door, though my heart still pounded way too hard. I let us both inside, then locked the door again. Then his words hit me. What if I'd come home early? What if I'd taken the Uber or a taxi rather than walking? What if? I hadn't thought about that. If I hadn't planned to go past Dad's place. Hadn't found him. If I'd come home and been confronted by the vampire, I could be dead too. I swallowed hard against the rise of emotions that clogged my throat. You might have been here when they came looking for whatever they were looking for, Rogan finished the thought for me aloud. Oh, don't worry, I've thought about it. He shuddered, as though horrified by the idea. I went straight to the kitchen, determined not to play the what-if game. That never got anyone anything other than depressed, annoyed, were completely devastated. Nope. Not doing it. Food. We needed food. What did we have to eat? Dad kept the kitchen well stocked, but I did most of the cooking. I opened the fridge and did a quick appraisal. You want steak, salad, and fries? Rogan's eyebrows flickered up. Sure, if you've got everything. We can always order Uber Eats again. I shook my head. Nah. I think we both need a good meal. And don't worry, the fridge has enough for 10 people. I turned on the oven, threw fries on a tray, and got the stovetop going to grill the steaks. So, tell me about fridge, I said as I got the plates ready and seasoned the ribeyes. Rogan slid onto one of the bar stools on the other side of the kitchen counter and sighed. There's a lot to tell. I gestured to the empty room. I've got all night. And I did. Other than going through some of the files in my dad's office, I had no other plans. And since the bad guys had left behind everything they didn't think was valuable, I wasn't sure how important anything in that room was. Well, how much do you know about dragon shifters? Rogan asked. I shrugged. Not a huge amount. I mean, who does? They're so rare. Rogan nodded. Especially pure ones. Definitely. I leaned forward and rested on my forearms across the kitchen counter. How is that even possible? I didn't think there were any pure dragons left, let alone two who would breed together. As a general rule, most shifters believed in mixing up the bloodlines, taking strong characteristics from several different shifter varieties, and throwing in a human to make everything look more normal. There were the occasional shifters who had the Hitler mentality of purity over strength, but they were rare nowadays. Rogan's face twisted. I think that's where the trouble started. From what I've gathered, Fridge's parents were forced to mate and had quite a few children for the sake of their bloodline. Damn it. I nodded, my chest tightening. I've heard of such things in the past, but I didn't realize it was still happening. But it made a strange sort of sense. After all, we did the same thing with animals all the time. When only a few remained of an endangered species, the best conservancies and zoos in the world made sure they got together and started to reproduce. It was the only way to make sure a bloodline didn't become extinct. Rogan huffed out a sigh. Yeah, so anyway, Fridge grew up in a pretty screwed up environment, I think. An exceptionally strong dad, a submissive mother. Not exactly what you'd call natural parents. Neither of them wanted to be in the relationship at all, let alone produce that many offspring. Then why'd they do it? I asked. Surely there could have been another way. He shrugged. Fridge said something once about them being forced to stay together by the few elders who were left. That wouldn't happen in a wolf pack, of course, but dragon hierarchy can be different. I nodded. I didn't know enough to comment about dragon laws. When I had time, it was the first thing I was going to research. Okay. So what's that got to do with me? Although I appreciated knowing more about the man I was probably going to spend my life with, I needed to know what his childhood had to do with him rejecting me. Rogan ran a hand through his dark, curly hair. So, Fridge has issues about being forced into a relationship that isn't of his choosing. He was miserable growing up, and so were his parents. He's always said he'd rather be alone than live with someone who was only with him because she had to be. I stood up straight, frowning at the logic. That doesn't make sense. His parents weren't fated mates. They couldn't have been, or they would have been happy. For all I knew, they could have been two complete strangers who were forced to marry and have a dozen children. That would not have worked for 90% of the population, especially not two rare shifters who could have had anyone they wanted. Rogan shrugged. It makes sense to Fridge. I opened my mouth to rebut the point, then stopped. There was no sense getting into a fight with Rogan over this. It was Fridge I had to approach to sort things out. But how? I had to think for a minute, so I went to the oven, checked on the fries, put together 2 small salads, and decided to start cooking the steaks. I put the frying pan on the flame, sprayed it with some oil and salt, and laid the red steaks down to sizzle. They didn't take long to prepare, so I got out drinks and cutlery, then served up our dinner at the dining table as soon as it was ready. Wow. That looks great, thanks. Rogan's face lit up as I placed a plate in front of him, of similar proportions I would have done for my father. Twice what any normal man would eat. No problem. I sat down with him at the table, and we ate in pleasant silence. Once I'd gotten half the steak into my belly, I looked up, my head clearing as my body started feeling the effects of the fuel I was eating. Let me see if I've gotten this straight, I said. Fridge had a shit childhood. Something I couldn't really empathize with. Yes, my mother had died when I was 3 years old, a trauma most people would count as absolutely life-altering. But I barely remembered her, and my father had done such a good job of raising me, I really couldn't complain. So he what? I continued. Doesn't want a mate? Or is it me in particular he doesn't want? I was sure a man like Fridge would want a wife long-term. And children. So what was his problem? Lots of people had crappy parents, shit childhoods. I'd met dozens of them. But that didn't put them off relationships forever. Rogan shook his head while he swallowed his food. Oh, it's not you. Quite the opposite. I know he wants you. How? Other than the obvious, possessive caveman crap? Rogan ate some more steak and grinned. Well, you're like everything he's ever wanted in a female. Beautiful, tough, smart. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. That sounded like a list from some dating app. Well, thanks. But that's hardly a reason to want someone. Rogan shrugged. He's a simple guy. But he's always wanted to fall in love naturally. Slowly. This situation is his worst nightmare. Lots of adrenaline and danger forcing us all to make stupid decisions. Instant attraction, and then your outright acceptance of a fated mate link. Rogan chuckled. Fridge's head is, well, conflicted? I finished for him. Rogan laughed. Stuffed. Totally. Of course it was. Why couldn't it just be simple? I got up from my chair at the dining table and walked over to my dad's liquor cabinet, which stood against the wall opposite the kitchen. It was well stocked to say the least. I opened the door and grabbed the vodka. It was time for a drink. I held out the bottle of unopened spirits. Join me? Or if you want bourbon or whatever. Dad had everything. Vodka's great. Straight? I nodded, grabbed some glasses Dad kept on the top shelf of his cabinet and poured. I gave Rogan his drink straight. Dad had preferred his like that too. He tossed back a double shot, and I poured him another. I gave myself a double, added a splash of orange juice from the fridge, then drank it. Fast. Arg? I winced as the firewater slid down my throat. More juice in the next one. I was still standing next to the table with one hand on my hip, and the other wrapped around the vodka bottle, staring down at my wolf shifter mate. He leaned back and stretched out his legs in front of him as though he had all the time in the world. I set the bottle down. So, let me get this straight. Because I was honest, and admitted that I felt the fated mate pull, I've probably doomed my relationship with Fridge? What a screwed up way of punishing me for being open with him. Rogan frowned. No, not forever. Once all the other stuff settles down, I'm sure he'll be better. You mean all the murder stuff? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Was the my father was murdered stress ever going to be over? I didn't think so. And even then, it wasn't like a life with 2 bounty hunters as mates was ever going to be quiet. Rogan threw back his second double shot. Yeah. I poured us both another drink, and sat down in the chair closest to him. Okay, bear with me. Fridge hates the fact that we're fated mates, but we are, there's no question there for me. And although he's being an ass, you think he's into me. Yep. I snorted. So, if I was a normal girl he'd met at a bar or in the street, he'd be fine with me. As long as you didn't proclaim to be his fated mate, yeah, pretty much. I growled through clenched teeth, my shifter genetics riling me up. That is so wrong. His parents weren't fated. Does he even know what it means? It means we are perfect for one another. That we will be miserable if we're not together. I drank my vodka and juice, enjoying the wave of intoxication that was beginning to swell in my bloodstream. But I wasn't done. His reasoning is screwed up. Seriously. Doesn't he realize that being fated mates is awesome? We don't have to second-guess anything. We don't have to worry that we'll be faithful, or our love will last. We are made for each other. I shook my head and reached for the vodka bottle. We drunk half of it already, and I didn't care. I'd drink the whole bottle with Rogan tonight, if it meant dulling down the ache in my chest. The pain in my head. The anger in my gut. Bloody dragon. I poured us both another drink that was way more than a double, sat back in my chair and stared at my glass. Why had I told him? I should have pretended it was just a physical attraction, and kept my mouth shut. What about me? Rogan said quietly. I glanced up. What about you? He rolled the tumbler glass between his hands, from one palm to the other. Do you believe that about us too? Or just Fridge? I groaned. Shit. I hadn't even thought about how Rogan would feel hearing me vent about Fridge. Mental note. Just because this guy is going to become your best friend in the whole world, does not mean he doesn't want to be treated like he's your reason for existing, just as much as Fridge is. I stood up, stumbled forward, and sat down on his lap. The alcohol had definitely gone to my head. My legs were slightly shaky, and there was a strange hot zing of awareness along my arms and legs. Perfect. I finished the rest of my drink, then placed it on the table before I put my arms around Rogan's neck. Are you wondering how I feel about you, my wolf? I asked, smiling up at him. His hands slid around my waist and his gaze shifted, his gorgeous blue eyes sliding into a silver. Of course I am, he said, shuffling us both as he sat up straighter in his chair. I know I'm not a dragon shifter, but I still want you. In every way. Fated mate or not. I ran my fingers up the back of his neck and tangled them in the hair on the back of his head, cupping his skull. You're my fated mate as well, Rogan. I knew it the moment I saw you. Don't you feel it too? His eyes went wide. I do. But how is that possible? I shrugged. I don't know. But my dad always joked that it would take more than one man to handle me. I didn't believe him, of course. In fact, as I'm only a quarter wolf, I wasn't sure I'd have a fated mate at all. I was quite settled on the fact that I'd have a normal marriage. So your parents weren't fated mates? He asked. I ran my nails through his hair over and over again, and he arched into my caress. I tilted my head to the side. No, I don't think so. My dad never referred to my mom in that way, and I was too young when she died to have heard it from her. Though it wasn't impossible. After all, my father had never moved on after she died. Few people had that sort of devotion, unless they'd lost their fated mate. Then how do you know so much about it? He asked, then dropped his head, putting his face into my neck and breathing deep. Desire began to spiral inside my veins, my eyes closing on a wave of lust. Ah, my mother's family. My dad's uncle. They all talked about it. Explain to me how it would feel. Rogan lifted his head so that his lips were near my ear. I dug my fingers into his shoulders and clung to his heat, wanting him as close to me as possible. How do you feel, Sadie? Tell me. I shivered, moaning at the intense heat pulsing through my body. He was so close, so kissable. If I just... Tell me, beautiful girl. How does the fated mate bond feel to you? I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. The alcohol was keeping my limbs heavy, and my eyes closed. Like an addiction, I said, swallowing hard as I fought against the need to give him the full truth. The alcohol, unfortunately, lowered all inhibitions. Like I need you, want you, crave you. I want you to fight me. Damn it. I want you in every part of my life, and I never want you to leave me. He groaned in my ear. One hand went down to cup my ass, and the other came up to grab my cheek. He guided my face toward his, and our lips finally met. I gasped at the heat of his touch, the perfection of his mouth on mine. And when he pressed deeper and swept his tongue through my mouth, I melted into a puddle. The doorbell rang. We sprang apart like a couple of teenagers caught on prom night. Rogan frowned, glancing toward the sound. Who? There was a loud pounding on the door that could mean only one thing. The dragon was here. Chapter 21. Sadie. I looked into Rogan's eyes as they changed back from silver to blue, and grinned. Do you think if we ignore him, he'll go away? More banging on the door ensued, and Fridge growled. I can hear you, you know. I laughed loudly. Oh my God. How good is his hearing? I really needed to do some research on dragons. About as good as it gets, Rogan said. So we can't ignore him. Okay, fine. I staggered out of Rogan's lap and made my way to the front door, which unfortunately was too far away for me at this point in time. Too much to drink. I giggled when I couldn't walk in a straight line, and I couldn't resist a little teasing. Who is it? I called out, and there was a deep growled response. We don't need any. I entertained myself by laughing while trying desperately to stay upright. God, this lightheartedness feels good. My arms and legs were so loose and tingly, I was pretty sure I had more vodka in my bloodstream than actual blood. Sadie? Open this door now before I kick it in. I'd like to see you try. That door was reinforced with steel. Even a dragon wouldn't get through it. Fridge went silent and fear tickled along my spine. He wouldn't really try to knock it down, would he? He'd hurt himself. Okay. I called. I'm coming. Hold your horses. I took 3 more steps, fell against the door, and somehow managed to unlock each of the locks. I leaned to the side just as the door burst open. I peered around the edge of the door to see Fridge, who looked like a Viking on the warpath. His hands were clenched into tight fists. His arm muscles bulged like they doubled in size, and his usually green eyes were bright yellow. Yikes. Hey, I said, and he twisted around to stare at me, his gaze skimming me from head to toe and back again. I knew what he was thinking. That Rogan and I should have started by now. What's wrong? I asked. Disappointed I'm not undressed yet? I still wore the clothes I'd had on all day, and although I'd taken my hair out of the ponytail at some point, I didn't look much different than when he'd seen me an hour ago. He'd been expecting a fight, and had prepared for one. But now he was deflating. Literally. His bulky muscles were relaxing, his clenched hands were unfurling, and he was shrinking in size before my eyes. Now that is impressive. Can you please come in so I can lock the door again? I asked, wondering how I was going to make it back to the chair under my own steam. My legs did not want to keep me upright. Fridge stepped into the room, still keeping his gaze locked on mine. Can you? I giggled. Tomorrow I'd be mortified at all this giggling. Tonight I couldn't seem to stop. I'd rather you do it. Without a word, he shut the door carefully and locked it up. I continued to lean against the wall, enjoying the emptiness of my mind after a truly screwed up couple of days. Once he was done locking us in, Fridge looked at me, one eyebrow raised. What's wrong with you? You smell different. I shrugged. I knew he could probably smell my arousal. I mean, with these two in the room, it was impossible for me not to be turned on, but he may not be able to sense the level of it amidst the steak and booze. Vodka. You want some? He seemed to relax even more, as though he was glad there was a good reason for my ridiculous behavior. I don't drink vodka much. I pushed myself to my feet and managed to stagger to the liquor cabinet. Well, Dad had the best of everything. Whatcha want? I indicated to the shelf loaded down with bottles. Tequila? Rum? Fridge crept forward slowly. I'm not sure I should. Pa, I said, swiping a hand at him and grabbing another shot glass from inside the cabinet. Join in or piss off, 'cause I'm not stopping. If there was ever an excuse to drink, it's the night after you find your father murdered. Fridge nodded, as though my point made perfect sense to him. Okay. Tequila. Ha. I pointed at him and grabbed a bottle of clear liquor. Here you go. I tossed the shot glass at him, which he luckily caught because it wasn't a good throw, and I managed to get the bottle to him without dropping it. Then I went back and fell into Rogan's lap, twisting my arms around his neck before looking back at Fridge. I tried to keep a totally neutral voice when I said, "So, what brings you here this evening?" Not that I don't already know. He didn't answer, but instead set the shot glass down, filled it to the brim, and tossed it back like a pro. Oh, so it's like that, is it? Can you make me another drink, Rogan? I asked my wolf, who nodded, and then leaned forward to mix some more juice and vodka. Did you eat dinner? I asked Fridge. There's another steak left in the fridge if you can be bothered cooking it. I'm past it now. Rogan handed me my drink. Oh, thank you. I sipped and watched Fridge down shot after shot after shot. Hey, where's the fire? I asked with a grin. You in a hurry? He did 2 more shots without looking at me. I glanced down at the table and saw that almost half the bottle was gone. I gaped at him. Even my dad would have been impressed with that tolerance. Finally, he sat down at the other end of the table, as far away from me and Rogan as he could get in the small space, and stared at both of us. The intensity in his eyes, in his face, took my breath away. Not the shifter in him, the human side. He looked open, vulnerable, hurt almost. Wow. I don't want to be left out, he finally said. I glanced over at Rogan, who was looking almost as confused as I felt. Left out of what? I asked. I knew if I'd been less drunk, I might have been able to interpret him better, but my eyes were heavy, as were all my limbs. And my brain was on a go slow. After everything else he'd said and done, I couldn't quite work out why Fridge was here. He lifted his hands and made a circling motion at us, like we were meant to get that. I giggled and drank a little more, pouring another double for Rogan, encouraging him to do the same thing. Drink up. Then I glanced at Fridge, who was still drinking tequila at the other end of the table. Look, bud, you are either gonna have to spell it out, or get to finishing that bottle and hope it loosens your tongue. Me? I'm getting the next one. Rogan and I had finished the vodka, and there was another in the cupboard below the main liquor bottle area where Dad kept the overflow stash. I stumbled, dropping to my knees, and then figured I might as well stay down. I crawled across the floor. But before I got to the cupboard, strong arms scooped me up, and I was suddenly in Fridge's lap as he sat back down at the table. This time he sat in the middle, closer to Rogan. I think that's enough for the minute. Yeah, he asked. I wasn't sure I agreed with him, but since he was holding me, I didn't complain. Instead, I entwined my arms around his neck, settled into his lap, and let the alcohol already in my system do its job. I looked up at him, though he wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, as though the answer to life was written on one of the apartment walls. My belly tightened and lust wove through me as I gazed at him. Damn, he was a fine-looking man. So? Fridge, I began, trying not to slur. What are you doing here? Really? It's not your night. His jaw muscles bulged as he clenched his teeth, and his hands slid around my waist, holding me tight. It was a stupid idea to have alternating nights. He growled. We should both be here with you. Oh, that's your excuse, huh? Really? I asked as I twirled my fingers in his short blonde hair and inhaled his scent. Why? Because it's safer that way, he said. I frowned. I think you need more to drink. You're not relaxed enough. Or honest enough. I tried to get out of his lap, planting my feet on the ground and pushing up and away from him. I didn't get far. He held me by the waist so that I barely moved, apparently with very little effort. No. Stay, he ground out. I narrowed my eyes at him. Tell me why you're here. Now and quickly. Or you can go home and Rogan will stay here. With me. I didn't want to say that I was going to drag Rogan to bed with me, if I could talk the wolf shifter into it. Which, before Fridge had arrived, had been looking quite favorable. Fridge's hands gripped my waist, moving over my hips and belly in strange, agitated movements. But the way he gripped me also spoke of possession, and that was the main reason I stilled in his lap. I wanted to be his, but equally, I wanted him to be mine. I can't sit at home, wondering what's going on over here, he admitted. Well, that's a start. I stroked his neck and shoulders. Why? Because you think we're in trouble? I cocked my head to the side. Or because you think we're screwing without you? Fridge flinched like I'd hit him and snorted out his nose like a horse. I rolled my eyes. Well? He shook his head as though he couldn't or wouldn't answer, and my blood began to boil. In my current state, I didn't have the patience or the time for this level of coyness. If half a bottle of tequila couldn't loosen his lips, then something had to. I twisted in his lap and hit both his shoulders with my open palms, then gripped his huge muscles. My head was clearing, and my anger pulsed through me now. Listen. You're the one who rejected me. You don't get to tell me who I can and can't be with. I struggled against his arms, and this time he let me go. But I didn't go to Rogan, who was staying silent and letting me deal with the dragon. Instead, both of us seemed to know I had to face Fridge on my own in this moment. Despite the alcohol and heat in my blood, I was standing a little better now, bolstered by my fury. Fridge stood up slowly, moving with the dangerous grace that only a trained killer possessed. Any other time I would have found it sensuous as hell, but now I was just infuriated. So, let me repeat my question. What are you doing here? And what do you want? Fridge's eyes burned with a heat I recognized, and it wasn't anger. I want you. I groaned and threw my hands in the air. Why did it make me want to lose my mind even more to hear those words? Actually, you've made it perfectly clear that you don't want me. That you reject the idea of us being mates. Fridge interrupted. I never said that. I don't believe in fated crap. I don't want to feel forced into this. I don't want you to feel obligated to stay with me, if it doesn't work. I just want this to be natural. Natural? On some level, one understood what he was saying. But on another, it didn't make sense to me. What could be more natural than fated mates? With my confidence bolstered by the vodka still running through my veins, I stripped off my black sweater, then threw my purple tank to the floor. Next was my boring sports bra. I discarded the cumbersome thing. You think this isn't natural? To be aching so much. To have my body on fire. To be sliding off the seat just being close to you two. That's what being fated means. There's nothing more natural. I was panting and growling with the effort it took to speak, and if I thought I could remove my shoes and pants without falling on my head, then I'd be fully naked in an instant. Rogan's hands came around me from behind, distracting me from my frustration. His palms slid against the hot skin of my belly, then cupped my flesh, his lips at my neck breathing hard against me. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back, enjoying the touch so much more than I expected. More than I had ever enjoyed anyone touching me before. Pleasure poured through me as he tweaked my nipples, rolling the aching flesh with his fingers. Please? I whispered. Please what? Rogan asked. Take me to bed. Please. I didn't care what he did to me while we were there, as long as he kept touching me. He didn't move right away, like I expected him to. What other invitation did he need? I opened my eyes, turned around, and took his hand so that I could pull him down the hallway. Did he need a personal tour? He didn't move even when I tugged at him. What about Fridge? He asked. My gaze flicked to the dragon standing stoically a few feet behind us. Was he waiting for a personal invitation? Because from the bulge in his jeans, it was obvious he wanted to join in. Do you want him to join us? Rogan added. I bit my lip, not wanting to expose how deeply I craved them both, but also not wanting to lie. Not now. Of course I do. I flicked my gaze at Fridge and directed my words to him. But I would never force you to do anything you didn't want. Fridge took several steps forward, his eyes glowing with the yellow of his shifter. Are you sure you want me, and not some illusion you've conjured up? I couldn't help the tiny giggle that escaped my throat. If only he knew how accurate that was to my secret bloodline. I'm only a quarter shifter, you're a pure blood, I said. If there's anyone who's going to be most affected by a fated mate bond, it's you. Not me. I swallowed the words sinking in hard. Perhaps that was the problem? How hard was Fridge fighting against the natural need to bond with me? I stuck my chin in the air. I'm just brave enough to admit it. Are you? He glanced away. There's something there, I know, but I can't. He looked back at me. Don't make me name it yet. Please. And with those words and the pleading tone that accompanied them, he stole my heart. How bad had his parents' partnership really been? I held out my free hand, encouraging him to join us. Okay, no labels. For now. He nodded once and reached for my hand, our pact sealed. As our hands connected, a shiver coursed through my spine, the magic in my veins sealing our connection further. Damn, this is going to be the death of me. I swallowed hard. Now it was time to show them how much I truly needed them. Both of them.
Chapter 22. Fridge. I swallowed hard against the huge lump in my throat. She was right, of course. I could feel something, a need to mate with her so strong that it practically strangled me. But I couldn't give it the same name she did. This was lust, desire, obsession. All things I could control. Things I could feel without being overwhelmed by them. Without any pressure for the future. But God, how I wanted her. Enough to share her with Rogan. Enough to want any little bit she'd give me. Tonight. And maybe tomorrow too.
Chapter 23. Sadie. I tugged on both my men's hands toward my bedroom, then let them go so I could saunter down the hallway. Knowing that they were following me. I wanted them, and they wanted me. I pushed open my door, flicked off my shoes, and began pushing my yoga pants off my hips, but they got stuck. I didn't have the coordination to pull them down. I almost toppled onto the bed as I staggered forward. Help! I called out, then deliberately twisted around and fell onto the bed, on my back, laughing. I can't get my pants off. Fridge loomed over me, staring down like I was the only thing left on the plate and he was starving. His eyes were dark pools of desire. I swallowed hard, my heart pounding faster as I inhaled the scent of him above me. Then, thank the heavens above, he began to peel my leather pants down my thighs. Inch by inch he rolled them, dropping kisses on the skin of my thighs with his hot mouth as he went. He pushed the pants down to my ankles, then leaned forward and pressed his lips to my belly. I quivered as he kissed the material over my throbbing clit. Finally he tugged once more and my pants gave way, sliding off my legs and allowing the cool air to caress my heated flesh. He stood up, throwing the pants into the corner of the room and stared down at me. I groaned aloud. Thank you. That feels so much better. I launched to my feet, my head clearer now. I grabbed Fridge by the shirt and stared up into his gorgeous green eyes. Why are you still dressed? His lips kicked up on either side. Would you like me to change that? Hell yes. I want to see you. From practically the first moment I'd set eyes on Fridge, I'd wanted to see what lay beneath his shirt. Then last night, I'd seen him in nothing more than his underwear, and I'd wanted to touch him so badly. But I'd been blocked by Fridge and his insecurities. Not anymore. I turned to Rogan, who was standing beside the bed, running my gaze up and down the gorgeous shifter. You too. Please. You two are. I shook my head as I shuffled back on the bed. Absolutely beautiful. I didn't know how else to express it. Rogan prowled toward the bed, knelt on the mattress, and pushed me back so that he could lay down next to me. You're the one who's beautiful, Sadie. He slid his hand over my waist, then up to the peak, cupping the flesh there. I arched into his touch, wanting to be closer to him. I reached for his arms and pulled him into me. Please kiss. His lips were on mine before I'd finished the sentence. I groaned, wrapping my arms around his neck and pulling him over on top of me. I wanted his weight on me, the heat of his body pressing me down into the mattress. Sadie? Fridge took a step closer, reaching out a hand to me. I ached to grab for him, but I needed to make sure he wanted this. I waited for him to come to me. Then he moved forward, and my heart lurched with excitement. From outside the room, the sound of a window being broken and glass flying broke our lusty spell. I jumped, glancing at the door, then back at Fridge. His face was a myriad of emotions. That has to be one of the bedrooms, I said. Everywhere else is hardwood flooring. The glass would have made a very different sound if it had landed on hardwood. Fridge and Rogan bolted from the room, still undressed. I couldn't fight in the nude, though. I hurried to my closet, grabbed a cotton dress, pulled it on over my hot, wet form, and sprinted out the door after them. Yelling and thumping sounded, and a loud crash. Damn. Those noises were coming from my dad's bedroom. I ran into the room just in time to see a man with long, dark hair slip through the broken window and disappear. His face had been turned away, and I couldn't make out any of his features. Fridge was getting up from the floor where he'd obviously been forced, and Rogan was panting as he darted up to me from the other side of the room, blood splattered over his face and chest. Where'd he go? He asked. Out the window, I said, frowning. Didn't you see him leave? Had the intruder been that fast? Or had my timing been that impeccable? I tiptoed around the pile of shattered glass, trying not to slice my bare feet, to look out the window. I peered down at the grass 15 feet below, and the alleyway behind the apartment building. There wasn't a trace of him, even though we were one level up. Not that the height would be a challenge to a paranormal. Sadie, step away from the window, Fridge said. Probably a good idea. I didn't want to be snatched by some super powerful creature who'd managed to beat both my guys in a fight. I backed up slowly, and Fridge grabbed me into his arms. Before I could say anything, he carried me out of the room. We need to get you somewhere safe, he said. Safer than here? I asked, relaxing into his embrace. In my head, there was nowhere safer than my father's apartment. It was loaded full of weapons, was a layout I knew well, and technically had a great internal security. Admittedly, the security system did seem to be failing lately. Really gotta get that checked out. Ah yeah, Fridge said, shaking his head as though I were crazy. I sighed. He was probably right. This was the second time someone had broken into our apartment in 2 days. What do you think he was looking for? I asked as Fridge set me down on my feet, back in my bedroom. The guys started to get dressed. My disappointment was acute as their gorgeous bodies disappeared from view, but we needed to focus on what had just happened. Not what had been about to happen, before the break-in. I stripped off my dress and grabbed some fresh underwear out of my dresser. Both men stopped moving to stare at me, and I managed a smile while I put on something comfortable. I wasn't sure where we were going, but it was obvious from their attitudes we weren't staying here. It's crap that I don't why this is happening. What he was looking for, I said, frustrated. I looked over at them. What was he anyway? He didn't look like a shifter, but if he'd knocked both my guys on their asses, he had to be something pretty powerful. A vamp, Rogan said, grimacing as he pulled his shirt back over his arms. Do you need a shower or something? I asked, looking him over and peering at the blood splatter. He didn't seem to be cut anywhere, at least not anymore anyway. Shifters had exceptional healing powers, especially if the wounds weren't deep. He shook his head. Nah, I'll be fine. We need to get home. My breath caught in my throat, pain slicing through my heart harder and faster than I'd anticipated. Oh, you're leaving? I asked, trying to sound like I didn't care about the answer. I failed. Fridge growled and glared at me. You're coming with us. Don't think for a second that you're staying here. Those assholes are obviously after something your dad had, and they haven't found it yet. We need to get you somewhere safe before they come back again. Which they will. The tightness in my chest eased. Fridge's feelings for me hadn't changed, despite the fact we hadn't yet mated. Great. So where are we going? I asked. The guys looked at each other, I assumed silently communicating, then back at me. Fridge answered. Our apartment. It's probably safest because no one will think to look for you there. The workshop isn't safe. Neither is this place. Until we find the guys responsible for this, and find out what they want, we need to keep you away from both places. I nodded. Though I didn't like being told what to do, nor did I like running away, I liked being alive. And these bad guys had proven they were willing to kill. Okay. Well, I'll pack a bag and I suppose we can go right away. Assuming we're done here. I indicated to the bed. Fridge scowled. We are so not done here. Not by a long shot. But for the moment, I hate to say it, we might have to wait. Relief winged through my heart that despite his reticence, Fridge would have followed through with our mating. Okay, I managed. Who knows if I would have had the same reaction with Fridge that I'd had with Rogan. The way Rogan had felt, the connection and love for him that now pulsed through me. I was sure we'd mated tonight. I looked toward my wolf and smiled at him. I felt more settled, happier, lighter than I had before. And from the look on Rogan's face, he did too. Part of me hurt that Fridge and I hadn't had a chance to complete our mating in the same way. I began to pack for a week away, grabbing toiletries from the bathroom and clothes from my closet. When I glanced over at Fridge's grumpy face, I realized that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to wait to be mated to my dragon. We hadn't sorted out all our shit yet, and the last thing I'd ever want him to feel was trapped, mated to me against his will. Perhaps fate had intervened just in time to stop Fridge and me making a terrible mistake.
Chapter 24. Rogan. I helped Sadie pack her bag and carried her suits and shirts, though I wasn't sure why she'd need them over the next few days. My insides were in turmoil on so many levels. I'd just mated with my woman. Everything inside me, all of my shifter genes, were dancing with joy. I was settled. I'd made it. I'd found her. I was whole. But she was in danger, and I had to protect her. Fridge and I had just gotten our asses handed to us, and if that was the guy who had killed Jimmy, then we were in trouble. He moved so fast I'd barely seen him. And Fridge. I glanced over at my best friend as he picked up one of Sadie's bags and stared at her with huge, hopeful eyes. He wanted Sadie as his mate, his lover, his wife, just as much as me. My big, dumb friend had fallen. Hard. He just had to come to terms with the fact that our single life was over. And the rest of our lives could begin once he got his act together. But Fridge had more baggage than anyone I'd ever met, so how long it would take for him to come to the right conclusion was anyone's guess.
Chapter 25. Sadie. Rogan and Fridge lived about 15 minutes by car out of the city. We took my dad's truck because it was the newest and biggest of all the vehicles available to us. By the time we got to their place, a large 2-bedroom apartment in an older but well-looked-after complex, it was well past midnight and I was exhausted. I could barely put one foot in front of the other. When we stepped into their unit on the second floor, I dropped my duffel on the ground. Fridge had wanted to carry it, but I'd insisted. Stupid me. The apartment was small but not tiny, with an open living, dining and kitchen area and a hallway that looked like it led to the bedrooms. The room was clean but sparse of personal effects. Where am I sleeping? I asked, eyeing the couch as Rogan turned on all the lights. With me, he said. My bed's bigger, Fridge argued. If I hadn't been so tired, I would have enjoyed the squabble. Can we all sleep together? I asked, because as far as I was concerned, that was what was going to happen in the future. Once our mating was complete, I wouldn't want to sleep without either of them. Fridge and Rogan glared at each other, as though they'd never considered such a thing. I staggered toward the huge, comfortable-looking couch. It was dark brown, and the plush cushions were inviting. Don't worry about it. The couch looks just fine. Rogan grabbed me up in his arms, stopping my trajectory. No. You're right. Let's go. I wrapped my arms around his neck and cuddled into him. He walked us into a huge room with a California king bed, black comforter, and dark wooden furniture. Fridge's room? I asked, though it was pretty obvious. Part of me expected to see a golden egg somewhere for him to nest over. Rogan eased me down on the bed. Yep. He began to undress, and I slithered off the bed to do the same. I kept my tank top and panties on, then slipped into the middle of the bed beneath the covers. I can't believe how tired I am, I said as I closed my eyes and turned onto my side, loving the feel of the firm mattress and fluffy pillows beneath me. I could definitely get used to sleeping here. There were sounds of clothes dropping to the floor, lights being turned off, and heavy sighs, before two warm bodies slid under the sheets with me. I sighed as I nestled into both of them, my ass against Rogan's belly and my hand on Fridge's chest. Good night, I managed, though a part of me wished for so much more. Especially with Fridge. Unfinished business there. Then I fell into sleep like a friend welcoming me home. When I woke, I was alone, and for a moment I had no idea what time it was, nor where I was. I lifted my head, looking around the room for signs of life or a clock. When I saw neither, I rolled onto my back and stretched my arms above my head, luxuriating in the feeling of having a well-rested body. We came back to the boys' apartment last night. And this is Fridge's room. I think. How long had it been since I'd slept all night without waking? Years, probably. I sat up and glanced around. I couldn't hear a thing, then the door opened and Rogan walked in. He was carrying a plate and cup with steam billowing from the top. He smiled at me with all the love and welcome I'd ever dreamt of from a husband, partner, or mate. You're awake, he said. Perfect timing. He placed the plate next to me on the bed, and the drink on the nightstand. What's all this? I asked. I hadn't received breakfast in bed since I was a small child. And that was only when I was sick, and we had a full-time nanny. Fridge doesn't cook much, but what he does make is a great breakfast. Rogan pushed the plate closer to me. The smell of greasy, crispy bacon and fluffy scrambled eggs floated up to meet me. There was also a sausage, some hash browns, and even buttered toast. Thank you. I didn't know what to say. The gesture was so thoughtful, I wasn't quite sure what to think. How are you doing this morning? He asked as he sat on the bed next to me. I could tell he wanted to reach over and touch me, but between the food on my lap and the way I was positioned on the bed, that was difficult. I considered his question properly before answering. It had been a hell of a few days. Good, I think. Is it still morning? I can't tell what time it is. He chuckled. Yeah, it's not even 8 yet. We were thinking of going into the workshop for a bit, then maybe speak to a PI that your dad hires for some of our trickier jobs. I picked up a piece of bacon and bit into it, my hungry body rolling with pleasure as I began to eat in earnest. A private investigator? I asked. I would have assumed you guys got all the info you needed when someone hired you. He shrugged. This guy is more than a pie. He's a tracker. If we can't find someone, he tracks them down for us, then we make the arrest and get the bounty. Sounded fascinating. What sort of shifter is he? This guy sounded like a rare breed. He's a mix from what I gather, but no one really knows because he doesn't talk about it. And your dad never told us if he knew. But with his sense of smell and the fact that he doesn't want to be a bounty hunter, I assume some wolf, some badger, maybe a little fox. You'll see when you meet him. I hummed, interested in the new information, but also too interested in my breakfast. It was awesome. I'd inhaled the eggs and the toast, and was just starting on the sausage when Fridge stuck his head in through the door. Oh, you're awake, he said. Good. He didn't attempt to enter the room past the door frame, and I could feel the freeze from where he was standing. I'd ask Rogan later what that was about. Instead, I blasted Fridge with a high-wattage smile, trying to melt the ice from where I sat. Thank you so much for breakfast. This is awesome. I kept eating and maintaining eye contact with him. He was probably feeling disconnected and a little repressed. That would put anyone in a bad mood. Eventually, he leaned against the door and seemed to relax a little. Glad you like it. I swallowed the last of the eggs and picked up the other piece of toast. Rogan was just saying you guys want to go into the workshop and speak to a pie of some sort? Fridge nodded. Yeah, we need to find out who killed your dad and more importantly why. I cocked my head at him. The why is more important to you guys? I was more interested in the who, but that was my need for revenge talking. Yeah. Absolutely. If it was just an accidental overfeeding, or they wanted him dead because he posed a threat or something like that, then they would have disappeared without a trace. But they broke into your house, ransacked his office, they're looking for something, and until they find it, or we find them, you're still at risk. I glanced down at my plate and began to cut up my sausage, heat and love filling my chest. Fridge was worried about me. That was what this was all about. He could be grumpy and rough, and not want anything to do with our fated mates Link, but he cared about my safety the same way my father had. And that to me was love. I glanced up again, though I was pretty sure my face had gone red from the heat I could feel flooding my cheeks. Should we just skip the workshop and go straight to the pie? Surely he has an office or something? Rogan laughed and even Fridge grinned. What's so funny? I asked. You'll know why that's funny when you meet him, but to answer your question, no, he doesn't have an office. And if he did, we wouldn't take you there, Rogan said. Was he really that bad? And I need to check in on the boys, Fridge said, which reminded me that I'd given them both the reins to the business as far as the other men were concerned. I glanced from one to the other. Do I need to do anything in regard to the business and ownership, and your roles? I had no idea. Rogan shook his head. Not today, at least. Fridge shrugged. We're not worried about titles or money. But you'll need to talk to your dad's lawyers about all the legal stuff. I'm sure your dads will just pass everything down directly to you. I hope so. We'd never discussed it. Not because of money, I reassured them, but just for ease. I don't want to be fighting anyone in court for my dad's apartment. It's the only thing I really want to keep. It's my home. Everything else is negotiable. Even the business, to be honest. They nodded as one, and an uncomfortable silence drifted over the room. Death and money. Fun subjects. I finished the food on the plate and shuffled off the bed. Thank you so much for breakfast, but I better have a quick shower if we're going into work soon. I was sure I still smelled of my time with Rogan. Not to mention anxiety, stress, and sweat. Fridge reached out and took the plate, then pointed to a door along the hallway. Bathroom's there. Take your time. We'll leave when you're ready. Thanks. I smiled warmly at both of them, grateful for starting the day in such a positive way. I grabbed up my bag as Fridge left the room and made my way to the bathroom.
Chapter 26. Fridge. Last night was torture, lying beside Sadie and trying to control my dragon. She needed rest, not me climbing on top of her and her brains out. My skin was on fire and my heart wouldn't stop hammering in my chest. I opened the dishwasher and put our plates inside. I'd hoped breakfast would soothe a few of the wounds I'd created with my words yesterday. I never knew how to say the right things. Rogan was good at that, but I wasn't. I could fight. I could make breakfast. I was good at actions, not words. But I didn't want Sadie hating me. I wanted her to like me, to want to be with me. Even if I couldn't give her what she wanted in terms of the whole fated mates thing. Didn't mean I didn't want her, with every cell in my body screaming out for her. Right now. But how was she going to feel about that, if I couldn't commit to the fated mates idea? Only time would tell.
Chapter 27. Sadie. The bathroom was clean and tidy, just like the rest of their apartment. A little soulless, but I couldn't be too picky. They were two men living without a woman. But my brain immediately went to small changes I'd make. A little fresh paint, a picture here or there. I shook my head to clear the thoughts of decorating, and hopped in the shower. I didn't waste any time scrubbing quickly, then jumped out. I was surprised to find I was a little tender after my session with Rogan last night. It had been hot, too fast, but I suppose that was what matings were for. To fuse the bodies together. To make sure we didn't break apart before the bond was completed. I wasn't on any sort of birth control, and as I flipped through my phone and checked my cycle, I realized I was a week away from my period and nowhere near my fertile time. Hopefully. But with two virile men in my life now, I was going to have to see a doctor about that. The last thing I needed in this mess of my current life was a baby. Though a little shifter would be cute. Stop it. I warned myself, laughing and shaking my head. So much had changed in the last few days, I suppose it was natural to want to try and create a family now that I'd lost mine. But not this fast. I was high on good food and loving. Obviously, I wasn't being rational. I opened my duffel bag and pulled on some of the clothes I'd brought with me. A pair of denim jeans and a smart white shirt. Casual but fine. The shirt tucked in at my waist and accentuated my curves nicely, without looking like I was trying. I glanced in the mirror one more time. Yeah, that'll do. I walked out of the bathroom to find both guys waiting by the front door. Fridge had a black bag at his feet, and Rogan was scrolling through his phone. I walked forward. All ready. They grinned at me with matching smiles, and I couldn't stop the way my hips automatically sashayed toward them. At this time in my life when I should be curled in a ball, grieving for the man who had raised me, I had an amazing amount of happiness to look forward to in the future. It felt like a gift. Fate had taken something special away, but she had given something special right back. So, to the workshop? I asked, as Fridge bent over to pick up his bag. I eyed him and joked. You look like you're taking an overnight bag. What you got in there? He unzipped the bag for me to have a look. I poked my head over the contents and gasped. He had an assortment of ropes, knives in their sheaths, and handcuffs. Despite the quiver of fear that rippled through me, I was excited. I do like a prepared man. He didn't say anything, but the sides of his lips lifted as though he couldn't help but smile. Anything else I should know before we go out today? I asked, surprised at how quiet the men were. Especially Fridge. Rogan slipped a hand around my waist and grinned. Just let us know if you feel overwhelmed or need to come home. We're both worried you're gonna crash any moment. I glanced over to where Fridge was unlocking the front door, and when he turned to me, I saw the same concern mirrored in his expression as I heard in Rogan's voice. I plastered a smile on my face, loving the fact that they were worried about me, but also not thrilled that they thought me too weak and unfocused to handle this. I gestured them out the door. Let's just find my father's killer. Chapter 28. Sadie. The drive to my dad's workshop building was only 15 minutes, but I used that time to email my boss at work and let him know what was going on. I'd messaged her yesterday to say there was a family emergency I needed to take care of, but hadn't given her any direct details. Just that I needed the day off. But it was way past that now. Then I emailed my boss's boss, and let him know exactly what had happened, and that I would need a month off for bereavement and to sort things out. I had sick leave and vacation hours stored up if they needed me to use it. I could easily take the time off fully paid, but since money wasn't really a problem, I didn't worry about any of that. I just looked forward to the time off because so much needed to be accomplished. My corporate career was action-packed and stressful. I could handle sorting out my dad's business, but finding his murderer on top of that added something to the mix I'd never had to deal with before. Work may have been a good distraction at the moment, but I wanted to focus on my father's business and ensure everything was sorted properly before I attempted to transition back to my old life. If I ever did. Hopefully, with the help of his lawyers, we could sort this out quickly. Then I'd deal with the funeral. I put my phone into my bag and glanced out the window. The funeral, heaven help me. I had no idea what my dad even wanted for a burial. All shifters were cremated, but my mother's body had been buried in a cemetery. Like all humans and witches. So, what would my father want me to do for him? I had to assume he'd want to be buried with his wife. But would he want to be in a casket too? Or cremated and in an urn, and then his ashes buried with Mom? Hopefully, he detailed it all in his will. The car stopped and Fridge turned off the engine. Let's go. We stepped out of the car and walked into the workshop. Everything hit me all at once, the sounds of men training, the scent of sweat and leather. I swayed on my feet, a wave of grief flowing over me. If I walked up those stairs, I should be able to see my father. This was his place, his men. A hand squeezed my arm. You okay? It was Rogan's voice. Yeah. It's okay. I shook him off. I think I'll go to the office and make some calls. Can you let me know when the pie gets here? Before he responded, I charged up the stairs with my head held high. I could feel the other men around me stop their activity to watch me. I tried to ignore the attention. After all, I'd have to get used to that if I continued to work here. I reached the top of the stairs and turned around to Rogan, who was still at the bottom, looking up at me. Oh, and did you locate Dad's lawyer details yesterday? He nodded. Yeah, they're on the desk still, I think. Thanks. I gave him a brief smile and headed straight to Dad's office. There was so much to do. And so little time. Or it felt that way, anyway. I sat in Dad's chair, ignoring the nostalgic wave of sadness that washed over me. If I was going to take over his business, these moments were going to be part of everyday life. I shook myself and picked up the phone, dialing the number in front of me. Hello? This is Sarah Williams. I'm calling to speak to Raymond Kennedy. He's in charge of my father's estate, I believe. I was transferred to a man who sounded ancient, but clever, like so many of the good lawyers in town. Luckily for me, everything seemed to be pretty straightforward in Dad's will. The apartment and the business were paid off. There was no debt, and I inherited everything. There was a lot of relief that came with knowing that, but I also wanted to know one more thing. Mr. Kennedy. Raymond, please, Sarah. Raymond? I appreciate everything you've told me so far. Thank you. I'm very relieved to find out that Dad made things so easy for me. Raymond chuckled. Your father loved you very much, and although he didn't expect to leave this earth quite so soon, he didn't want you saddled with debt of any kind. He always hoped that you would want to join him in the business, though I told him that a woman of your intelligence would surely not want to do so. I cleared my throat. It was easy to assume that a woman wouldn't want to take on a group of 50 bounty hunters. Even those who had met me underestimated me. Often. Thank you, but there is one other thing I need to ask about. My father's funeral. Did he leave any details about what he wanted done with his body, or the size or location of where he wanted the service conducted? I trailed off as emotions closed my throat. Raymond began to hum and haw. Well, no. He didn't say specifically, but I assumed, being a shifter. I interrupted him. I understand. He didn't tell you what he wanted. No. I didn't think it needed to be written down. I apologize if that was an oversight on my behalf. It wasn't. The rules were generally written in stone. Shifters were cremated. Unless Dad had gone out of his way to write down something else, then that was what he wanted. But I would be burying his ashes with my mother. They'd want to be together. I leaned back in the chair. It's fine. Thank you for everything. I'll be in touch next week so we can meet and work out everything. Yes. There will be a lot of paperwork, but as a lawyer yourself, I'm sure you understand. I closed my eyes. Oh, I knew exactly how much paperwork would need to be read and signed. I'd need a drink that day. I do. Thank you, Raymond. I hung up and sat for a moment. I counted my heartbeats and took long breaths. So, I'd get my dad cremated and buried with my mother. I had a plan. In that respect, anyway. Now I just had to find his killer, and with an entire business dedicated to hunting and capturing bad guys, surely we'd be able to find the person responsible. There was a knock on my door. "Come in," I called out. The door opened and Rogan stepped in, clearing his throat. "The private investigator is here. Would you like me to show him in?" I stared at him and almost laughed. Was Rogan showing me all this respect and deference for a reason? Who was this guy? "Sure," I said, waving my hand in front of me. "Send him in." He'd come quickly. That was impressive, and perhaps an indication of how much he respected my father. Or that was what I hoped. Rogan walked into the room and a man stepped in after him, although stepped was too strong a word. He slid in. His presence made every hair on my body stand on end. Fridge came in after him and shut the door. My men stood shoulder to shoulder by the door and this man walked up to the desk. I jumped to my feet and swallowed hard, trying not to flinch at the ugliness before me. He had a hunched back, and when he moved, he had a subtle limp. Somewhat like I always imagined the hunchback of Notre Dame would move. But he smelled like a strange underground shifter. The guys were right. A wolf, a badger, I couldn't tell. I forced a smile. "Thank you so much for coming so quickly. I'm Sarah Williams." "Sadie?" I didn't extend my hand, not wanting to touch his skin. It had a scaly appearance to it that shimmered in the overhead light. He nodded. "Nice to meet Jimmy's daughter." I was pleasantly surprised by his voice. It was educated, with an English lilt to his accent. My gaze rose to Fridge, who didn't meet my eyes. He was standing rigid, as though ready to pounce if necessary. I gestured toward one of the empty chairs. "Please have a seat. Sorry, did I miss your name?" He shook his head. "Most people call me Shadow." We sat in our respective chairs, and I slid right up to the desk so I could face him properly. My father had taught me never to judge a book by its cover. I was a great example of that, but this guy was something else. He pinned me with eyes that were somewhere between blue and violet. "Can you tell me what sort of shifter you are, Shadow? I've never seen eyes like yours." He actually smiled, though it was the wobbliest version of a smile I'd ever seen. I don't think anyone has ever asked me that question so quickly. "Well, except your father." That made me chuckle. Well, they do say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He pinned me with a stare. "I understand your mother was unusual also. Do you have any of her traits?" The air around us shifted in a strange way, and I was suddenly more than uncomfortable. "He told you about my mother?" Shadow inclined his head. "Not exactly. We are distant cousins, you and me." I sat up straighter. "Really? How so? On Mom's side?" I didn't know a lot about the distant family. My grandparents had kept in touch over the years, but they lived far away and my aunt had 4 kids they concentrated on mostly. He nodded. "Yes, I believe we share a great-grandmother." And then the chill in the air was gone. He was part witch too. Though unlike him, I was almost half witch. I smiled at him, relaxing. No wonder he was so uncomfortable in society, so strange to the others. The mix of shifter and magical blood didn't always blend well. "Well, cousin, it is wonderful to make your acquaintance," I said, and I meant it. Shadow bobbed his head. "Jimmy was kind to me. Gave me a job that suited me, as soon as I moved to town. Made me somewhat of a legend." I finished for him. He shrugged, now glancing away as though bashful. "Perhaps?" I pushed aside my questions about the other sides of his lineage. He was obviously a mix of many creatures, some of which had damaged his body. Not his brain, though. He appeared to be as quick as a whip. So you'll help me, Shadow? He looked me straight in the eye. To find the people responsible for your father's death? I nodded. Yes. I want to kill the ones responsible, and if they're part of a corporation, take that down too. Are you interested? He grinned with pointed teeth and purple eyes. I'd never felt so repulsed by a person, while at the same time, so in tune with them. Abso-bloody-lutely.
Chapter 29. Rogan. My mouth dropped open at Shadow's exclamation, and I glanced at Fridge, who had a similar dumbfounded expression on his face. Who knew the guy could talk like this? His accent made him sound like some snotty scholar. Not the underworld pie who got the dirt on the worst of the worst. Shadow could get in and out of places none of the rest of us could. He had connections everywhere. But he was an enigma. He had no friends. No one understood him. And yet here we were, having a good old chat with the strange shifter. And he was Sadie's cousin. Who would have guessed that? At least that meant she was probably safe, because we had been concerned about that. It hadn't been logical fear, of course. There was no reason for Shadow to hurt Sadie. He'd been loyal to Jimmy, as we all were. But you just never knew. And it was always better to be safe than sorry.
Chapter 30. Sadie. I lifted my gaze to Rogan and Fridge, who both were standing by the door. Rogan's jaw had dropped open like he was a cartoon character. Maybe I should walk over and lift it back up again. Fridge looked equally shocked, his eyes wide and his eyebrows raised high. You guys all right? I asked with a smirk. Rogan snapped his mouth shut and Fridge nodded. I looked back at the man who claimed to be my distant cousin. Do you know what their issue is? He leaned forward in his chair and rolled his right shoulder, most likely because he was more comfortable in a flexed position. I don't usually talk this much. And? Why was that enough to make my mates look so dumbfounded? He chuckled, a strange scratchy noise that made my skin prickle. Normally I'd get an indication of what sort of shifter a person was by the sound of their laugh, but his was quite unusual. I detected a hint of wolf growly, but there was something else. A fox noise, perhaps? You really don't know anything about me, do you? Shadow asked, the question sounding redundant. I'd answer it anyway. I shook my head and leaned back in my chair. No. Rogan and Fridge told me that you could help us track down the guys responsible for killing my dad. That's all I care about. One side of Shadow's lips lifted into a half smile. You've got more of your dad in you than you realize, Sadie. He was the best of the best. I nodded, my throat clogging with emotion. I wasn't sure how long it was going to take me to get used to people saying that, but I was nowhere near comfortable yet. I swallowed hard so that I didn't make a fool of myself when I tried to speak. That is an amazing compliment. Thank you. I cleared my throat again, the thickness making it hard to talk. Now, what's the plan for getting justice for my dad? Do you mind if I smoke? It helps my nerves, he said, dragging out a pack of hand-rolled cigarettes in a silver case from the inside of his jacket pocket. I opened my mouth to tell him that I did in fact care, and that he could wait until after the meeting to smoke. He'd stink up the whole office, and there were no windows in this room. But Rogan stepped forward and flicked a switch on the side of the desk. A loud exhaust fan went on above my head, and I glanced up. Why hadn't I noticed that before now? Rogan cleared his throat. Jimmy allowed it, he said, and then stepped away. Well, who was I to break with tradition? I waved my hand. Go ahead. Shadow lit up and began puffing away, the scent much less offensive than expected. That doesn't smell too bad, I said, finding it hard not to comment. I generally hated the scent of cigarettes. He chuckled. It's a home blend. I wouldn't have asked if I thought it would upset you. I shrugged. It's okay. There are lots of new things for me to get used to. Shadow puffed on his cigarette like one would a cigar, and blew out a ring of smoke up toward the fan. Then he leaned back in his chair, his physical appearance visibly relaxing. How much pain was he in to need constant nicotine? It appeared to be almost like a medication to him. How much do you know about this town, Sadie? I frowned at him. What did that have to do with anything? I've lived here all my life. He sucked in another lungful of smoke and blew it upward. I know. But how much do you know about the inner workings of politics? The money that moves around the city? The vampires? I bit my lip. This conversation had just taken a turn that I hadn't expected. I know a bit, I think. Why was I suddenly feeling stressed and out of my depth? I pushed through the tight feeling in my chest. The one that told me I was inadequate. Just relax and learn what you can. I mean, I work for a large corporation, I continued. Owned by vampires. I know they run and own practically everything in this town. He nodded, a patient look passing over his face as though he were talking to a child. They do. However, do you know anything about the blood system? The way they feed? Rogan and Fridge looked nervously at each other. Did they know all of this? Was that why they seemed uncomfortable? Or were they worried about what I was learning? I focused back on Shadow. They feed on donors and slaves, their lovers and... Shadow's gaze silenced me. Then he shook his head. They don't feed that way, I said. Why did I feel so slow? So stupid. Why hadn't I ever asked these sorts of questions? I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at him. Are you going to tell me the answer, or just leave me hanging? He sighed, before taking another drag. This city runs on vampire money and greed. They are immortal and powerful, but they have a significant weakness. And what's that? I hadn't seen many weaknesses in the vampires I'd met. Their hunger. Their need for blood. Our blood. It makes them weak. I shrugged in disagreement. I don't see why you'd see it that way. It's just their nourishment. And when there's so many people who want to be fed on, women willing to provide it for a price, why would it be a weakness? That would be like saying, I have a weakness for burgers and pizza. He sighed, and again I got that weird feeling in my chest, like I was being led down the garden path. Have you ever spoken to a vampire, Sadie? I nodded. Of course. My bosses are vampires. I have clients who are vampires. Have you ever talked to one of them about their palate? Their particular tastes for blood? Their what? Wasn't blood just blood? I shook my head, trying hard not to shudder. God, no. Imagine that conversation. I don't want to even think about it. Shadow continued. Have they ever stepped too close? Smelled you? Have you ever seen their eyes glisten red? Rogan fidgeted by the door, shifting from one foot to another, uncrossing and recrossing his arms. I knew he wanted to interrupt the conversation. But he didn't. I shook my head, this time unable to stop the shiver of disgust that ran through me. Finally, Rogan stepped forward. Shadow, I'm not sure that Sadie. The warning in his words was clear, but his tone was quiet, respectful of the man in front of him. I lifted my gaze and shook my head. No. I want to hear it all. If I've been living under a rock, I want to know the truth. It would be just like my dad to keep me safe, sheltered from the world around me. I looked back at Shadow. To answer your question, no. I've never seen a vampire's eyes turn red in business. Occasionally at a club when I was younger, maybe, but I've never been approached or harassed by any of them. He frowned. That's unusual, and I must say, I'm a little surprised they've never even tried. Why would you be surprised? I asked. Surely it was normal for a woman of my age to have gone through her life without a vampire wanting to bite her. They were civilized creatures, after all. Shadow stared pointedly at me. Perhaps we should continue the rest of this conversation alone? No, Fridge said. Loudly. Shadow looked at me, and I understood exactly what he wanted to talk about, my magical blood. I smiled at my fated mates. It's okay. I'll talk to Shadow alone. Fridge shook his head. Sadie, that's not a good idea. I rolled my eyes. He's not going to attack me. Just wait outside the door, okay? I'll call for you if I need help. There was a lot of huffing and puffing and stomping of feet, but in the end, my mates obviously decided that I could be left alone with the weird shifter. Shadow chuckled when the door slammed shut behind them. Are they both your mates? I blinked at him, surprised he read that fact about our connection so easily. So quickly. How'd you know that? He shrugged. I get a feel for people pretty easily. That and the excessive possessiveness coming from both of them, not just one. They both know me, trust me. I would never hurt a woman, especially not one related to me. So their need to be in here was strange. I smiled at his logic and the fact that I'd been right. They did trust him. Even if he was odd. Yes, they're both my fated mates. He smiled. You must be a lot of woman to require two mates, especially one as strong as a dragon. I shrugged. I haven't really thought about it like that. And I really didn't want to discuss it with a man I just met, either. He laughed. All right, we won't continue with that conversation. Bit weird anyway, to be honest. Now let's get back to the topic at hand. You do realize why witches are extinct, or everyone assumes we're extinct, don't you? Shish. I glanced around, as though there could be people listening in the corners of the room. He lowered his voice. There are no bugs in this room. Don't worry. I had no idea how he knew that, but instinct told me I could trust his judgment. Okay. I shook myself to focus back on the conversation. And yes, I do know that the reason witches are basically extinct is because the vampires hunted them until there were none left. I'm not sure why they did that though. He nodded, his purple eyes swirling in a way that I recognized as being part warlock. No other paranormal had eyes that color, but men on my mother's side of the family did. I stared at him, awestruck. You really are my cousin, aren't you? He chuckled. Yes. Then why didn't my father tell me about you? Why would he keep a family member from me like that? Shadow puffed on the last of his cigarette, then pulled out another one from the silver case, lighting the second with the end of the first. I think he wanted to keep you separate from this life, until you chose to be a part of it, of course. There are so many elements that are unsavory. Dark. This part in particular. I swallowed hard, taking a few careful breaths to try and slow my thundering heart rate down. What's this in particular? Shadow blew out a ring of smoke, and it drifted elegantly to the ceiling. The blood ring. The blood ring? I repeated. It sounded like some sort of weird boxing match. Shadow shifted in his chair. Yes. It's an underground blood market for vampires. Where people are forced to breed, then drained of their blood purely for selling to vampires. They what? I blinked at him, then threw up my hands, shocked. Are you telling me there are people locked up somewhere in this city, whose sole purpose is to be bred, so that blood can be available for a vampire's appetite? Shadow's mouth thinned. Absolutely. But it gets a lot worse than that. Worse? What's worse than babies bred as food for the vamps? Nothing surely could be worse. Shadow chuckled. You really don't get it, do you? The vampires consider us little more than food. Think about the way we see cattle, lambs, chickens. Bred for slaughter. For consumption. The vampires allow us to think we are free in this world, but in reality, they run the whole show. I shuddered. Like cows? Like steak? I swallowed the bile that rose. I'd had such a delicious steak with Rogan last night, just as I had done most nights with my father. Vampires couldn't possibly think of us that way. I couldn't believe it. I worked for some of them. But we're human. We're what they used to be. It's almost like cannibalism. Shadow nodded. Yes, I agree with you. But that doesn't change what we are to them, or how they see us. Especially the ancient vampires. I found that once they reach a certain age, 200 or so, their empathy for the human condition, for anything really, becomes non-existent. I shivered and ran my hands over my arms. I wasn't actually cold, but the conversation was icing my normally hardy constitution. Okay. So you're saying the vampires run an illegal and totally immoral blood ring to, what? Breed specific bloodlines? Why? Shadow shrugged one shoulder and winced. Why do we as humans breed any species? Think about it. Why do we cross certain dog breeds or cattle? I tapped my fingers along the desk, thinking about his point from the perspective he was presenting. For the strengths of those different breeds. Like designer dogs that look a certain way. Or cattle for their size and muscle mass. A horrible thought struck me. Are they breeding us for traits? Or were we now designer donors? He nodded. Sort of. What the vampires have deliberately not told us over the years of working with us, although it's obvious if you speak to them or live in their world, is that they enjoy certain blood types more than others. Why do you think all witches and warlocks were hunted to extinction? Because they were too powerful? The vampires were jealous? That's what I'd always thought. I never really looked into it. I guess I just assumed they thought we were a threat to them. I closed my eyes briefly as a wave of nausea passed through me. Tell me they don't enjoy magical blood more than any other. He chuckled. You're quick. Oh God. He sat up straighter, meeting my gaze with his. They do. They love it. Crave it more than any other bloodline. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Why do you think your mother was killed? Or why she would have been encouraged to breed with a shifter like your father? I gaped at him. You think a vampire killed my mother for her blood? How was that possible? How had my father let that happen? He nodded. I know they did. You know? How? How did he know? Then the other shoe dropped. And what do you mean, she was encouraged to breed with my father? I asked, wincing. I'd just gotten my head around the idea that my parents could be fated mates, but that was obviously not the case here. Worry crossed Shadow's face, then he glanced down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I threw my hands up in the air. We've come this far, push on. Please. There's no one else alive to tell me anything true. He sighed and smacked his lips together. Do you have any water, or? Yes. I jumped to my feet, happy to do something with all my nervous energy. I grabbed water bottles and Coke cans out of the fridge in the corner of the room. Luckily, my dad had kept it fully stocked. I walked back and placed them on the desk. 3 of each. Help yourself. Shadow took a bottle of water, tipped his head back, and swallowed it the same way a pelican would. All in one long drink. Impressive. Then he opened a can of Coke, the crack of the aluminum tab echoing in the room, quickly followed by the effervescent bubbling sound as the soft drink fizzed up. He took a big gulp and sighed. Thanks. I sat down and cracked my can. I needed the sugar. You're seriously not going to tell me how many different shifters are in your bloodline? He chuckled. I don't tell anyone. But if you really want to know, I'll tell you, cousin. I nodded. Shoot. He sighed. I have a base of witch blood, of course. From our great-grandmother, but my ancestors, unlike yours, fell in love outside their circle. Quickly my blood was diluted with wolf shifters, a fox shifter, and a hare. A hare? I repeated. That was a very unusual shifter. He chuckled. Yes, unfortunately that did not mix well with my other bloodlines, thus the spinal deformity. However, it gave me extra speed and agility. Thank you for telling me, I said, though I was pretty sure he was holding something back. There's no. I swallowed hard against the fear that rose. I didn't want him to take this as a rude question, but I was going to ask it anyway. There's no reptile in there at all? His eyes opened wider, then he chuckled. How'd you guess? No one has before. I shrugged. I don't really know. Something about your skin. And my intuition that I trusted. He nodded. Yes, there is some snake in there, which is probably why the vampires don't bite me. Why is that? I asked, not quite sure what he meant. Because they don't like reptiles. They never have. Oh, now it all makes sense. What does? I asked. He grinned. I knew they added something to your bloodline to try and keep you safe, but I wasn't sure which shifter. It makes sense that the vampires don't bite you either. You have some snake in you too. My mouth fell open. I'll say what now? Chapter 31. Sadie. Shadow smiled. They never told you, did they? They? I assume he meant my parents. That my dad had snake in him? No. I would have been horrified to learn such a thing. Snake shifters were known for being sneaky, underhanded, and savage. And now that I thought about it, I supposed it was possible. Shadow laughed. Okay. I definitely need to tell you some things. Like what? What else could there possibly be? How many more secrets did my family and this city have to tell? Shadow took another sip of his Coke, then placed it on the desk in front of him. Well, first, there's no snake shifter in either side of your bloodlines. Unlike most shifters who've intermingled for centuries, you dad's line is pretty pure. Human and wolf shifters only. Well, that was good to know, but did that mean? And my mother? Pure witch, he whispered. The last of her kind. Then how? He wasn't making any sense. Unless my father wasn't my real father, but I didn't believe that for 1 second. Shadow reached forward, grabbed the Coke, and tipped back the last of his can. It's pretty simple, really. Do you remember the spell your mother cast on you as a child? Ah? I hated that this stranger knew so much about my life, but I tried to push through the discomfort. No, I don't remember it, but my father told me that she'd conducted a spell to enhance my shifter abilities. Like she did for him, he said. I gaped at him. How is it you know so much about my family? Honestly, it's unnerving, he finished with a grin. I nodded. Totally. Worse than that, actually, but I didn't have a word for it. He shrugged. I listen and have an eidetic memory. So, he memorized pretty much everything he'd ever been told or read. I narrowed my gaze at him. Who was keeping secrets now? It's more than that, I said. My father wouldn't have told you all of that information unless he had to. Shadow has warlock in him, remember? Did you put a spell on him? Or? The answer came to me in a flash, as though my mother had inserted the piece of information straight into my head. You can read minds, can't you? You sneaky bugger. Shadow cackled with laughter, and the door burst open as Fridge charged into the room. I waved my hand at him. We're all good in here, Fridge. You can go downstairs and work if you need to. Shadow and I are fine. Fridge snorted through his nose, and I was surprised not to see smoke rings come out his nostrils. Then he took another look around the room and nodded, as though he was satisfied I was telling the truth. He slammed the door behind him when he left. You know he is extremely conflicted about the whole fated mates thing, right? Shadow asked. I groaned. Yes, I know. Can you tell me how to fix it? He shook his head. No, that's not really how my gift works. I get flashes of memory, emotions, sometimes words. But it's fuzzy, and it has to be at the forefront of someone's mind for me to read it. I can't go digging through their subconscious or anything. Good to know. So how do you know about the spell my mother cast? Because that is a secret I never thought Dad would share with anyone. I felt the memory one day when I was with your father, and I started asking questions. In the end, he told me everything. Everything. What was everything? I swallowed hard. Did I really want to know? Yes. Yes, I did. I had to. And what's everything? I asked, though part of me wasn't sure I could handle any more surprises this week. Shadow sighed. The spell your mother cast didn't enhance your wolf shifter powers. It didn't? That would explain why my sense of smell is so terrible. So they lied to me? Then what did the spell do? It enhanced your speed and skills, but what your mother did was add snake shifter to your mix of blood. I gasped and jumped to my feet, my heart pounding and my stomach twisting. I felt a little ill. I pushed the chair back so that I could pace behind the desk. But why would they do that? Why would she? What a horrible thing for my mother to do. I tugged on my ponytail, letting my hair spill out. I ran my hands through the strands and rearranged my hair until I wanted to pull it out. Stop freaking out, Sadie. I spun around and glared at Shadow. Stop freaking out? Are you serious? My voice must have risen too much, because the door slammed open and Rogan stood in the entrance looking ready to fight. I waved both hands at him, getting annoyed at the interruptions. Shadow was not going to hurt me. Seriously, Rogan? I appreciate you standing guard, but I'm fine. Shadow is my cousin, and we're in a heated conversation. Rogan backed out so fast it was funny. When the door clicked shut, I turned back to my cousin. Now, Shadow. Is that the name you prefer, by the way? Or should I call you something else? He hesitated, as though he was about to tell me to call him by a different name, then he changed his mind. Just call me Shadow, like everyone else. It'll be easier. I nodded. Fine. I had too much to worry about, without trying to convince him to trust me with his real name. Now tell me, why the hell do I have snake shifter DNA in me? You don't have the DNA, I don't think. It's just a spell. So I won't pass it on to my kids. To what purpose? I asked. I was feeling totally betrayed by the people I'd thought loved me. And I wanted to know why they'd done it. To save you. Save me? From what? I demanded, putting a hand on my hip. Shadow rose and looked me in the eye. We were almost the same height, so it was easy to meet his gaze across the desk. Not what? Who? Well then who? I snapped, flinging out my arms. But even as I asked the question, I already knew the answer. Vampires. Shadow's lips tilted up at the edge. You really do have a lot of your father in you. I grunted, secretly pleased with the compliment. Shadow nodded. Yes. They did it to save you from the vampires by disguising your witch blood. Even though what my parents had done was shocking, especially only finding out now, they had done it to protect me. I grabbed the chair and sat back down. Shadow flopped down into his chair as well. My brain was going a million miles an hour, sorting everything into logical categories. So in summary, vampires love witch blood. They killed my mother for hers. And since I'm half witch and that would probably tempt them in a similar way, my mother chose to put snake shifter into my blood via a spell to disguise my origins? Shadow nodded. Yeah, pretty much. The vamps hate snake shifter blood more than anything. It's the main thing that has saved me from being fed on over the years. And by the sounds of it, it's done the job and saved you also. I straightened in my chair. Well, I'm no pushover, and I don't put myself into dangerous situations. I like to think I had a say over what happened to me, from day to day. Shadow chuckled. Sorry, love, but you are a gorgeous young woman with witch blood. And a high percentage by modern standards. In fact, you're probably the last true half-blood witch of our time. It wouldn't matter how well you hid yourself, or how well your father trained you, you'd likely be dead by now if your mother hadn't disguised the scent of your blood. My throat grew thick and I swallowed hard. What a sobering thought. I wanted to know more. How does it work exactly? The snake thing? He shrugged. We're not 100% sure, but something to do with the snake shifter scent. It really puts them off. Good to know, I said, nodding. Of all the things I thought my parents would do to save my life, introducing snake shifter genes, considered the lowest of all shifters, into my blood was not one of them. I took a deep breath and pulled my chair forward so I was closer to the desk. So, Now that I know things about myself that I never expected to discover, what are we going to do to find out who killed my father? Well, Shadow ran a hand through his shaggy hair. I need to do some digging and investigating. How long is that going to take? I asked. He shrugged. Give me a few days. I'll know more by then. Is there anything you need to tell me about his death that I don't already know? I laughed. I don't know what you already know, so how can I answer that? His lips quirked up into a strange grin. True. So tell me everything. I sighed and then nestled back in the chair as I filled in how I discovered my father's body the night he was murdered, the mess we found when we got home, and then the break-in last night. He held up a hand as though to say, "Stop right there. Someone broke into your home twice in 2 days. Once to trash your father's office and the next time, they broke into your father's bedroom?" I nodded. Yes. Though of course I don't know if it was the same person, or people. Fridge and Rogan said it was a vampire both times. But we don't know if it was the same one. We only saw the guy on the second night. Shadow's nostrils flared. It seems they are looking for something. Perhaps your father had information they wanted. Which begs the question, was his murder intentional, or a momentary fit of anger when they couldn't find what they wanted? Oh, definitely intentional. I believe so anyway, I said. There was no one hanging around afterwards. No drunk, overly fed vampire. And Dad was drained. Like there were a few drops of blood on his neck near the bite mark, but overall, he was cold as ice and blue as an ocean. They meant to kill him, whoever they were. Shadow nodded and pressed his lips together, obviously thinking. Could have been 2 of them, I suppose. Or 3. After all, your dad was a big man. Exactly what I thought. But there was only one set of puncture marks on his neck. Shadow shrugged. They can feed from any artery. Femoral. Brachial. If there was more than one vamp, they could have taken the blood from several different areas of the body. I shuddered, trying not to think about it. He had all his clothes on, but you're right. I didn't check. And with his strength and size, it would have taken a couple of younger vamps, or one very old, very skilled one to take him out. And even then, I shook my head. I can't imagine Dad went down without a fight. He would have fought, Shadow said. I know that without question. But why kill him when they obviously hadn't found what they were looking for? That's stupid. And vampires aren't usually stupid. I played with the rings on my right hand. They looked good there. I was never taking them off. So what then? They thought they had the information, killed him, then realized it was wrong? Shadow grinned. More like your dad pulled a fast one on them. Hid the real information. That's something I'll keep in mind when I go digging. That they're still looking. He stood up, and that seemed to be the end of our conversation. I jumped to my feet and walked around the desk. Do I need to pay you? How does this all work? Shadow shook his head. No. I'll do this one for free. I liked your dad. I want these vamps caught. The money didn't matter to me, of course, but the fact he offered his services for free showed how much he'd cared for my father. I appreciate that. Thank you, Shadow. We walked to the door together. I touched his shoulder. Thank you so much for your help. I look forward to whatever information you can dig up. He nodded and reached for the door handle. What should I be doing in the meantime? I asked. I mean, do you have any suggestions? His strangely violet eyes glowed beneath the bright fluorescent lights. Just look after yourself, and if you can, be careful. Stay alert. It's obvious they still want something, which means they'll be checking this office, your apartment, anywhere your father went regularly. And they'll probably be following you as well. I swallowed hard. I hated the idea of being watched like that. Well, I'm staying with Fridge and Rogan for the moment, I said, trying to sound confident. He smiled. Good. Then I'd spend my time sorting out that fated mate bond if I were you, and let me figure out where to go next in the hunt for your dad's killer. I grinned at him. Sounds like a plan. Thanks. Shadow limped out and I closed the door. The boys had been right. Strangest individual I'd ever met. But also, one that made me suddenly more confident we would find the guy who killed Dad. Chapter 32. Sadie. I'd barely sunk back into Dad's chair before the door opened and my mates hurried back in. What happened? Are you all right? What did he say? I could barely discern who asked what, they fired their questions so fast. I waved them in. Shut the door and I'll tell you. Fridge did as I asked, and they both sat opposite me. I leaned forward and opened the final bottle of water, taking a sip to wet my dry mouth before speaking. Well, basically, he told me all about how the vampires run the city and have underground breeding programs for specific bloodlines they crave. Rogan and Fridge looked at each other, a strange guilty expression crossing over their faces. My mouth dropped open. Did you guys know about that? Rogan cleared his throat. We've heard rumors, but never seen anything concrete. Fridge sighed. That's half the reason I try not to hunt the vamps too often. They love my blood. He stretched his neck at an odd angle as though remembering times he'd been fed from. They do? I asked, surprised someone as big and strong as Fridge had been attacked by a vampire. I'd never even been propositioned by a vampire. And now, thanks to my cousin, I knew why. I captured one once, part of a bounty, and he was practically gnashing his teeth together over my scent. He shuddered and crossed his arms over his chest. They like dragon blood, not as much as they used to like witches or warlocks' blood, of course, but they don't have that choice available anymore. They knew about that. How did I not know? I nodded, a wave of sadness washing over me as I remembered that part of the conversation. Yeah, Shadow was telling me that's why witches are extinct. I'd known the vampires hunted them, of course, but I hadn't thought it was for their blood. I thought it was for their magic or something. You know, being more powerful and therefore a threat that needed to be eliminated. I'd been stupid not to put it all together. The vampires don't go for you? Fridge asked as though he was confused. I shook my head. No, never. Wonder why, he mused. Most humans I've spoken to have generally had at least one encounter. I shrugged evasively. I've always carried knives. Dad taught me how to defend myself. I don't know. I used all the old excuses, not wanting to share everything I'd been told today, but they now made no sense. I was pretty sure Fridge and Rogan had always carried knives and been able to take care of themselves. But with everything going on in my head, I couldn't think fast enough to come up with a better reason. And despite the fact that these men had earned my trust, and that I should be able to trust them, especially with the fated mates connection, the less people who knew about my past and the threat that my bloodline caused, the better. You've been lucky, Fridge said. Being bitten by a vamp is not fun, despite what they tell you. I shook myself, not wanting to even think about Fridge being attacked by a thirsty vampire. The thing is, Shadow didn't know what it had to do with my dad. I told him about the break-ins, and he thought it best I not be here at the workshop alone, or go back to Dad's apartment for a while. The guys who killed him are still looking for something. I agreed with him on that one. I wanted to catch my father's killer, but I wanted to stay alive too. Rogan slid forward on his seat, his blue eyes lighting up. So, you'll stay with us? I nodded, happiness winging through my heart to see my mate so excited to spend time with me. If you'll have me. Rogan grinned. Of course. My gaze slid to Fridge. Is that okay with you as well? Fridge nodded, his face serious and solemn. Of course. I wouldn't want you anywhere else. Relief made me huff out a gentle sigh. Good. Well, I've spoken to the lawyer. Everything to do with Dad's business and the apartment seems pretty straightforward, which is one thing off my mind. Shadow's going to do some digging and see if he can find out more about Dad's killer, so that's under control as well. I chewed on my lip for a moment, thinking, what do you guys suggest I do now? Fridge shrugged. I don't know. Do you need to sort out any of the funeral stuff, or do you want a break from all that? I sighed. You're right. That's something I can do. The men stood up. Rogan spoke. We'll get back to work and bring you some lunch in an hour or so. That suit you? I smiled gratefully. That would be great. Food was one thing I'd forgotten about. They headed out, and I turned on my dad's computer, researching local crematoriums and funeral services I could use. I'd never been to a funeral. Well, not since my mother's, and being 3 years old at the time, I really didn't remember much. I had no idea what the protocol was, or even where to start. I sighed as the minutes ticked by, and I didn't find anything I liked. Not that I knew what I was looking for. How was I going to organize a suitable funeral for the most complex, intense, fantastic man on the planet? Rogan cracked open the door and stuck his head in. Chinese for lunch, okay? Yeah. Fried rice for me, please. And chicken and corn soup, I said. He nodded and headed off again. I picked up the phone to call the first funeral home on my meager list, then realized I didn't even know when my father's body would be released for cremation. That was probably something I'd need to know if I wanted to organize his funeral. Then Shadow's words swirled in my head. Would the autopsy reveal multiple puncture marks? I'd need to make a different sort of phone call to have those questions answered. I glanced through the notes I'd made on the pad of paper on my desk and flipped through my cell. Where was that phone number I needed? I found it on my received calls list. Detective Lazy, who'd phoned yesterday to say that everything was fine and that they really weren't investigating much. I dialed the number on the workshop landline so I could check emails on my phone at the same time. My work had signed off my leave quickly and without fuss. Hello, this is Detective O'Connell. Detective, it's Sarah Williams here. Hello, Sarah. What can I do for you today? Other than your job, you mean? I forced a smile to my lips, which I knew helped keep my tone more pleasant. I was calling for a couple of things, but mostly to find out how the investigation was going. We're investigating leads and security footage in the area to see if we can identify anyone who looks suspicious, since you said they left through the back door when you arrived on the scene. I pressed my lips together. No self-respecting vampire would be slow enough to be caught on any sort of security footage, but okay. Great. Next question is, when will my father's body be released so that I can organize cremation and a funeral? I don't know the normal timeframe for these things. I had to assume that it would take at least a week for an autopsy and the other things that would need to be done with the suspected murder. I received an email this morning that your father's ashes can be picked up as soon as you'd like. Or they can be sent onto your chosen funeral home. My mouth dropped open. My father's what? He hadn't just said what I thought he had. Had he? Your father's ashes. He was a wolf shifter, and by state law, he was cremated yesterday. I'm sorry, state law what? Since when? Since when did they cremate people without the family's consent? That was ludicrous. All shifters are cremated now. Wasn't that his wish? He was also half human. And they liked to be buried. Since when did the paranormal element trump all others? And as far as I knew, yes, he did want to be cremated, but that really wasn't the point. Shouldn't you have checked with me first? I asked, trying not to sound as irritated as I felt. He was, after all, half human. Plus, I didn't even get to see the body once after you took him away. Where's the closure in that? You wouldn't have wanted to see your father like that, Sarah. I snorted, clenching my teeth together. How condescending. Well, I have a few questions about his body. Specifically, if they thought one vampire had drained him. Or two. Sarah? I jumped in, not wanting to hear him lecture me about my place in all this, like I was some simple-minded female who couldn't conduct a conversation. When do you get the coroner's report on his autopsy? I assume he signed the death certificate and listed the cause of death, if Dad has already been cremated. I didn't know how they'd gotten his autopsy done in a single day, but maybe it was a slow month for murders. Well, unfortunately, there was a bit of a mix-up with communication at the morgue. I'm sorry. What? I waited for him to continue, my stomach tightening as each moment ticked by. A mix-up? Well, he coughed once, then twice. A mix-up in communication? I repeated, in case he needed a reminder of what we were talking about. Yes. I was informed, unfortunately, that the coroner believed your father was a heart attack victim and simply cremated him without an autopsy. He? What? I screamed into the phone. Miss Williams. Lower your voice. I will not lower my voice, I hissed, then took a breath and grabbed hold of my control so I was at least intelligible. Are you telling me that the coroner, or whoever put my father's body in the furnace, did not determine cause of death before they did so? There was a long pause, and part of me thought the detective may have hung up on me. Yes, he said finally. I closed my eyes, angry magic pulsing through me at the speed of light. I didn't usually feel my mother's magic inside of me. It had never been trained and I wasn't focused on it, but by God, if the man on the phone had been standing in front of me in the flesh, I may have blasted him to dust. So, I growled into the phone, then inhaled through my nose to bring back my humanity. You're telling me that they destroyed all evidence of my father's murder? No. No, Miss Williams. We have your testimony, everything found at the scene. We still have a case. I leaned back in the chair, the composure of a well-trained lawyer passing over me at his tone. I'd take them for every penny they had. Really? I asked, struggling to be calm enough to communicate, but using years of corporate training to speak correctly. What case? How many puncture wounds were on his body? What was the cause of death? We're investigating possibilities. Such as? I asked, tapping my fingernails on the desk in front of me. Well, as the coroner has ruled it a heart attack, we are no longer following murder protocol. You're no longer. Oh wow. This imbecile couldn't be this stupid, could he? Well, I slid my hand over the cool wood of the desktop. So tell me, detective. Are you on the take, like half the city and probably half the police force? Or are you just covering for the coroner, who was paid to destroy the evidence so it would be impossible to catch my father's murderer? There was a gasp and a sharp growl on the other end of the line. If you're accusing me? I lifted my hand up and slammed my palm down on the desk. I am accusing you of being a filthy, no-good sack of shit. My father did not deserve to die, and I will make sure his killer is brought to justice, so you'd better stay out of my way. Miss Williams, vigilantes are not looked upon favorably by the state. I am not a vigilante, I corrected him. I am putting out a private bounty on my father's killer, with $1 million price tag. I wonder how many people will be interested in my father's murder with that? Miss Williams. I slammed the phone down so hard my hand vibrated with the force, and I let out a growl. Fridge opened the door, holding containers of steaming hot Chinese. His smile and greeting froze on his lips, then his eyebrows lowered as he frowned. What's wrong? I let out a frustrated growl, tearing at the air as I paced back and forth behind the desk. Can you believe it? The stupid pigs. I wanted to smash something. I wanted to punch that detective in the face. I wanted to cry and knife him, straight through his oversized beer belly. Those mother. I'd make them pay. Fridge came forward, put our lunch down on the desk and straightened up, puffing his chest out as though he were readying himself for a fight. What's happened? He asked. Tell me. They. The tears begun. No. I wiped at the wetness on my face. I would not cry over what the corrupt cops and the coroner had done to my father. I would get even. There was no better revenge than that. The coroner, the police. They cremated my dad's body yesterday. Without an autopsy. They're ruling it a heart attack, not murder. The growl that rolled through the room was menacing, and would have scared me if I didn't know the dragon was on my side. They what? He roared. How the hell are they going to catch a killer, if they can't? Oh, those pieces of shit. They're covering it all up. Yes, I practically yelled, pointing at him. This is a total cover-up. Which means the vampires who killed him were important. That would make sense. He nodded. Or at least the vampires who hired the killer are important. Otherwise, why would they bother to go to such lengths to cover it up? I placed both of my palms down on the desk, leaned over the wood, and stared at my dragon. I don't know who did this, Fridge, but I'm going to get them. Chapter 33. Sadie. Lunch was delicious once I finally got down to eating it. I'd have to find out where they ordered from, so I could make it a regular lunch for myself. Fridge and I talked strategies while we ate, mostly about the best way to kill vampires. Then he went back to work. It turned out, a stake to the heart was still the only sure way to destroy a bloodsucker. Silver slowed them down, but even a silver bullet to the heart wouldn't kill them. But a wooden stake did. No idea why. No one knew. But it was with that in mind that I spent the afternoon researching silver bullets and the best way to carry a stake on your person. Happily, when I asked Fridge about the possibility of getting some vampire weaponry later on in the day, he said my father had a stash in the armory. I gaped at him, sitting on the desk while I gazed at my big dragon. It was sometimes hard to focus on a conversation when he was in my view. He was too yummy. The armory? Yeah. You haven't seen it? I shook my head. He grinned. Then you are in for a treat. He led me out of the office and down the stairs. We turned to the right, going around the large staircase, almost doing a full 180. Fridge pointed to a plain-looking door beneath the stairs. Is that it? I asked, surprised he was so excited at such a small thing. He nodded. Yep. Wow. I'd walked past that door a million times, and always assumed it was a cleaning supplies closet. Apparently not. How? My gaze slid from one side of the enclosed room beneath the stairs to the other. The room had obviously been built into the warehouse. It was boxed in and looked quite unobtrusive at first glance. Though now that I studied it, I wondered how on earth I hadn't noticed it earlier. I shivered. That room would have no windows inside, and I wasn't sure I'd like that. I wouldn't say I was claustrophobic, but I liked to see through a window at the very least. I tilted my head and looked up. A security camera was aimed at the doorway. Fridge opened the plain wooden door, revealing a metal door behind it, with a fingerprint scanner as a lock. Whoa, I said, glancing at Fridge. That was unexpected. He grinned. Yeah. Who has access? I asked. The scanner looked like some pretty high-tech stuff. I could imagine that what lay within was expensive. Your dad, of course. Rogan, me, and Terry. Terry? Have I met him yet? Fridge nodded. Yeah, he's one of the older guys. Doesn't come in much anymore, but he's been working here practically since the inception of this place. Terry? Oh, you mean Uncle T. I grinned. He was my dad's oldest and most loyal friend. He was a wolf shifter as well and had been muscular in his day. He had a well-rounded pot belly now, but was as lovable as ever. A thought struck me. If my father put Rogan and Fridge in the same level of trust category that he did Uncle T, then fate had blessed me with two remarkable mates. I really need to call Uncle T, I said. Do you know if he knows about Dad? Fridge shrugged. I don't, sorry. I can find out for you, though. He turned toward the door and pressed his thumb to the panel. The metal door clicked, then popped open. Very cool. Fridge opened the heavy door fully and flicked on a light switch inside the room. Welcome to Bounty Hunter Heaven. He revealed the contents with a flourish of his hand. My mouth dropped open. Now that is some serious hardware. If they'd told me the police or the army had outfitted the room, I wouldn't have been surprised. It was stocked. Fridge tilted his head. Go on in, I'll shut the door behind you for security reasons, and you just open it back up when you've got what you need. I nodded, trusting Fridge and whatever process he thought was best. This was way above my pay grade. I walked forward into the brightly lit room. Fluorescent globes bounced light off the bright white walls and multitude of silver weapons. The door shut behind me and I jumped. It was like being locked in a jail, with no sunlight and limited air. I took a deep breath to steady myself. This was intense. I ambled along the first aisle, staring in amazement at the number of weapons my father had accumulated over time. The walls were lined with every gun I could imagine. Shotguns, semi-automatics, long guns and handguns. Then there were the knives. A smile curled my lips, and my pulse began to pound a little bit faster as I examined the handles and blades. I'd definitely inherited my father's love of sharp knives. I strolled around the room, which was about the size of a large bedroom, inspecting everything carefully. There were so many nice knives I'd love to take home and play with, but what I really needed was something to harm, maim, or kill a vampire. I lifted my hand and ran my fingers along the handles of some impressive swords and long knives, then came across a section that looked like it was designed just for vampire hunting. Here we go. I squatted down to rifle through a large chest of wooden stakes, finding one that was perfect for me. It had a long, thin shaft, with a smaller handle that was easy to grip. And just to make it more perfect, it was stored inside a sheath with a strap for my ankle or wrist. Or if I got a strap extension, I could probably wear it around my waist. I picked it up and tied it around my wrist, the wood warm against my forearm. I admired my new addition with a happy chuckle and a grin. What else have you got, Dad? I found a handgun that fit my palm perfectly, a box of silver bullets and a box of wooden ones. I wasn't sure if a wooden bullet would kill a vamp, but I'd ask one of the guys outside and find out. I did a few more rounds of the armory, tempted to grab a few more toys, but in the end, I didn't. I could always come back later. After all, the place was mine now. What a strange thought. I'd have to arrange to get my fingerprint added to the locking system. I headed back to the door and opened it up. Fridge was still there, arms crossed, standing guard. "You're waiting for me?" I asked. He grinned. "Yes, but to be honest, I'd have to supervise anyone who went in there. Every item taken is always cataloged, logged, and returned. If we didn't do that, there would always be hell to pay from Jimmy." "How come?" I asked, running my hands over the new shiny silver gun I held. "Those weapons equate to about $1 million in assets," he said. "Not to mention the safety and risk aspects if they ended up in the wrong hands." I glanced back at the room and then tugged the door shut. $1 million. Wow. Yes. Rogan walked up with a towel around his neck, his face covered in sweat and a grin on his lips. "What are you two up to?" "Oh, got some new toys, Sadie?" I laughed and nodded. I was glad he felt the same way I did about these weapons. "Yeah. I've been researching some vampire killing techniques and wanted something I could carry on me. You know, just in case. How long have we got before we knock off?" Rogan glanced at the watch on his wrist. "About an hour, a bit more." "Cool. I'll see you guys then." "Thanks, Fridge." I knew others in the building were watching us, and although I was showing Fridge and Rogan extra attention, I didn't think it was too obvious how much I wanted them both. Not yet, anyway. We wouldn't be able to keep our relationship a secret for too much longer. I headed back up the stairs and got on my dad's computer once again. This time I did some fun research on dragon shifters, mostly to try and understand more about Fridge and his motivation to ignore our bond. From what I gathered, dragon shifters were notoriously difficult to bond with in any way. They loved to create families but rarely stuck around. The men especially, but even the females tended to expect their babies to fly early and not rely on parental care at all. No wonder the species is dying out. Any other shifter in our community, wolves, bears, and even foxes, valued commitment to their offspring. And anyone with human genetics mixed into their bloodline, which was practically 100% of the population of our city, wanted a father to stick around for his kids. I continued reading. Vampires love their blood. Yeah, Fridge mentioned that. And the research went on. Super strong. Super fast. Hard to tame. Damn it. I pushed the computer keyboard away with a disgusted grunt, talking to myself. Yeah, so he's a catch and a half. If I want a strong baby, the vampires want to bite, but with major commitment issues. I get it. I leaned back in my chair and pulled my hair out of the elastic containing it. Why would fate have sent me someone who wouldn't accept our bond? It made no sense at all. The simple answer was, fate wouldn't do such a thing. So how did I overcome Fridge's issues and garner his trust and love? Time, probably. I caught up on some emails, and soon enough, Rogan was knocking on my door, telling me that most of the guys had gone home and that it was our turn to leave. I smiled at him as I started to shut down all the tabs open on my screen. Great. Give me 5 minutes and I'll meet you both downstairs. I took my time shutting Dad's computer and packing everything to go home. I still had my new stake strapped to my wrist and my new gun packed nicely away in my shoulder bag. But now it was time to deal with my mates. And damn, it had been hard to keep my hands off them today. Rogan was always smiling and so strong and capable. Perfect for loving, kissing, and living with. Fridge was so possessive and huge. When I thought about mating with him, I imagined him taking me standing or up against a wall. Loving with the dragon would not be slow, and it would not be gentle and loving. But damn, it was going to be satisfying. I could tell already. So much so that just thinking about it made me ache in all the right places. I locked everything up, did a quick sweep of the building, and then marched to the front door. When I walked out the front, I pulled the door shut, a sigh leaving me. I hadn't realized I was carrying so much tension. My 2 mates were waiting for me outside. You okay? Rogan questioned as he took my hand. He walked me over to Dad's car. Yeah. I'm okay, I said as I hopped in the passenger side front seat. Fridge got in the driver's seat, and Rogan jumped in the back. We took off, into the tail end of peak hour traffic. Rogan's hand slid over my shoulder, squeezing it for a moment. You don't sound okay. I know it's been a big day, what with Shadow and then that cop. Fridge told me about that. I'm so sorry, Sadie. I patted his hand, so he could let go of my shoulder and release another sigh. It's not that. Thought it has been a big day, huge when you look at it with that list. Finding my cousin, the stuff he told me about our city and the vamps. Then that cop, and what they're doing to cover up my dad's murder. I growled. Obviously, my dad was onto something big, or the people responsible for his murder had more money than God. How much did it take to bribe a city coroner? Well, if it's not all that shit, what's wrong? Fridge asked. I don't know exactly. I suppose I can't believe I've managed to get through 2 days of my life without my dad. My throat stuck, and I had to grab a bottle of water from one of the cup holders in the car and swallow some down. The boys didn't interrupt, so I kept talking. I mean, he used to joke about me working with him. About all the skills he taught me, and how they were a waste in a corporate setting. Rogan chuckled from the back seat. Yeah, I can't imagine you'd have too many chances to practice your knife fighting skills with your lawyer clients. I laughed. Exactly. But now working with you guys. I like it. I like being at the workshop. The smell, the noise. I know I haven't gotten into the nitty-gritty yet, payroll and bounties and all that, but I suppose I'm just regretting not doing more with Dad before he died. And that was at the heart of my feelings. I regretted so much. The time I'd wasted with friends instead of him. Choosing law when I could have done business management and helped Dad out. If I'd known. I stopped and had to swallow down the pain, trying not to cry again in front of these men. If I'd known I was going to lose him so early, I would never have left his side. Fridge cleared his throat loudly and slid a hand onto my denim-covered thigh, squeezing lightly. You didn't know, and even if you did, your dad wouldn't have changed anything. How do you know? I asked. He laughed. Because he did nothing but brag about you. How smart you were. How successful. He left out the bits about how beautiful you were, but I can understand why. I laughed and relaxed back into my seat. Thanks. We passed by my apartment building and kept driving, all the way to Fridge and Rogan's apartment complex. I hoped they were right that Dad went to his grave with no regrets, because although it was true that I could not have loved my dad more in this lifetime, I did wish I'd made a few different choices. But hopefully it wasn't too late to right some wrongs. Chapter 34. Sadie. Dinner was thrown together by Rogan, pasta and meatballs, and a salad I managed to scrounge up from the few ingredients they kept in their fridge. I may need to do a bit of shopping if I'm going to stay here for a few days, I said, chopping up tomatoes that were just about past their use-by date. Rogan stirred the pasta sauce and gathered bowls out of the cabinet for us. I glanced over and almost laughed. The bowls were the size of serving dishes. A few days? Rogan repeated, his tone incredulous. It's gonna take longer than that to solve this case. So if you need anything, just let us know. We can buy anything you need or, whatever suits you. Thanks, I said. I'll get a few things tomorrow, though. Yogurt, juice, fruit, and vegetables. These guys seem to live on carbs and protein. And very little else. Not that I had a problem with steak and pasta. But a girl needed a salad on occasion, or I'd blow up like a balloon. We ate dinner with the TV on, and chatted while sitting on the couch. It was casual and fun, and so different from anything I'd ever experienced with any previous boyfriends. The fact that I didn't have to worry about ever losing Rogan was already a great help in making me feel secure. If not yet loved, I was needed. Wanted. Desired. At least it felt that way. Only one way to find out for sure. I lifted my hand to cover my mouth, yawning loudly. The sun had gone down, but it was still early. I was exhausted, but not too exhausted for a bit of fun. Do you guys mind if I have a quick shower before bed? Go for it, Rogan said with a grin. I'll get you a towel. Fridge got up and came with me, showing me where the linen closet was and pulling out an oversized bath sheet. I took it and held it to my chest. Thanks. Are we all sleeping in your bed again tonight? His mouth hardened and that muscle in his jaw ticked. He looked angry, but as I could only imagine the type of frustration he would be feeling, I didn't take offense. Finally, he nodded. Yeah, I think that's best. Okay. Thanks. Won't be long. I jumped into the bathroom and shut the door before my excited squeal popped out. I stepped into the shower and scrubbed myself from head to toe. Normally, I love long hot showers, but when I had two shifters waiting to take me to bed, well, I wasn't going to dilly-dally. I wrapped myself in the massive bath sheet that fell almost to the floor and picked up my dirty clothes. I'd make it a few more days with what I had in my bag, but would definitely need to go back to my apartment for another change of clothes, or 10 if I was staying here semi-permanently. Both men were in the kitchen cleaning up when I walked past. They looked up and saw me wrapped in only a towel, my face flushed from the heat of the shower and my hair wet. Should I get dressed for a movie or something? I asked. Or are we going to bed soon? Maybe. Rogan glanced at Fridge. Maybe put on what you were wearing to sleep last night, just so we can talk for a sec before bed. My stomach dropped. That sounded ominous. Okay. No problem. I hurried to the bedroom to grab my black tank and a clean pair of black cotton undies. Exactly what Rogan had asked for.
Chapter 35. Rogan. Damn it. I hated to see the disappointment on Sadie's face. And I hated even more asking her to put clothes on. What sort of idiots were we? Requesting she get dressed so we could talk, rather than moving forward. Because it was obvious that was what she had in mind. She was wet and clean and sparkling with expectation, and my stupid best friend was about to drop a bomb on her. I wanted to stop him, of course. What he needed to tell her had the power to ruin everything. Hopefully it didn't, of course. But I knew Fridge, and this situation, and the topic of fated mates. It all had the potential to blow sky high. But there was no way around it. If we were going to be together forever, and I certainly never had any intentions of leaving my mate, then we needed to get this right. Lay everything on that table. Be totally transparent. I had no problem with that. I was happy. Content. But Fridge was a concern, and I had no control over him. None whatsoever.
Chapter 36. Sadie. I considered pulling on some sweats to cover myself up even more, but as I checked myself in the mirror, I figured I exposed more at the beach, and besides, they wouldn't give me bad news while I was only half dressed. Would they? I lifted my chin high and walked back into the living room, swinging my hips for fun. So, what do you guys want to talk about? I asked. Fridge whistled from his spot on the kitchen counter stool, his gaze scanning my body from head to toe and back again. Rogan grinned as he leaned over the kitchen counter, giving my boobs a good look before he got back to my face. You look fantastic, Sadie, Rogan said. Wow. I put one hand on my hip and flicked my drying hair back over my shoulder. You told me to put on what I wore to bed last night. Yeah, but... Rogan grinned. I forgot how beautiful you were in it. I shrugged and crossed my arms over my chest, suddenly a little self-conscious. So, should I sit down or... Yeah, grab a chair. Hopefully this will be quick and we can get to bed. I pulled out a dining chair and sat down, waiting with my heart in my throat for them to tell me what was wrong. Was this about my dad's death? Or was it about Fridge's inability to commit? Or something else? Maybe the love-making last night going unfinished with one of them was causing a problem. Damn, there were a lot of things this could be about. Come on, don't leave me in suspense, I said. You're freaking me out. Rogan frowned. Sorry. That wasn't the intention. I'll be quick then. So basically, I wanted to check with you. Last night, did we officially mate, you and me? I opened my mouth to answer his question, and he jumped in over me. Like, I know we mated physically, and you said you think we're both your fated mates, but is there a ceremony or is that it? What does it mean exactly? I relaxed in the chair. I could handle this sort of conversation. With Rogan anyway. Well, I'm new to this too, so I'd have to double-check with my aunts or something to give you a perfect answer, but yes, if you're asking me, I think we've mated already. Fridge's eyebrows shot up as he sat straighter on the stool and glanced at Rogan. I shifted to the edge of my chair. Not that I meant for it to happen like that, or anything. You know, I spotted our connection from the beginning, but that doesn't mean I thought mating would be easy. I thought it would need certain words, or a ceremony or something. I took a breath, trying to slow down the pace at which I was talking. But as soon as you were inside me, Rogan, I could feel the change. The bond clamping down on both of us. I didn't think it would happen like that, or so quickly. But I suppose because you were so accepting of it, the bond just took over. I don't know. Why? Is that how you feel too? He gazed at me, his eyes shifting from blue to silver, then back to blue again. Then he nodded. Yeah, it is. I feel settled. Happier somehow. And I can't imagine being apart from you, ever again. And I don't feel trapped by that in any way. He glanced pointedly at Fridge and back to me again. I feel relieved, like I've found a missing piece of myself. I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. Happiness unlike anything I'd ever known radiated up inside of me. That's great. I mean, we barely know each other, but I feel the same way. So settled and happy, knowing that I'm done looking for the one, or the ones. I've found you. Fridge got up so suddenly he pushed the stool over, the metal piece of furniture clanging to the ground. Hey, what's wrong? I asked, also standing up. I felt too small and too weak sitting on a chair, while Fridge was towering over me with all his muscle bulk and height. He hissed and growled in a strange way as he began to pace the room, which was difficult because his legs were long and the room wasn't that big. Fridge. Hey, what's... I looked over at Rogan and raised my eyebrows in question. A little help? Rogan rounded the counter and sidled over to me, sighing loudly. This isn't good. I know those noises, and if he can't get himself under control, we're gonna need to get him outside. Real quick. Outside? Why? Fridge turned to me, his eyes shifting to full yellow, his pupils the shape of a diamond. You mated with him. But not me, he hissed. I put my hands up. But I want to mate with you. You only need to tell me you want me to, and we can go to bed right now. In fact, to hell with the bed, take me here. Fridge's hands tightened into fists at his sides, and he vibrated with some kind of emotion I couldn't read. No. I don't want to, he hissed at me. I turned to Rogan, my heart squeezing painfully. What does he mean, he doesn't want to? He doesn't want me, at all? Rogan grabbed my hand. He doesn't mean it like that. He was afraid that if he was physical with you, he'd unwittingly bond with you for life. And he didn't want to do that. Not without discussing it first. Without deciding on the rules of the relationship. Hey! He yelled at Fridge. Get a hold of yourself. There's no danger here. When I looked back at my second fated mate, he was beginning to change in a totally different way. His head was changing shape. His tongue, when it snaked out, was forked. Fear shivered up my spine. What's happening? He's shifting. We need to get him outside. Now. Rogan ran to the window connected to the fire escape and threw it open. Fridge, he yelled in the direction of the kitchen where the dragon was still shaking. Quick. Before it's too late. Fridge looked at me, and all I could see was blazing emotion in his gaze before he sprinted to the window. Once there, he looked back at me again, and the conflict was obvious in his eyes. The hurt and the pain and confusion. I needed to say something, but what? Please come back, I managed to choke out. Even if you don't want me as a mate, I still need you. It took every bit of my courage to admit that to the man before me. A man who by all accounts was rejecting me. Again. Stay. Here, Fridge hissed before he jumped onto the fire escape and began stripping off his clothing. Rogan grabbed the clothes and stepped back, and I ran up to him, wanting to watch this shift more than anything in the world. I'd never seen a dragon shift. Few people had. Fridge's massive, muscled, human body began to contort as his skin scaled and blackened. His arms shrank as his back sprouted wings the color of sapphires. I put my hand over my mouth to cover the gasp of awe that escaped me. Fridge kept transforming, kept getting bigger, until he was in danger of hurting himself on the fire escape where he stood. He leaned forward and launched himself off the metal grate, his wings flapping almost soundlessly on the breeze as he flew high into the air. I ran to the window and looked up, watching him fly farther away. Into the sky. Into the distance, above the city and beyond. I watched until he was out of sight, until I was straining out the window to see. Come back in. You'll get cold, Rogan said, pulling me back with his strong, warm hands. He shut the window. Aren't you going to leave it open for him? I asked. I didn't want Fridge locked out of his own apartment. He'll be gone most of the night. But I won't lock the window, don't worry. If he wants to come back in, he will. Rogan walked back to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. Time for bed. I wandered after him, feeling dazed. Ah, yeah. But I have questions. He nodded and tilted his head in the direction of the bedrooms. I expected that. We may as well go sleep in Fridge's bed again, in case he comes back before sunrise. I thought that was a good idea too. The last thing we wanted was the big, insecure, jealous jerk thinking we were freezing him out of the relationship. Even if it had been his choice to leave us. Rogan walked into the large, dark bedroom where we'd slept last night. Jump in. We can just chat, unless you want to. I shook my head. I don't think I can after that. While lovemaking with my wolf mate was something I'd looked forward to all day, my heart was now shivering with anxiety. Fridge was gone, and he'd made it clear that the last thing he wanted was to be mated to me. If I wasn't about to be cuddled up with Rogan, my heart was on the brink of being totally broken. I crawled into the middle of the bed and climbed beneath the covers. Rogan slid into the bed and lay on his back beside me. Come here. Don't worry. I won't bite. He reached for me and I went to him willingly, putting my head on his chest. What the hell happened just now? I said. Rogan sighed and ran his fingers through my hair and down my back. I know it sounds trite to say it's not you, but it's really not you. Does he do that often? I asked. You mean shift? Yeah. He chuckled. No. Hardly ever. I've seen it maybe a dozen times in 20 years. It only happens when there's a pretty massive, emotional turmoil going on inside of him. I lifted my head and arranged my arms so I could look down at Rogan. Was he serious? I caused some sort of emotional turmoil? Rogan stroked his finger over my cheek. Unfortunately, we both did. I felt so different today. I thought I'd warn him that being with you, our fated mate, would bond him, since I know how afraid he is of forced commitment. I just thought having the knowledge might help. Rogan sighed. I'm sorry if I made it worse. I shook my head and sniffed. The tears brimmed in my eyes, but this time I wasn't stopping them. I don't blame you. I was surprised how intense last night was. I actually don't think that if Fridge and I, our shifters would mate so quickly. We're different for one thing, unlike you and I who are both wolves. He's also so resistant. I think the fated mate's magic only worked last night because we were both open to it. I sighed and snuggled into him. At least one of you wants me. I can't be upset about that. But I was. Part of me was heartbroken. My dragon, one of my fated mates, was in such turmoil over loving me. I never wanted to be the cause of such pain for Fridge. Rogan kissed the top of my head and sighed, holding me tight. Sweetheart, he wants you so much he can't see straight. But unfortunately, getting him to see that and agree to bonding for life is going to be a lot harder than either of us thought it would be. I nodded, unable to say any more, and rolled onto my side so that Rogan could spoon me. It was time for sleep. For healing and dreaming about a world where everything was right. A world where I didn't have a murder to solve and a mate to tame. What a mess my life has become. But even at that terrible thought, Rogan slipped his hand around my waist and held me tight. I knew there was one thing right with my world. I was mated to my wolf. The end of part 1.